start.
The Judiciary Committee will please come to order, a quorum being present. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote for the yeas and nays are ordered. I would like to remind members that we have established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating amendments, exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our markup today. If you would like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that has been previously distributed to your offices, and we will circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as we can. I would also remind all members that guidance from the Office of Attending Physician states that face coverings are required for all meetings in an enclosed space, such as committee markups, except when recognized to speak. Finally, I would ask all members, both those in person and those appearing remotely, to mute your microphones when you are not speaking. This will help prevent feedback and other technical issues. You may unmute yourself anytime you seek recognition. Before we begin, I want to let all members know that we intend to finish our work on this legislation today. We will take a short break a little before noon so that members can attend the 9/11 Remembrance on the Capitol steps. But otherwise, we will work throughout the day and into the evening if needed. I understand the minority has a number of amendments, and I would like to accommodate votes on all of them as best as we can. As we have previously informed the minority, I'm happy to work with the ranking member to consider a range of possible efficiencies, such as rolling votes, offering amendments in blocks, setting reasonable and agreed-to time limits on debate, or other strategies to ensure consideration of all their priority amendments. I look forward to a full debate on this legislation, and now, pursuant to notice, I call up the proposed reconciliation submission to the Budget Committee for purposes of markup, and move that the committee transmit the matter to the House Budget Committee pursuant to Section 2002 of Senate Con Resolution 14. The clerk will report the matter.
Committee print providing for reconciliation pursuant to S-Con Res 14, the concurrent resolution.
Without objection, the matter is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I will begin by recognizing myself for an opening statement. Shortly after taking office, President Biden released a plan to build back better, a transformative agenda that makes the investments we need to continue growing our economy and strengthening our community for many years to come. Through the budget reconciliation process, various committees have been tasked with putting this bold plan into action, and today, the Judiciary Committee will make its contribution to this process by considering legislative recommendations that would make historic investments in our people, in our communities, and in U.S. businesses. It does this in two key ways: by providing a path to permanent residence and improving the green card process for those who are already making a significant contribution to our country, and by providing additional resources to community violence intervention initiatives at the Department of Defense. The Department of Justice. Together, these investments will help keep our economy strong and our communities safe. The immigration provisions in this legislation serve as a vital investment in human infrastructure that reflects our commitment to a stronger U.S. economy and a vibrant future for all Americans. By providing a path to permanent residence for America's dreamers, temporary protected status holders, farm workers, and other essential workers who keep our country running, there is no doubt that we will benefit from the resulting economic gains for decades to come. Further, by restoring the availability of immigrant visas lost due to COVID-19 or bureaucratic delay and enhancing green card processing, this legislation also constitutes an investment in American families and U.S. businesses. These measures will accelerate the ability of family-based immigrants to contribute to their communities and the economy. And critically, U.S. companies will be better positioned to attract and retain highly skilled workers, thus enhancing our competitive advantage and our position as a global leader in innovation. The economic gains that will be realized from these provisions are extraordinary. In 10 years, this investment would, at a minimum, and at a relatively small cost to the taxpayers, increase gross domestic product by $1.5 trillion, create more than 400,000 new jobs, boost wages for American workers, and add $149 billion after taxes to the U.S. economy. In addition to these critical provisions, the committee print we are considering today also invests much-needed resources, $2.5 billion, in community violence intervention programs at the Department of Justice. The funds provided under this measure would also support training, technical assistance, research, evaluation, and data collection on the strategies that are most effective at reducing community violence and ensuring public safety. Community violence intervention, or CVI programs, seek to provide access to alternative responses to violence. These programs apply an evidence-based, localized, and community-informed approach to community violence by identifying and supporting those who are at the highest risk of being victims or perpetrators, or both, and by working to reduce violence through targeted interventions, programs, and strategies. Social and economic inequalities are often at the root of community and gun violence. By investing in and adequately funding CVI programs, we can improve health, promote opportunity, and save millions in taxpayer dollars. Our one great benefit of CVI strategies is their demonstrated ability to reduce violence through tools other than incarceration. Such programs deploy trusted messengers to work directly with individuals most likely to commit violence, to intervene in conflicts, and to connect people to social and economic services to reduce the likelihood of violence as an answer. CVI programs are life-saving investments, but they have remained largely underexposed and underfunded. That is why this measure provides needed resources to support this critical investment in our communities. The legislation we are considering today presents a historic opportunity to invest in our people and in our communities. I commend both Ms. Lofgren, the chair of the Immigration Subcommittee, and Ms. Jackson-Lee, the chair of the Crime Subcommittee, for their work in helping to craft the important measures contained in this legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to support it. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a crisis on our southern border. In fact, I don't even know if you could say we still have a border. March of this year was the highest month on record for enforcement encounters until the month of April. April was the highest month on record until the month of May. May was the highest month on record until the month of June. June was the highest month on record until July, when 212,000 enforcement encounters took place. My guess is August will be higher yet. So what are Democrats focused on in this legislation? Putting amnesty in a bill for 8 million illegal immigrants, approximately 8 million illegal immigrants, in a bill that spends $3.5 trillion. Afghanistan. The withdrawal from Afghanistan, what a debacle that was. 13 service members killed, Americans left behind, allies left behind, $90 billion of equipment and weapons left behind. And what are Democrats going to do today? Give amnesty to 8 million illegal immigrants and spend $3.5 trillion. National debt approaching $30 trillion, inflation at a 40-year high, crime surging in every major urban area in this country. And Democrats are going to spend $3.5 trillion and put amnesty for 8 million illegal immigrants in that bill. Government's primary responsibility is to protect Americans' liberties, to protect the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. It's why we have separate and equal branches of government. It's why we have the checks and balances in our systems that we do. The federal system, where states can push back if, in fact, the federal government's encroaching on our liberties. It's the number one responsibility that I think government has. And frankly, when you think about the Judiciary Committee, we're supposed to be that committee most focused on protecting Americans' liberties. But under Democrats, this committee, I think, has done just the opposite. They've attacked Americans' Second Amendment rights. They cheer on big tech when it censors conservatives, and do nothing when we see the assaults on our First Amendment liberties. I mean, think about the rights we enjoy under the First Amendment. Every single one has been attacked over the last year. Your right to practice your faith. There are still places in America today where a full congregation cannot meet on a Sunday morning. Your right to assemble, your right to petition your government, we all know that those have been curtailed. Freedom of the press. Think about this. 6 weeks ago, in the White House press room, the White House press spokesperson sent this message. She first said, most Americans now get their news from social media platforms. The Biden administration is working with those social media platforms to limit the information, to curtail the information Americans can receive. From the press room, the press spokesperson made those statements. And of course, free speech, We know what the cancel culture mob has done to Americans' right to speak and to speak freely. 60% of the country now says, according to surveys, 60% of the country says they're afraid to speak their mind because because of what the cancel culture mob will do to them. And of course, last week, the President of the United States told us this at his press briefing. If you're not willing to put a substance into your body, even if you've already had COVID and therefore have natural immunity, if you're not willing to put a substance into your body, then you might just lose your job. The President of the United States said that. But the House Judiciary Committee today is not going to focus on the attack on Americans' liberties, not going to focus on the fundamental attacks on the freedoms that American citizens enjoy. Nope. Instead, Democrats are going to give amnesty to 8 million people, spend $3.5 trillion in a bill that Senator Manchin says he's not going to support, so this bill's not going to go anywhere. Oh, and in that bill, they're going to raise your taxes. They're going to raise your taxes. Think about it. Democrats' economic plan. Lock down the economy, spend like crazy, pay people not to work, and give amnesty to illegals. And for everyone who is working and is here legally and a citizen of this country, they're going to raise your taxes. Such a deal. That's what we're working on today. And to add insult to injury, the chairman just told us, we're going to stop. There's a hard stop. We're not going to let all the amendments and the ideas that members may have, we're not going to let that happen. We're going to stop early today. Really. That's how we're supposed to do business? When we see what's happening, the policy decisions that have been made and the attacks on Americans' liberty. I hope we can get to all the amendments that the minority party has, that we have. I hope we can. I hope we don't cut off debate. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Immigration and Citizenship, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the years, economists and scholars, many of whom have testified before this committee or the Immigration Subcommittee, have studied our immigration system and repeatedly concluded that the economic benefits of immigration to the United States are substantial and uncontroverted. In failing to provide relief to dreamers, undocumented farm workers, and others, we are suppressing economic growth and failing our country as a result. Today, we have an opportunity to invest in the human infrastructure that keeps our country running and our economy growing. Broadly speaking, the legislative proposal before us today provides a chance for those who are in the United States and contributing to our country to obtain lawful permanent residence. This proposal is an investment in dreamers, recipients of temporary protected status, and essential workers. They are all integral to our communities. Dreamers grew up and were educated here, and they make our country better and economically stronger through military service, hard work, and the pursuit of education. More than half of the TPS recipients that would be eligible under this legislation have been in the United States for at least 20 years. And critically, in the wake of COVID-19, essential workers, including many immigrants, have kept our country running. A spotlight is still shining on the fundamental role that these workers play in key sectors of our economy, including healthcare, education, food and agriculture, transportation, and information technology. This legislation is an investment in people, and it reflects our commitment to a more prosperous country through economic growth. Immigration drives business creation, fuels innovation, fills essential workforce needs, and it strengthens the middle class. Through these recommended legislative changes, family units will become stronger, communities will thrive, and U.S. businesses will be better positioned to attract and retain highly skilled workers. Studies show that had we made improvements to our immigration system years ago, we'd be well on our way today to realizing a $1 trillion decrease in the U.S. federal deficit, a 5.4% increase in GDP, and higher wages for all workers. It could not be more fitting or appropriate that we are considering today legislative changes to our immigration system to realize those economic benefits through budget reconciliation. This investment is long overdue, and I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and I thank the chairman for recognizing me and yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. I now recognize the ranking member of the Immigration Subcommittee, the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In July, the Democrats' border crisis accelerated to 212,000 enforcement encounters with Customs and Border Patrol. 212,000 in a month. That's the entire population of Des Moines, Iowa. That number is expected to approach nearly 2 million for the year. That's the population of Wyoming, Vermont, and Alaska combined. And that doesn't include the tens of thousands of Afghan refugees now arriving because of Biden's unconditional surrender to the Taliban. Meanwhile, the U.S. budget deficit has ballooned to $3.4 trillion this year, the highest in American history. This is already driving a wicked inflation that is destroying Americans' wages. Real wages have declined in every month since Biden took office. Yet today, the Judiciary Committee meets to spend $107 billion to declare amnesty for millions of foreign nationals who illegally entered our country and are demanding to stay, all while our borders are kept wide open. The budget resolution the Democrats passed on a party line vote increases spending by another $3.5 trillion. That's important because it triggers a process called reconciliation, which allows the Democrats to take an average of $28,000 from every family in America and also allows them to pass any statutory changes they want without a single Republican vote. Reconciliation is supposed to be used to bring spending in line with revenues. The Democrats are using it for exactly the opposite purpose. It's akin to telling a fire department to stop putting out fires and start setting them instead. We meet today to spend a portion of that borrowed money, $107 billion, or about $1,000 from every family in America. Now, that's not a theoretical number. This committee is about to add $1,000 to your family's debt as surely as if it appeared on your credit card. In fact, you're required to pay back this debt before you can pay back your credit card, either as current or future taxes, lower wages and earnings as businesses pass along their costs to you as a consumer or employee or investor, and by inflation robbing you at the grocery store and the gas station and hollowing out your savings and retirement accounts. So how will this money be spent? To provide amnesty for millions of illegal immigrants who have already defied our nation's laws, thumb their noses at our nation's sovereignty, and are expecting American taxpayers to continue to support them. This is insane, and it has to stop. This is a mass migration on a scale that no nation has ever survived. At a time when real family earnings are declining, crime is increasing, homelessness is rampant, and mounting debt is killing the American dream of a better future for our children. And what do you think is driving this illegal mass migration? Well, just ask the migrants themselves. Joe Biden's promise of admission, amnesty, and a fast track to citizenship that the measure before us today fulfills. That's why we're seeing this tragic and shocking trafficking of young children, and it's going to continue until we secure our border and start enforcing our immigration laws, which are already among the most liberal in the world. We're told we need to legalize those who defied our nation's immigration and employment laws and illegally took Americans' jobs as essential workers. Well, the fact is 45% of the entire workforce is considered essential by the government, hardly an exclusive group. But what the Democrats are really saying is that if you're part of the 55% of Americans they don't consider essential, and you lost your job during the leftist lockdowns, you will be pushed aside for those who violated our laws, broke the rules, and will now compete in the job market you're trying to get back into, all using your money to do it. Please, someone explain to me, how are American workers helped by flooding the labor market with another wave of illegal immigration? How are our children, who've been robbed of an entire year of their educations, helped by filling their classrooms with non-English speaking classmates? How are our communities made safer by making it harder to deport criminal illegal aliens and gang members? How are our hospitals made more accessible by overwhelming emergency rooms with illegal immigrants demanding care? You know, people are asking me, how can this be happening to our country? Well, the answer is simple. If you voted for the Democrats, this is what you voted for. And if you're surprised, then you weren't paying attention. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for her opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for yielding. The American people have asked us as leaders and legislators to invest in them, their families, and their communities. That is why we are here today, to ensure we respond by making sound investment in the future of America. I'm proud, as chair of the Crime Subcommittee, to be part of a historic moment where we will invest in our communities in a meaningful way. We will do so by giving discretion to the Attorney General through the Office of Justice Programs, the Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services, and the Office of Violence Against Women to invest $2.5 billion into community-based violence intervention programs in order for us to build back better the lives and communities of the American people. They are crying out for our response. I'm pleased that this measure will invest in training, technical assistance, research, evaluation, and data collection on the strategies that are most effective at reducing community violence and ensuring public safety, while also supporting the research on community violence impact on demographic categories. These dollars will be able to be used across the nation where so many are working steadfastly. Again, they look to us. They want us to respond. Community violence intervention programs has proven to be a wise investment in cities across the country. For example, youth development and employment programs in cities like New York City, Boston, and Chicago have been shown to reduce violence and violent crimes arrest, boost employment, and reduce the probability of incarceration and mortality. I know the hard work of so many groups in Houston, Texas, from Mayor Turner to Chief Finner, and as well social service groups. As well, they represent the kind of cities across America that may be able to have their cry heard with this kind of process that we are utilizing so that they too can address the question of community violence. I applaud their work and the work of so many other communities who are in need of our attention and guidance. Each year, taxpayers spend tens of millions of dollars on medical care, first responders, ambulances, police, and criminal justice services related to gun violence. The resources we recommend devoted to community violence intervention programs today can dramatically reduce homicides, which will not only save countless lives, but will also make a direct budgetary impact in cities like Houston, in cities like Atlanta, Los Angeles, Chicago, Jackson, and many, many others. I look forward to supporting this critical investment in our communities, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same for urban and rural America. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the ranking member of the Crime Subcommittee, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for his opening statement.
I thank the chairman, and I oppose this bill. Democrats have gathered us here today to mark up a portion of their monstrous $3.5 trillion reconciliation package. This committee's instructions were to report changes in law within its jurisdiction that increased the deficit by not more than $107.5 billion for the period of fiscal years 2022 through 2031. And that while we have a $29 trillion national debt. But that's not really what we're here to do. The majority wants to grant amnesty. So let's just think about how this is going to work. Today, while we're meeting here for the next 12 hours or so, more than 7,160 people will be encountered illegally entering the United States. In the meantime, The getaways, both known and unknown, will be more than 3,600 today. Today alone, you will have almost 10,000 people illegally enter the United States. They're going to be coming in through La Jolla, Texas, where there'll be thousands. They're going into Yuma. They're going to San Miguel, where there's no port of entry. But we are seeing more often groups of 40, 50, 60, even 100 coming into those places to enter the country illegally. But this bill doesn't do anything to address that crisis. Since President Biden took office this January, it has become an unprecedented crisis. So let's consider that. Just since January, this calendar year, through 8 months alone, more than 1.3 million encounters at the border. In July, 212,000. But of those 212,000, 19,000 of them unaccompanied minors. In June, 190,000, with about 16,000 unaccompanied minors coming across. And what does this bill do? Does it do anything to dissuade people to enter this country illegally? No. It provides an additional incentive. It provides amnesty to at least 8 million illegal aliens. To put that in perspective, only 12 states have more than 8 million residents. Nothing in this bill is intended to address the loopholes that provide incentives and pull factors for illegal immigration. Nothing dissuades illegal immigration in this bill. In fact, this bill rewards illegal immigration and will encourage future surges of illegal immigration while we still have an open border created by Democrat policies. And who's the person that really designed that and has been supplying us and managing and overseeing those open border policies? Why, it's the Secretary, the Homeland Security Secretary, Secretary Mayorkas. And what does this bill do? It expands his power and authority. So, since January, enforcement of our immigration laws by ICE has ground to a halt. According to the Washington Post, ICE's 6,000 officers averaged one arrest every 2 months. Every 2 months under the Biden administration. Deportations dropped to the lowest levels on record, even though we know that there are more than 1.2 million aliens with final removal orders. This decrease in enforcement is a direct result of the Biden administration policies that have limited ICE's ability to enforce the law. You remember Secretary Mayorkas instructing ICE to quit making enforcement one of its priorities. What has this committee done? It has done nothing. Until today, this committee is going to formalize amnesty for millions of illegal aliens into this nation while it does nothing to secure the border. We have not held a single hearing where we could question Biden administration officials about their actions, even though we've asked for them. Secretary Mayorkas has somehow managed to testify before Homeland Security, House Appropriations, Senate Homeland Security, Governmental Affairs, and the Senate Appropriations Committee, but not this committee. Instead, this committee has advanced multiple pieces of legislation to provide amnesty to illegal aliens. And this bill is just the latest attempt by Democrats to provide amnesty. This bill should be called We Don't Want to Legislate Act, because what it does is it delegates congressional authority to the Secretary of Homeland Security. The bill's a blank check. He can do whatever he wants. He gets to fill in all the details that this bill does not address. Even the DREAM Act had 54 pages. The Farm Workforce Modernization Act, 231 pages, and the U.S. Citizenship Act, 353 pages. But this bill is only 18 pages because it basically says to the Homeland Secretary, you can grant entry to anyone you want without numerical limitation. The lack of detail in this bill is astounding. It's as if supporters of the bill don't want the American people to understand the full impact of the bill. In this case, we don't have to pass the bill to know what's in it. We have to wait for the DHS to tell us what's in the bill when they fill in the blanks. Secretary Mayorkas is a failed secretary who has failed to even attempt to address the border crisis. You remember, in a closed meeting, he actually told the Border Patrol agents, this is an unsustainable situation, and has since done nothing to solve that unsustainable situation. We should not be requiring or giving to him the grant of amnesty. We should be holding him accountable for failing to secure our borders. That's what we should be doing when we're talking about illegal immigration and securing our borders, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I now recognize myself for purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Nadler of New York.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of amendment. I will now recognize myself to explain the amendment. The changes in this amendment are technical in nature or necessary to clarify the intent of the underlying legislation. For example, in the first section, we changed a reference from at least 2 years to not less than 2 years to be consistent with similar language in that section. All other changes are contained in the second section. Because of the complex framework of our immigration visa system, these changes are necessary to ensure that the Department of State and the Department of Homeland Security do not interpret our language to permit double counting of visas. This new language makes it clear that only visas that have not been previously allocated to any immigrant can be recaptured and allocated. All the changes made in the amendment are minor and improve on a good bill. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
No, Mr. Chairman.
For what purposes Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. McClintock of California. Page 17.
The amendment is considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment prohibits the Justice Department from discriminating against businesses and other entities receiving federal funds because they reject Mr. Biden's vaccine dictate. Mr. Biden said this is not about freedom, this is about your safety. Benjamin Franklin had a decidedly different view, an authentically American view, that those that give up freedom for safety deserve neither. This is very much a question of freedom and a question of an authoritarian government that is aggressively, unconstitutionally, and now belligerently asserting control over every facet of Americans' lives, including what medical procedures they must undergo. The COVID vaccine is a miracle of American research and development, made possible after President Trump cut through miles of red tape, mountains of bureaucracy, and restored to pharmaceutical companies the freedom to innovate. And the data is clear that the vaccine is effective at dramatically reducing the severity of the illness and especially the risk of dying from it. Every American has been informed of this, and every American has had the opportunity to protect themselves by being vaccinated. Now, after looking at the data and considering my own circumstances, I gladly got the vaccine. One less thing to worry about. But if I had already recovered from COVID, as at least 41 million Americans have, I might have concluded otherwise. Multiple studies document that natural immunity is more effective at protecting against a second infection than the vaccine. If I were under 20, I might have concluded otherwise. A study out of Israel warns that for young males, the risk of myocarditis from the vaccine is greater than the risk of hospitalization for COVID. Mr. Biden is correct that the current COVID spike is very much an epidemic of the unvaccinated, which raises the question, who exactly are we protecting? We've been told if you're vaccinated, you're protected. The only significant risk is to the unvaccinated who've already assessed the risks for themselves and accepted those risks for themselves. The studies are clear that if you're vaccinated, you've got a higher risk of dying from the flu. If you're under 20 and unvaccinated, you have a higher risk of dying from the flu. So in this brave new world of Big Brother Biden, what is to stop the government from forcing every American to get a flu shot, or a tetanus shot, or a hepatitis shot, or a shingles shot? The president warns his patience is wearing thin. Well, Mr. Biden, our patience as Americans is wearing thin. We are tired of being bullied by autocrats, zealots, and petty tyrants who've robbed our children of their educations and robbed millions of Americans of their livelihoods. Study after study now documents that there is no statistically significant difference in the spread of the virus between jurisdictions that mandated business closures, house detentions, and mask wearing, and those that did not. Sweden never mandated any of those things, and they have an older and therefore more vulnerable population than ours. As of this morning, Sweden had 593 fewer deaths per million from COVID than the United States. That is to say, if we had Sweden's numbers, there would be 195,000 fewer dead Americans from COVID. I'm more than happy to listen to my government's advice on how to live my life, but I'll be damned if I'll take its orders. In the case of the vaccines, for me and my family, that advice made sense. Others may conclude otherwise. I am vaccinated, so the unvaccinated pose no threat to me. The threat they pose to themselves is their responsibility. It is none of my business, it is none of your business, and it is certainly none of Joe Biden's business. A government that has seized the power to order you to submit to medical procedures against your physician's advice and your own best judgment is a government that has no boundaries left. Every day, people make bad decisions in their lives. But the bad decisions we all make are the price we pay for the freedom to make all the good decisions in our lives. Our government is based on the notion that we are born with the right to live our lives as we see fit, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That government does not create these rights, but rather we create government to protect them. Any form of government that becomes destructive of them renounces its legitimacy and absolves its citizens from loyalty or obedience. That is what is at stake here. Everything that defines us as a free people, everything that defines us as Americans. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, although I thought this was not germane, I'm advised that the parliamentarian thinks it is, so I withdraw my point of order.
Chairman. Strike the last word. I'll just be brief and state what is obvious. We don't have any text yet from the President on this order, but it has raised a lot of alarm around the country. I'm sure that many of my colleagues here today would attest to the fact that our phones began to melt down when the President came out with this unprecedented overreach, this order where he claims to have power over private employers with 100 or more employees. That affects many, many hardworking Americans and small business owners in every district in America. Our ranking member, Jim Jordan, said so well at the opening of this hearing that the main job of the Judiciary Committee in the House is to protect the freedom of Americans. And as the alarms are being raised by our constituents, we ought to be raising the alarms as well. We should be asking some very pertinent questions, as Tom has alluded to here. Where is the authority to do this? The President appears to be trying to squeeze this under some sort of statutory authority or rulemaking authority of OSHA, but this would be an unprecedented overreach. And there are many legal scholars around the country right now deliberating, scratching their heads over what in the world the President is trying to do. I'm going to state something else that I think is obvious. I think the President took this dramatic step because he wanted to change the narrative. I mean, I think that he was getting a lot of, just attention for the disaster that was the Afghanistan withdrawal and all the border and all these other issues that are plaguing this administration and the American people. And I think he just lobbed the equivalent of a Hail Mary pass into the middle of this and issued this order that he probably, at least his administration, knows is not constitutional and won't be upheld in court. But he was successful, at least over the weekend, in changing the narrative and having people panic about yet another Biden-created disaster. So I'm speaking up on behalf of my constituents who have asked me, pleaded with me to do so. I hope that all of our colleagues will do. I support this amendment because it's important, and I think we need to be doing everything we can on this committee and on the House floor and in every opportunity we have in Congress to, as Jim said, to protect the liberties of the American people, because they are in jeopardy right now more than they've ever been. I'll yield to Ms. Jordan.
I would just, I think the gentleman, he's right on target. And I would just say, you know who else agrees with you and your constituents? At least he used to. Joe Biden.
Right.
December 2020, I don't think vaccines should be mandatory. I wouldn't demand it be mandatory. So deep down, even the President of the United States knows this isn't going to fly constitutional. There's no way this is going to fly. But he's engaged in doing exactly what the gentleman from Louisiana described, trying to change the narrative. He knows deep down. Dr. Fauci said the same thing. The all-knowing Reverend Fauci said the same thing. He doesn't think vaccines should be mandatory. Suddenly he changes his position. So I think everyone knows this is unconstitutional. And this committee, as the gentleman pointed out, should stand up and say, we're not going to tolerate this kind of, this is a good amendment. I hope we adopt it. I yield back.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas?
Strike the last word. It amazes me that our colleagues have been particularly concerned about violence. We are now presenting a solution that responds to the outcry of violence throughout America, particularly gun violence. And they want to utilize a completely contrary amendment that premise stands on disregarding an executive order by the President of the United States under a national emergency that is attempting to ensure the health safety of the American people. If that isn't contrary to what my colleagues seem to represent, law and order, I don't know what is. President Biden's order deals with issues of safety and security and health care, and there is nothing in this legislation that suggests any discrimination would take place. And so I have to oppose this amendment because I believe it is not timely, it is unnecessary, and it contravenes the general commitment to ending community violence, and as well it contravenes the President's responsibility as both Commander-in-Chief and dealing with a national ongoing pandemic to provide the tools to safeguard the American people, to make them healthy, to ensure that we can get back to the life we've known and loved. For that reason, I think this amendment should be opposed, and I oppose the amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. What purpose does Mr. Massey seek?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Massey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Joe Biden's mandate is illegal, unscientific, and hurtful. And I want to start out with the illegal part of it. The president knows he doesn't have the authority to force somebody to take a vaccine. We all know that he does not have that authority. What he's trying to do is to convolute the situation by inserting an administrative agency and an employer between himself and the person he is trying to force to take the vaccine. He does not have this authority, and inserting an agency between him and the people who are being forced to take it does not make it legal. It's almost certain that he knows this, just like he knew that it was unconstitutional when he tried to renew unilaterally without an act of Congress the eviction moratorium that was promulgated by the CDC. The Supreme Court found that they did not have the authority, and the president didn't have the authority by working through that agency to promulgate that. And this is the exact same situation here. So it's illegal and it's unconstitutional. It's also unscientific. Now, we don't have the wording of his mandate yet, but nowhere in his speech did he mention natural immunity acquired from a prior infection. There are studies, one from Israel, that shows that if you have natural immunity from prior infection as a result of prior infection, that you are 27 times more protected than somebody who has taken 2 doses of the vaccine. And we're also finding that the vaccine is wearing off. They found that in Israel, and they're beginning to suggest boosters here. We don't have the text of his mandate yet, but presumably he'll have to change his mandate as soon as he issues his mandate if it doesn't also have the unproven need for the booster shot in it as well. So it's unscientific in that, so far as we know, it doesn't recognize natural immunity as a result of a prior infection. Finally, it's hurtful. This mandate will hurt our economy and it will hurt individuals. We have already seen one hospital in New York who's announced that they will quit delivering babies because they're having a staff shortage because nurses are leaving. I have constituents who have contacted me. These are women of childbearing age who have decided not to take the vaccine. Now, this is not particular to my district. Across the United States, demographically, women who are carrying a child have decided, more so than the rest of the population, not to take the vaccine. And there are many of them who will leave their positions in nursing and in teaching, and we will have a shortage because of this, as we are already seeing. And Joe Biden's mandate is basically a war on women. A war on women, of working women of childbearing age, because they will be disproportionately affected by his mandate. Our economy will suffer. People will not be able to get the services they need that are being provided in industry, particularly the healthcare industry. So his mandate is illegal, unscientific, and hurtful, and I support Mr. McClintock's amendment, and I urge people to vote for it. I urge them to vote against Joe Biden's illegal, unconstitutional. If somebody thinks it's unconstitutional in this committee, or that it is constitutional or legal in this committee, I would love to hear them articulate that. And if they think it's fine to promulgate this mandate that is going to do more to discourage working women of childbearing age than anything that's ever been promulgated by the federal government, then I'd like to hear them explain how that's not going to happen, or tell me that this isn't happening already, because we're already seeing news reports of it. Finally, if I may, I'd like to, in the few seconds that I have remaining, mention that this is unscientific in the context of the mandate that's being promulgated in the military, that they must get vaccinated. Again, it's unscientific because they don't recognize immunity from prior infection. And also the demographic that's highest at risk for myocarditis is males aged 19 to 24, which comprise the majority of our enlisted individuals in the military. So these mandates are hurtful, unscientific, and illogical and unconstitutional, and I support the amendment and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purposes does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support Mr. McClintock's amendment. And his amendment actually does nothing to impact the intervention strategies to reduce community violence in those entities that do that. In fact, it does the opposite, because the mandate that President Biden has issued is going to impact some of those entities that otherwise would be providing some of these services. Some people will leave because they don't want to get the vaccine, and you will have fewer providers potentially. It has all kinds of unintentional consequences, whereas what Mr. McClintock's amendment does that I think is so effective is that it prevents discrimination against those who oppose for whatever reason, but in particular that disfavor getting the vaccine. So that would mean that these entities that are providing the services that my colleagues are so concerned about would actually be protected more with this amendment. Without this amendment, you're going to see more difficulties arise in the community that provides these types of services that you have you've included in subtitle B, page 17 of the ANS. So with that, I think this proposed amendment is rational. I think it's strong. and I think it needs to be in here if you're going to protect the services providers that you want working in these areas. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yield?
I will yield to Mr. Bishop.
I thank the gentleman. I thought I'd elaborate just a moment a couple of things Mr. Biggs said and Mr. Massey said. Mr. Massey pointed out that what President Biden has done last Thursday is exactly the same playbook he used in the effort to extend a moratorium, which has transferred billions and billions of dollars of wealth from landlords in violation of their property rights. What Biden did in that case was, after the Supreme Court had, a majority of the Supreme Court had expressed the view that CDC had no such power to extend the moratorium, he did it anyway. He entered an order, and he acknowledged as he did so that he thought it was beyond his power. And that is, in itself, an abuse of power. What he's done in this instance with respect to all of the employers in the nation who employ over 100 people is to suggest that this CDC emergency standard authority extends not just to the workplace, which is what OSHA governs, but extends to regulating across the country a general matter of public health with a vaccine mandate that, let me make this clear. A vaccine mandate nationwide by the federal government has never in the history of this country been attempted. It is a gross abuse of power. It is an intrusion on the constitutional authority of this body, the Congress. And members of Congress should speak up to that and object to it rather than embracing it. But let this also be said. We do not have to wait for the emergence of the order from the Department of Labor to know whether damage has been done. Damage has occurred by Biden's threat. And that is why, to Mr. Johnson's point, we are hearing from employers all across the country who are mortified at the impact on their business. I had a number who are in the trades, in the construction trade, in the mechanical trade, HVAC contractors, who have worked hard to grow businesses in excess of 100 employees, and they compete with many, many competitors who have less than 100 employees.
Gentleman yield.
And they are concerned, I will in just a moment, and they are concerned, they are mortified that they are going to have drastic damage to their businesses because Americans will not knuckle under to a mandate from the President of the United States, who is to serve them, not command them. And with that, I would be glad to the lady.
It's my time. I control the
Mr.
time.
Biggs' time. I yield back.
Thank you. I would just want to catch on to those comments, because since President Biden's inflammatory speech, I know that my office, I know that me personally, any who know my cell phone, have been contacting me, employees as well as employers, employees who have told me they are leaving their employment because they do not want to take the vaccine. This is a disastrous policy, and Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Issa seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I know that none of our amendments are going to receive yours or any of the other majority's votes. I know that your instructions are simply to deliver the bill as it was delivered to you with no changes, because there's, in the view of many, a delicate balance on your side of the aisle that quite frankly, if you change it, you might lose some of your votes, and it's important that you keep it that way. And I think that risk is understood by us, that this is not something you were given. But I do think that in this case, recognizing that life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, the adherence to the Constitution is in fact the mandate of this committee, that either this amendment and a series of others that seek to not change the underlying bill, but change some of the pushback on areas in which you yourself and other members that I've served with for so many years know are overreaches, represent at least an opportunity for this committee to go to its core, because at this committee's core, we are not a committee of anything if we are not a committee of protecting the Constitution. In the case of this amendment, the reason that I support it and the reason that I think it is so critical is that the executive order that it tries to limit, in fact, is easy to understand as being 1, an overreach, 2, unconstitutional, and 3, not seeking to, in fact, achieve a specific goal. As many of my colleagues have already said, it doesn't give any credit to those who have acquired natural immunity. It doesn't recognize that a vaccine now would represent nothing if, in fact, it isn't a vaccine every 6 months or so based on what's the emerging science. Will this lead to a vaccine for the flu being required? I might note that although smallpox was eradicated in our country and we no longer receive, our children no longer receive that vaccine, that it was never a mandate. No one's arm was ever stabbed against their will. And yet, we are not only planning to insist that you do this if you're going to keep your job, but as we speak, just 2 days from now, if we do not overturn all or part of some of these overreaches, the men and women of the United States military, including those who have risked their lives repetitively in Afghanistan and Iraq, will be involuntarily removed from service and a scar on their record if they refuse to put this new and somewhat unproven vaccine in their arm. Now, I personally, like Mr. McClintock, looked at the science, looked at it, and received my vaccines. But for people who have conditions that might concern them, for people who, for religious purposes, avoid all vaccines, the idea that we are mandating this, not when you're being deployed to a country, not on a specific requirement, but simply in order to retain a job that you may have honorably served in for 19 and a half years, and yet they're going to throw you out without your retirement if you refuse to take a vaccine that you believe you do not need and that might be harmful. So I know that there are a lot of amendments. I don't want to take more of the chairman's time and energy, but I do think that you should look at this and ask yourself, if you cannot accept this, what can you accept in order to maintain the legitimacy of this committee as the Committee of the Constitution? And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I've been seeking recognition. I thought we went party to party.
Cohen wants. Mr. Cohen wants.
Mr. Buck has the floor.
Well, I'd like that next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to adopt the remarks of my friend, Mr. Massey, Mr. Biggs. I think it is really important that we understand that the fight against crime is an important fight and a fight that actually unites the Judiciary Committee. I know that my colleague from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and my colleague from Florida, Ms. Demings, have worked tirelessly on community programs that have sought to reduce crime. Mr. McClintock's amendment is a common sense amendment that seeks to make sure that we have the very best resources possible to fight crime, to help drug addicts who not only are drug addicts, but often seek money illegally to help them buy their drugs to satisfy their addiction, that help individuals who are in need of job training so that those individuals don't get frustrated and seek illegal ways of increasing their income, and all of the different strategies that are available to reduce crime, I think are so important that if we allow this vaccine mandate, this unconstitutional vaccine mandate that the president has talked about and has ordered his administration to implement, we are going to undermine the very necessary effort that unites this Judiciary Committee, the effort that will make sure that we reduce crime that is surging right now, crime that is surging as a result of really counterproductive policies like defunding the police, counterproductive policies like reducing prison cells and jail cells and reducing the mandatory minimums. All those policies that were put in place to reduce crime have now been thwarted. And to further undermine the efforts to reduce crime by allowing a vaccine mandate to prohibit the very best resources, the very best people to give these necessary job training, drug addiction counseling services to those in need, I think is counterproductive. And I would really ask my colleagues to look at Mr. McClintock's amendment in the spirit that it's offered, and to make sure that we are dealing with the crime issue in this country that is so important. I have more than a half dozen members of the military who have contacted my office and asked me to help them because they will not take the vaccine. One, a Navy pilot, actually I think a Marine pilot, who has received more than $1 million of training from the US government, will not take this vaccine, and he will be discharged as a result of that. How counterproductive is that? How absolutely insane is it that the best and brightest in our military are going to be discharged because of an unconstitutional and irrational policy? And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield to my friend from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Thank my friend from Colorado. I'm not in DC because I had previous engagements set up in Texas dealing with our border. Now, I'm going to talk about that separately when we deal with some amendments regarding the border. That's why I stayed in Texas, because of ranchers and people that are getting directly impacted by wide open borders. Fentanyl pouring into our communities in San Antonio and Austin, Texas. But here we sit, $107 billion, completely unable to know exactly how that's going to be spent based on the documents I'm currently looking at, but knowing it's money that we don't have, that this is kabuki theater, and that the American people are sitting back in their homes and they're looking at their leadership in Congress and just wondering what in the hell it is they're doing. Going to Washington, D.C. to have this meeting to spend $107 billion we don't have. I'm going to take some time in a minute. I raise my hand on my own time to talk about the unconstitutionality and unlawfulness of this executive order, because that's what this is about. And I wholeheartedly co-sponsor the comments of my friend from Colorado, my friend from Kentucky, my friend from California, Mr. McClintock. And I'll jump back in when I get my time.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For purposes Mr. Cohen seek recognition.
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's briefly.
Thank you. I will not take all 5. I appreciated Mr. McClintock's remarks. He brought Benjamin Franklin to our attention. Benjamin Franklin and my father had something in common, unfortunately. Benjamin Franklin chose back in the early 1700s not to inoculate his young child, who was 4 years of age, with the smallpox vaccine. His child died. He regretted that decision the rest of his life, and he wished he'd have had him inoculated. And Benjamin Franklin, who was a man of science, changed his position on inoculations and vaccines. My father was a physician. He gave the Salk vaccine during its experimental stages in 1954 to second-grade students in Memphis, Tennessee. They were given to second-grade students around the country as a trial. He thought about taking some vaccine home to give to me. He had given the vaccine to my older brother who was in the 2nd grade at Idlewild Elementary School. Because it was outside of his protocol, he did not take the vaccine home, which he easily could have done and given me a shot. Because it was outside his protocol. He did the right professional thing. And 4 months later, I came down with polio. It affected me for the next 3 months when I was in the hospital, and the following year when I was on crutches. It's affected me all of my life, and many of you know I limp and have trouble standing because of polio and post-polio, which I suffer from now. My father, like Benjamin Franklin, regretted the rest of his life for not having given me the polio shot. I am a strong proponent of vaccinations. Every state in our nation requires children to have vaccinations of many kinds, and nobody objects. President Biden is authorized by law to mandate vaccinations in a public emergency. And if it's going to be question of the courts, it will be, and that will determine whether it's constitutional or not. But from public safety perspective, I think President Biden is doing the right thing. And I, as someone who suffered from not having a vaccination when it was available and became available to all in 1955 and have suffered from it, felt it necessary to make these remarks to encourage everybody to take a shot. Not, as one of our members said, to have a substance put in their arm, but to have a medication put in their arm that will save them, their neighbors, their loved ones from possibly getting coronavirus and dying. Our hospitals are full. The expense is great. People are not getting services in the ICU because people are in there because of COVID. And we need to get through a pandemic. I urge the defeat of this amendment and all Americans to get vaccinated, to wear masks, to defeat this pandemic. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman. Gentleman yields back. For what purposes does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
To move this, strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, with this First Amendment, we can stop the erosion of trust that is going on with our federal government. And it could start right here in the House of Representatives, specifically with the Judiciary Committee, by not putting out these mixed messages as the Biden administration has. Remember, as the ranking member said, President Biden said he was not going to issue a vaccine mandate. It was echoed by his press secretary. And the Speaker of this House of Representatives said the same thing. We don't have the power to mandate a vaccine. It confuses the American people, which has been going on for over a year and a half with the so-called head of the coronavirus actions for our federal government, Dr. Fauci. People are so confused because they hear mixed messages that come out from the same people's lips day after day. And President Biden just did that. He said he was not going to issue a vaccine mandate, and then he turns around and does it. But here's the question I'm getting from a number of my constituents. People who use the VA, the Veterans Administration, they're saying, are they going to stop me from being able to get care if I do not get the vaccine? Social Security recipients comes from the federal government. Are we going to be prevented from getting our earned compensation from Social Security that we put together over our working lives? Is Medicare going to go away if we do not take the vaccine? Because they're seeing this steadily ratchet up. As my colleague from Kentucky has said so many times, a mask mandate is going to beget a vaccine mandate. And he has been so prescient on that issue. I just want to close with this. The gentleman who's offering this amendment spoke very eloquently about it, and he used the term liberty. And I think it's very important to remember that term as it was used at the founding, because the founders used it as often as they used the term freedom, because I think everyone in this room and on this committee truly believes in freedom, but liberty is different. Liberty is a coin, and on one side of that coin is stamped freedom, and we all believe in it. But for a coin to be of value, it has to be stamped on the other side. And the other side of that coin we call liberty is called responsibility, accountability for your actions. And that's what the founders believed in. We just heard from the gentleman from Tennessee about Benjamin Franklin, that he may have had regrets in regards to one of his children. But I can guarantee you Benjamin Franklin never had a regret about defending liberty. Because he knew ultimately, even if an individual makes the wrong choice, as sometimes happens, as the gentleman from California alluded to, we are always better off as Americans when we protect liberty. I urge everyone to support this amendment that has been put forward by the gentleman from California, and I yield.
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
I will yield for a moment.
I'm not a great student of history, but I try. In your recollection, isn't it true that Ben Franklin's vaccine that the gentleman from Tennessee referred to was in fact simply a live infection at the time, that they didn't have vaccines, but rather they scraped the pox of people and infected in order to get what was hoped to be a minor case? It wasn't a vaccine, it was in fact natural immunity that they sought, that Mr. Cohen now is willing to ignore in this legislation, the 41 million people who have acquired natural immunity.
So that certainly could be the case. I have not studied in depth exactly how that worked back in the 1700s, but we certainly know.
I'm older than you. I remember it vividly.
Yeah, but we certainly know that Benjamin Franklin believed in the liberty of the people of the United States, and it led to, as the founder, one of the greatest country in the history of mankind. And that came about as a result of us having our personal liberties. And if Franklin was here today, I'm sure he would say, let's protect liberty first, because prosperity and health will come from that liberty being protected. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Royce seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank the chairman. I alluded earlier to the fact that I'm not in Washington because I believed it important to stay in Texas to meet with constituents of mine who are suffering the ravages of an open border. We'll talk about that more in a minute. But it's real. I always get the smirks and the laughter from some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle when we talk about this issue. But what I'll say is, on this particular point, the gentleman from Kentucky has left his chair. I don't know if he's in earshot, but I take to heart what he has pointed out about the impact of polio. My dad had polio, got it in 1949, before the Salk vaccine. I'm sitting here on my front porch. You can see a tractor over my shoulder. Just yesterday, I was out there working on that with my dad. He's 78. He has a tracheostomy now because of post-polio syndrome. Same thing the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Cohen, was just referencing. So I know post-polio syndrome. I know polio. It has made my dad very unable to walk, barely get around today. And I understand the importance of vaccines. I gave the polio vaccine to my children. I took the polio vaccine. We're blessed to be able to do that. But there were many, many years that led to that. Many, many years that led to the decision that local governments under the power of our Constitution, left to them to make that decision, so that the people most close to their government can make a decision about something as invasive as a shot, as something as Mr. Cohen just sort of briefly pushed aside. Oh, it's medicine. But through the all-knowing power of those on this committee, we know what you must put in your arm, regardless of whether you have natural immunity. We are talking about the foundations of our country, y'all. We have nothing left. We have nothing left if we are not able to make decisions for our loved ones, our families, and ourselves without the power of government stepping in from Washington, D.C. to tell us what we will do about our loved ones. I want to be very clear. I co-sponsor the remarks of my colleagues that have said this is unlawful, unconstitutional. The president does not have the authority to do this. Let me be also clear. I don't need the Article 3 judiciary branch to tell me yay or nay on that question. The fact of the matter is, the President of the United States does not have this power. And I am saying to all of my constituents, to the governor of Texas, do not follow this executive order. Do not fear the power of the federal government. Stand up along your neighbors, your communities, your friends, and say no. If you're in a small business in Texas or anywhere else in this country, don't believe you have to listen to an unconstitutional, unlawful order from the President of the United States. You do not. And governors in states, stand up and say no. I support this amendment. We're going to try to operate within this structure, but I want to be very clear that there is no basis in law for this, and we're not going to follow it. I, for one, am never going to tell any of you or tell anybody else whether I've had this vaccine or not. It's none of your damned business. You're not going to know. I'm standing on that wall, and I'm going to stand on that wall for my constituents. And I mean stand on that wall. This isn't going to happen. I'm not going to listen to the President of the United States violate the Constitution to then interfere with my family and my loved ones. My 12-year-old son is my call, Mr. Cohen. We will make that decision, my wife and I. No one else, and certainly no one in Washington, D.C. We will work together in the people of our community. We will follow the structure of the government that we've fought for over 250 years to ensure that no one individual has the power to step over liberty. That is what is at stake here today. I can go through all the information that my colleague from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, and others have gone through about natural immunity. We haven't talked about all of the various treatments that are being ignored by the federal government, prohibiting Americans from being able to access monoclonal antibodies, the ivermectin, the HCQ, and all the things that are out there that it's at least possible for others to use, and the federal government standing in the way of that. We can talk about that, but I want to be clear in my last 7 seconds. I will not tell you whether I'm getting the vaccine, and I will defend my constituents to the wall that they don't have to do it either. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Bishop.
For what purposes does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought there were a couple of other points that ought to be made before we vote. I made the point earlier in someone else's time that this is following immediately on the heels of the unconstitutional attempt to extend the eviction moratorium by executive decree. This is an abuse of power that we're talking about. The vaccine mandate that President Biden has threatened is an abuse of power, but it also is an abuse of trust. Before he was elected president, Biden said he would not mandate the use of vaccines or the administration of vaccines. The CDC director has said in recent months that there would be no mandate. And from the White House podium, the White House press secretary said it isn't the role of the federal government to mandate vaccine administration across the nation. So what the administration has said over and over again, including most importantly what the president said before he was elected, he is betraying. And the American people are damaged by that, in addition to the abuse of power that I described. And I think the gentleman from Tennessee has inspired this thought. There's also a disrespect of the American people in the attempt to deny them the dignity of their own judgment. And worse, it would appear that the administration intends to substitute a judgment that is faulty. The president said in his remarks on Thursday that he intends to protect the vaccinated from the unvaccinated. Doesn't that say it all? What is the subtext there? President Biden and his administration lacks confidence in the efficacy of vaccines. Otherwise, the vaccinated need no protection from the unvaccinated. And to the gentleman's comment from Tennessee, your father, in the story that you related, made a judgment. He made a judgment in good faith and based on the circumstances as he knew them. The outcome of the judgment does not defeat the value of the prerogative, the freedom to make judgments by the American people. Here, Biden has undertaken an abuse of his power, an abuse of his trust, to lay down the threat of a rule that will suspend or deprive the American people of their judgment to make the best call in the innumerably different circumstances they may face. The best example of all, to me, is the question of one who's been infected with COVID, suffered COVID, and has recovered, and whose immunity, even Dr. Fauci said on TV in response to a question on CNN the other day, he cannot give a straightforward answer. He cannot offer assurances, unqualified assurances, that natural immunity is not better. He cannot offer assurances, and Mr. Cohen, it's not my call, it's my son's 21-year-old son's call, but he's had COVID. And he's decided, he's one of those that we hear about who are having myocarditis, the young men in particular who are receiving vaccines after having COVID. And so if he makes a judgment, even if the judgment turns out to be mistaken, that is what this country is all about. That's what freedom is all about. And we need to make sure we stand in front of those who would so easily dispense with freedom based on one event in their past or one example that they believe overrides all others. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No?
No.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Chairman?
The amendment,
Mr. Chairman, on that, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
the yeas and nays are requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings?
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye.
aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Yes.
Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Fishbach?
Fishbach votes yes.
Ms. Fishbach votes yes. Ms. Sparts?
Arts, yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz?
Yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Owens, aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
How am I recorded? This is
Mr.
Congressman
Cohen?
Mr. Cohen, you're,
I'd like to be recorded as no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Thank you.
Are there any other amendments who haven't voted who wish to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 24 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to the amendment nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have
This is Mr. Issa seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the
I
amendment.
reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Issa of California. Page 6, line 2, strike and. Page 6, line 6, strike the period and an
Objection,
insert.
the amendment will be considered as read. And the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I'd ask unanimous consent that two articles be placed in the record. One that is entitled Guatemalan Orders New Travel Social Curbs as Virus Surges in that country. The second one, Shinseki stands by having employer vaccine illegal immigrants get a pass.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, since the last amendment was voted down, it makes this one all the more appropriate. Mr. Chairman, as you can see, this simple common sense amendment says if the president is to go forward and push and shove at the Constitution and tear at the very fabric of liberty for American citizens, requiring that firms that have more than 100 employees all be vaccinated or face a fine of over $13,000, require that members of the military be vaccinated or be discharged and lose their retirement benefits, require CBP officers be vaccinated when in fact we do not vaccinate people who are brought into this country, and let me rephrase that, who come to this country illegally and are admitted, when in fact we're releasing them into communities, when in fact 35 Customs and Border Patrol officers have died from COVID, when in fact these officers, just so far, 9,800 Border Patrol officers and employees have tested positive for COVID, many of them directly the result of having to come in close contact with the massive hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of undocumented workers who come, undocumented persons who come into this country and are released into our society, often without notice to the communities. The idea that they would be released without being vaccinated is simply something we cannot understand. And Mr. Chairman, as you consider the inevitability of your orders to not accept any amendments, I would ask that you take a good look and ask the question, how could you be so inconsistent on the President's orders and ability when it comes to people who are being released into the community, particularly as the earlier article I put in, Guatemala is one of the major countries delivering undocumented individuals to us, is in fact surging. We would not, in the ordinary course, allow someone to fly into this country untested and unvaccinated from Guatemala if they came legally, and yet under current law and current orders, that is exactly what is going to happen, not to a few hundred, but to over 1 million people who will be admitted this year based on the current trend and the current paroles. Mr. Chairman, this is common sense. It will not take down the bill. It is completely within the intent and jurisdiction of this legislation. Just like the last one, it will be ruled by the parliamentarian to be germane and sufficient. But unlike the last one, we're actually going with the President and with his intent, but trying to make it at least consistent for the 1 million+ people who will enter our country uninvited and be released into our communities. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize the gentlelady from California.
First, I would like to withdraw my point of order, although I saw my colleague, as we both landed at the airport yesterday around the same time, he suggested his amendment might not be germane, but it is germane. And so I withdraw my point of order. And I urge opposition to this amendment. As it turns out, the requirement for COVID vaccine has already been imposed several weeks ago as part of our health screening provision. There are also waiver provisions in the existing law. I would just note that the important investments in this bill are what we should be discussing. If we are able to pass what is before us, this will make our country more prosperous. It's a very important investment that is before us. And we've now spent almost 2 hours on COVID-19 discussing whether, for the first time ever, a vaccination would be required for our military when George Washington imposed it on the Continental Army. I mean, the right of an adult unvaccinated person to infect an 8-year-old. I wish we could get back to discussing the very important broad investments that are being proposed by the measure before us. This amendment should be, it's not only redundant, it's unnecessary, and it's also a diversion from the very important opportunity that we have before us today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Tiffany.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. I speak in support of this amendment. I think it's a very important amendment. As someone who's been to the border twice now this year, down in the Rio Grande, but also went to Panama to see what was happening firsthand down in the village of Bajo Chiquito, and I see that it's been picked up by some of the mainstream outlets now, the incredible surge of migrants that are coming from South America. Guess what Dr. Fauci is talking about is in regards to the next mutation. It is called the Mu strain, or the Mu form of the virus. And guess where it's coming from? It is coming from Ecuador and Colombia. Just south of Panama is the country of Colombia, and that's where people are coming up the pipeline all the way to the United States. And we saw it firsthand at Bajo Chiquito, little village in the Darien Gap, where people come from through the Darien Gap, the jungle from Colombia into Panama, and you have this incredible surge of migrants that are coming up through that area, and what may they be carrying with them? So we have people that are going crazy in regards to Sturgis. They go crazy in regards to college football games and all these people getting together. My home state, the Milwaukee Bucks, had 65,000 people that gathered after they won when they won their championship in the NBA. But the Biden administration and Dr. Fauci are not talking about this at all. This is a really important time for us at the southern border, because this strain could be moving from South America all the way into the southern United States. I just think this is a really important amendment to pass here, because I saw it firsthand down in Panama. Not only the health concerns, but we heard from the Panamanian foreign minister that there are huge national security concerns also. But when it comes to controlling the coronavirus, we need to if you're going to be consistent, that we need to challenge it on all fronts, then it needs to be challenged on the front of the southern border also. I urge passage of this amendment from the gentleman.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield to the gentleman from California.
Thank you. You know, the gentlelady from California is a good friend, and we were chatting yesterday, and I just wanted to make the point that it was actually a different amendment, one that we're not probably going to have time to offer.
My apologies.
But leaning back into her objection, I just want to make the point that all we're really saying is let's codify in this bill what the CDC intends to do, believes it should do. And I think the gentlelady made the point that if the CDC thinks it should be done, why wouldn't we make sure that it is done and not be arbitrarily waived or ignored? If it's this good an idea to mandate it for so many, and if the CDC believes that all people being made residents, including a vast amount that this bill may choose to be covered, why would you not lean into what the CDC is saying? Why wouldn't this be the easiest one to accept? And I would ask that you further yield to the gentlelady from California, hopefully to answer.
Yeah, I would just like to share a comment in regards to it, and I'll be happy to do that. This is an opportunity for this committee to take this action, but I would urge the Biden administration to take this action also. This is actually something that may be legitimately within their purview that they could do, rather than issuing vaccine mandates on Americans. And also, I would urge Dr. Fauci to get on board here. This is an instance where I think the American people would be behind you 100%. As you've seen your erosion of trust, Dr. Fauci, this is an instance where the American people would be fully behind you if you said, we do have to be concerned about the crush of people that are coming across our southern border. With that, I will yield to the gentlewoman from California.
I did not ask for time, but since the gentleman has yielded, I will ask unanimous consent to put into the record the provision of immigration law that has already fully covered this, along with the announcement that was recently made. And with that, I would yield back.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
I was hoping the gentlelady would respond to the question of if this was something the CDC was already saying should be done, why wouldn't we codify it in law in order to ensure that it was done and done on a uniform basis? That was actually the question. It's the reason that I believe that no one should object to this, particularly those who believe that the president's mandates are appropriate. And I thank the gentleman for yielding.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any further? Okay, the question occurs on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. There is a remembrance of September 11th beginning shortly, so we will take a recess so that members can attend. We will not take a separate lunch break. The committee will resume at 12:30 or immediately after. Now stands in recess.
So the committee will come to order, and a quorum being present, the ISA amendment was pending when we recessed for the 9/11 ceremony on the Capitol steps. It's my understanding, who seeks recognition?
Madam Chairwoman, I seek recognition. This is Massey from Kentucky.
And Mr. Massey, you are recognized to strike the last word, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just wanted to weigh in on the ISA amendment. The ISA amendment would require vaccinations for immigrants coming into this country, the COVID vaccination. And it's got exceptions for moral and religious objections. And Madam Chairwoman, you yourself did say that there's already guidelines or legislation or something in place that would institute this without the amendment. But you mentioned that there were exemptions for moral and religious reasons, and I was able to look into that, and there are exemptions. So here is my question, somewhat rhetorical. We have exemptions in the statutes for members of the military for either medical or religious reasons. Yet I've spoken with dozens of members of the military, and none of them have been allowed an exemption. They have applied. Their applications were received favorably within their immediate chain of command, but as they go up to the top, there's almost a blanket prohibition. In fact, I'm going to say right now, there is a blanket prohibition on religious and medical exemptions, and nobody in the military can get one. So why would we give more, be more charitable to immigrants into this country than we are to our own U.S. members of the military? I just think it's disrespectful of the military not to honor these exceptions that they seek while we turn around and offer these exceptions to immigrants. There were more people who died of suicide, more members of the active duty military and veterans yesterday died of suicide than there were in an entire year die of COVID in the military. Yet we are putting our members of the military in an incredibly difficult position. We are telling them if they don't take the vaccine, and this is the case with enlisted members of the military, if they don't take the vaccine, they face court-martial, which is practically a felony, and they would be lumped in with rapists and murderers for simply refusing to take a vaccine, which many of them do not need. They've already had a prior infection, which has conferred upon them immunity. And there's no evidence that says that they would benefit from the dosage of the vaccine if they already have prior immunity, more so than the risk that there is to them, particularly the risk to males who are between ages of 19 and 24 of myocarditis. So I just think it's wrong that we're putting our members of the military in this situation. Some of them have been in 18, 19 years. They are resigning. They have resigned. Some of them have been sidelined for their refusal to take the novel vaccine because they don't need it. And it's been bad for morale. It's going to be bad for recruitment. It's going to be bad for retention. It's already bad for all of those things. And I'm worried that we're giving more leeway to these immigrants than we are to our own members of the military. And if I may touch on one other thing that's been mentioned in this hearing, 250 years ago, there was they discovered how to inoculate people to smallpox by giving them a small infection of smallpox. Well, you know what? 250 years ago, they recognized immunity from prior infection. In fact, that is what the smallpox vaccine was. George Washington himself was subject to smallpox as a teenager. I can't find that he decided to vaccinate himself. They knew about prior immunity conferred by a prior infection 250 years ago, but we've gone backwards. We've gone more than 250 years backwards because we don't recognize immunity that's conferred from an infection. So that's all that I wanted to say on this amendment. I do not support vaccine mandates. I cannot support the amendment itself, but I think it's hypocritical and disrespectful to tell members of the military that they will not be granted any exemption for any reason. We've got it written and codified into this amendment and into the rules that are being promulgated by CDC and DHS for immigrants. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition on this amendment? Mr. Roy? Is that Mr. Roy?
Yes, ma'am. I do seek recognition.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of my friend, Mr. Massey from Kentucky. Look, I very much appreciate the sentiment of what is driving Mr. Issa, my friend's amendment. People in Texas are absolutely beside themselves that we have wide open borders, that we had the press secretary to the President of the United States just the other day acknowledge that, yeah, we're going to have a big executive order mandating that the American people have to run around showing their vaccine status in order to do X, Y, or Z. But then, no mandate on what we're dealing with those at the border. Importantly, that there are many people coming across the border who are COVID positive, and you're not going to do a darn thing about it. That's the truth. In fact, the White House press secretary basically said so at a press conference. The American people literally are beside themselves. So I actually understand very much the sentiment behind what my friend from California, Mr. Ice, is trying to do with this amendment. I disagree with the amendment and won't support it. And here's why. I do not believe that we should be admitting these individuals to the United States. We should not. This is what Title 42 in our health codes does. This is what the President of the United States prior, President Trump, did, which was use Title 42 combined with a return to Mexico policy, which, by the way, a federal judge just ordered this administration to go back to enforcing. If you combine those two things, we can have sanity at our border. We could stop having wide open borders where fentanyl is coming into our nation and destroying our youth and killing Americans. We could stop having people coming into our state of Texas and our nation who are COVID positive and having NGOs fill a hotel, fill a hotel with people they know to be positive with COVID. These are all things happening at the border. And when I was at the border just last week, in Laredo, when I was visiting with ranchers in Uvalde, when I was visiting with ranchers in Roma, and their fences are getting cut, and they're finding dead bodies of immigrants all over South Texas. 89 dead bodies in Brooks County, 70-something dead bodies in the Del Rio sector, several hundred across the entire border of Texas. Had one rancher who found a skull that had been picked apart of a migrant, a dead mom of twins, she's pregnant with twins, dead in South Texas, while my Democrat colleagues do nothing about it. And now, with wide open borders, you're just totally fine with people being COVID positive. We should enforce Title 42. We should secure the border of the United States. We should stop playing games with $107 billion bills, the money that we don't have. We should stop having the President of the United States issuing unconstitutional, unlawful mandates that I have no intention of following. Will tell every Texan I know not to follow. And with all due respect, we shouldn't offer an amendment here that is basically saying, oh, yeah, go ahead and admit them and then force us to then provide vaccines to immigrants. I don't believe we ought to be jamming people with a vaccine against their wishes, whether they're a migrant or an American. We should just secure the border. And then we should stop the crisis that way instead of giving in to this Overton window shifting by Democrats who don't give a damn about securing our border. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield to Darrell Issa?
Is that Mr. Issa? Yes, sir.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to point out something and ask it to be placed in the record. The list of vaccines required by those who wish to enter the United States to immigrate include Hep A, Hep B, influenza, rubella, mumps, measles, polio, tetanus, diphtheria, and 6 more. And I only do so because those are the vaccines that people willingly agree to have in order to immigrate to the United States.
If the gentleman would yield back, if I reclaim my time, I would just say, look, I agree with you. And under lawful immigration, we should do that. But what we should do is enforce Title 42 and stop allowing people to come in under the false name of asylum when we know it's not asylum.
We agree.
Lack of willingness by this administration to secure the border of the United States. So we should enforce Title 42. And then for legal immigrants, absolutely deal with whatever vaccines that we think is appropriate. I'd yield to the gentleman from Kentucky if I have any time left. Mr.
Thank
Massey.
you. This will just be brief. I found on the CDC website that they recommend ivermectin for refugees from several continents into the United States. This is the CDC recommending it. Of course, it's not for COVID, it's for nematodes, but I hope we can put to rest the notion that this drug is only for animals. Thank you. And I yield back to
the gentleman's time has expired. Do additional gentleman's time has expired. Who else wishes to be recognized on this amendment?
Madam Chair.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, the mixed message reflected by the administration is amazing, and this amendment does its best to try to clarify a bit of that. And I raised this issue not because I oppose the vaccine. In fact, my mom passed away from complications from polio. So, as we've heard, anyone who's been exposed to that horrid disease understands the value of vaccine. But the frustration and anger and outrage that I've been hearing from folks across my district, firemen, EMTs, nurses, truck drivers, hairdressers, farmers, ranchers, electrical workers, and many others about being told what they have to do is just amazing. And it's really sad because it's distracting from the message that should be coming from healthcare workers and others who actually know about vaccines and can explain the value of them. But this double standard that's being provided to those who are entering our country illegally is doing the same thing I think that the Biden administration is doing when it says you're going to have to get vaccinated, but don't expect things to be any different after you do. You still have to wear masks. And so this double message, this confusion at this level is just amazing. And I'm not sure yet whether I'll support this amendment, but it certainly does raise the confusion that is being generated, I think, by the Biden administration. With that, I yield back. I yield. Yes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. He mentioned double standard. That's all we've got from this administration relative to COVID is a double standard and a mixed message. I mean, double standard. I remember the governor of California going to a dinner with lobbyists and friends and family, no mask. At the same time, he was telling the folks he represents in his state that they couldn't have Thanksgiving with their family. I mean, talk about mixed message. But Dr. Fauci said no mask, then one mask, then two masks, then one mask, then no mask, now back to one mask. I mean, they've been all over the place. Yesterday, the Vice President Harris, let me just find it. Vice President Harris tweeted out this. Vice President Harris said, by vaccinating, increasing our testing and masking, and protecting the vaccinated, we can end this pandemic, which sort of raises an obvious question. If the vaccine protects, why do the vaccinated need protecting? I think it's pretty basic question. So they've been all over the place on mixed messages. I think the gentleman's amendment from the gentleman from California, his amendment is simply like, look, if you're going to mandate it for American citizens, and if they don't get it, they may lose their job, doesn't it make sense for people who are coming into this country, particularly coming here illegally, that they should have to get it? Pretty common sense. I bet the folks I represent in the 4th District of Ohio would say, yeah, that makes kind of common sense to me. That's all this amendment says. But no, the Democrats say, no, we're going to mandate it for American citizens, but we're not going to mandate it for people who come to the country illegally. That makes no sense. There's not a person I represent, I would bet, in the 4th District of Ohio who would agree with their position. But that's their position. And there's not anyone in the whole country who understands what the vice president is saying yesterday in this tweet. By vaccinating, increasing our testing and masking, and protecting the vaccinated, we can end this pandemic. I don't get it. If the vaccine protects, why do the vaccinated need protecting? I don't get it. I do not get it. But again, that's the one thing consistent from the Biden administration relative to COVID is their inconsistency. That's the one thing we know. With that, I yield back to the gentleman from Oregon.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to build on what we just heard a bit, and not just from ranking member, but it's been asserted that the many vaccines have been mandated, and thus we should accept this one. But having served on school boards before, I know how those mandates emerge. They emerge locally and with local folks saying, after much angry debate, a tough decision is made locally. That's not what's happening here. This decision is being made at the very highest level, and an expansion of federal government control like I've never seen. And so to suggest that somehow what the Biden administration is doing is the equivalent of local school board is ridiculous. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Gomert.
Oh, Mr. Gomert, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate so much the comments that have been made about this issue. And it is absolutely startling to think that an administration could be basically creating this attractive nuisance, is what it's called in tort law, where we're drawing people in who end up, many women being raped. Some Doctors Without Borders had said 25%. I've been down there. I've seen the tree with undergarments from those that have been raped. We hear all this care and concern, yet I've also been down there and seen busload after busload after busload of people who are coming in illegally, and they're being shipped by this administration all over the country. And so when my friend from Ohio talks about hypocrisy, this is at a deadly, fatal level, because we know people die from COVID. And yet they're basically welcoming them. They're drawing them in greater numbers than ever in history. And we're going to have apparently a couple of million. And I've seen estimates or heard estimates from doctors doing screening anywhere from 6% to 20% of the people they've screened have COVID that have come in illegally. And this administration, without requiring any vaccination, yeah, they're luring them in and then shipping them all over the country to states, to territories, to towns that have no say whatsoever in whether they accept them, whether they have COVID, whether they've been inoculated. This administration does not care. And they're shipping them around. I mean, my gosh, I appreciate so much Mr. Ice's amendment, and I know he does not welcome people that are coming in illegally in droves. We've got to get some sanity back to that. But he tries to add a little element of sanity. If you're going to basically throw open the floodgates, for heaven's sake, you have said inoculations are important, this administration. And so either you don't believe that and you're lying to us, or you have some motive for luring this many people in, not inoculating them, and sending them with COVID all over the country. It is really getting into a treasonous area here. It really is. Now, as far as the exceptions, my friends and colleagues have brought up, I mean, I've gotten all over East Texas. I am today. And a friend in Carthage, Texas, had a husband. He was at risk for blood clots, but got the vaccination. He knows this administration has been pushing it. People like Fauci, who say it's not smart to go to a ball game and not wear a mask, as he sat there at a Washington National Games, didn't socially distance without a mask. So we're listening to a guy who is self-admittedly stupid, Fauci, and yet they're not doing what could be done. We've, at least with American citizens, ought to give them the chance to talk to their doctor, because as my friend from Carthage said, if my husband had not listened to the federal government, if he had not gotten the vaccination, he would be with me today. He got the vaccination. Whether we want to talk about it or not, there are thousands and thousands of people that have died from getting the vaccination. That's why it's so important for the military especially, but for all American citizens, and to have a choice, to get back to that great doctrine of informed consent, and not have some, maybe he's there, maybe he's not there, president order a blanket order. Let's, for heaven's sake, at least require those coming in illegally to get vaccinated. And I yield back as my time's expired.
Gentleman's time has expired. Do others wish to be heard on this amendment? Ms. Jackson-Lee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me put on the record, first of all, Dr. Fauci is not stupid. I think that is certainly an inappropriate commentary. But let me just briefly indicate that the horrors on the border and the facts that my friends are articulating are not completely accurate as relates to vaccination of those. There is a process. There is a process of their entry. There's a process of their processing. It is in place. This budget reconciliation bill is not dealing with policy as much as it's dealing with funding to ensure that we can do a better job of addressing those human beings who are seeking opportunities or asylum in the only way that they may know. I think factually it is important to take note of our military and thank them for their bravery and courage. And they will tell you that upon their entrance into the United States military, they're given a battery of vaccines. And most of that is taken willingly under medical supervision. The idea is to ensure their safety, to provide them with all of the tools needed to wear the uniform. And I think we should take note of that. It is not to do harm. It is not to do harm as it relates to the President of the United States. He is not intending to do harm. If you take a ride through a number of states, including Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, Georgia, and others, you will find numbers of individuals who have lost their life because beds are filled with unvaccinated persons in the ICU. That is a fact. My last point that I want to make, and it is an emotional point for me, because I do believe that unity and adherence to the idea is that we're in this fight as Americans together. We're not here to punish any group, vaccinated or unvaccinated. We're not here to punish any state, but we're in this together. My colleague from Texas just a few moments ago challenged everyone in the state of Texas, small businesses, government entities, to stand up and reject the actions called for by the President of the United States. He called upon them to rise up against their federal government. What does that get us? It gets us the insurrection of January 6th. If that's what he's calling for, I stand against it, really demand him to clarify his words, because he is encouraging and provoking actions that do not bespeak the unity of this nation and the flag that we serve under. And so I would hope that we would get to the business of bring back and building back better, act, and working on the issues before us. But I am shamed that this call for close to near provocation but yet nothing has been said about the Saudi bill, the bill that is full, soiled of attacks on women by stalking them, getting a bounty of $10,000. I've heard nothing from my friends on the other side of the aisle, but they're so concerned about who is getting a vaccine or not. I would be concerned about getting vaccinated by all of the American people, but I'm concerned about the attack on women in the state of Texas, such that they have to run away from stalkers who are seeking a bounty on their bodies. Not a word from my friends. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Issa. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those who oppose the amendment will signify by saying no. No.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the noes have it. And are there additional amendments to be heard? Mr. Stubbe apparently has an amendment. Clerk
Yes, thank
will,
you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
okay, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the
Reserve a
amendment.
point of order.
Point of order has been reserved.
Amendment to the amendment and the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida. Page 14, line 21, strike on and all that follows through line 25 and insert the following. 180 days after the date on which the Secretary submits a report to the Committee on the Judiciary of the House of Representatives on the effect that the Taliban overthrowing the legitimate government of Afghanistan and the high rate of illegal crossings on the southern border have on the national security of the United States, and the potential for an alien with ties to the Taliban or an associated terrorist organization to obtain a visa under this section, and.
Mr. Stubbe, you are recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment addresses two major threats to our country brought on by the president's failure to properly execute his duties. Due to the Biden administration's mismanagement in Afghanistan and at the southern border, our country is significantly less safe today than it was 8 months ago when President Trump left office. Surges of illegal immigrants have rushed our southern border. Illegal alien apprehensions in June were over 178,000, which set a record, which was exceeded by the number in July, over 199,000, which is on pace to be exceeded by the number in August. Both the leaders of Mexico and Guatemala have blamed Biden for the crisis, and they are correct. This administration's actions has opened the floodgates to terrorists, gang members, and rapists. Meanwhile, President Biden chose not to follow President Trump's common sense condition-based withdrawal from Afghanistan and instead set an arbitrary deadline that resulted in disaster. President Biden said the Afghanistan withdrawal would be carried out, quote, responsibly, deliberately, and safely, and it was none of those. And now the country will again become a safe haven for radical Islamic terrorists. When asked about the situation, President Biden is reduced to hiding his head in his hands, as he did at a recent press conference. Congress needs answers, and the country needs answers. My amendment would address these issues by suspending the issuance of immigrant visas until the Biden administration can provide an accurate assessment of the national security risks to the country brought on by the disaster in Afghanistan and the withdrawal and the border crisis. I think the last thing that we want in the United States is the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and ISIS-K finding their way into this country. This amendment simply puts a parameter in place to allow the screening of these individuals so that doesn't occur. That is the amendment.
Madam
Does
Chair.
the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Madam
Chair
Chair.
recognizes herself. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment
Thank
is germane. The amendment should be rejected. The actual impact of the amendment would be to postpone the tremendous economic benefit that will accrue to the United States through the investments that will be made through these proposals. There's no need to postpone the benefit of those investments. In fact, to the extent that there is any concern about visa entrance, all of the protections that are in place continue to be in place. They're not impacted whatsoever by the investments that are being proposed on the amendment the matter that we are considering today. As we know, according to economists, in just 10 years, a path to permanent residence for these populations would increase the gross domestic product by a cumulative total of $1.5 trillion, would create more than 400,000 new jobs and boost wages for American workers while adding $148 billion after taxes to the U.S. economy. That's an important investment and an important benefit to the United States, and one that should not be postponed. So I urge that this amendment be opposed, and I yield back. Who else wishes to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Roy, I understand you wish to be heard.
I do, ma'am.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. First, let me applaud my colleague from Florida on this important amendment. I wholeheartedly support it. What we saw, what we continue to see unfolding in Afghanistan turns the stomach. This president has abandoned Americans, has left billions of dollars of assets for our enemies to use against us, has weakened our country, has weakened our standing around the world, and in my view, has, for this reason and many others, engaged in conduct worthy of impeachable inquiries or inquiries about impeachment. I believe that the president has weakened the United States. I believe the president has abandoned his duty to defend the United States. So I wholeheartedly support this amendment and appreciate my friend from Florida offering it. I would respond to the gentlelady from Texas. She invoked my name a few minutes ago, in which she tried to make certain comparisons of my position about how Texans and other Americans should respond to the president's unconstitutional, unlawful orders. She asked for me to clarify. Well, let me be perfectly clear. Americans do not follow the President of the United States' unconstitutional, unlawful orders. They are, in fact, unlawful. You should follow your conscience, talk to your doctor, make decisions that are in your best interest. If you are a small business, you should decide what is in your best interest. You should not bow down to the whims of tyranny coming out of the White House without any basis in the Constitution or law. So I don't want there to be any gray area. If my friend from Texas thinks that somehow I should be clarifying, I fully encourage the people of Texas to refuse to follow the order that President Biden put forth last week. Stand up for yourself, stand up for your health. Follow what you believe is correct for you. I think many people have gotten the vaccine. We're now at 75-ish% of adults having gotten one shot. We have now launched vaccines faster than in the history of our country and virtually any other illness. But now we've got the power of the government being used to strike fear in the hearts of Americans that they must follow an order without any basis in science. Listen to the Minister of Health in Israel, saying there is no basis for this passport. Just caught on hot mic. There is no basis for this vaccine passport other than to pressure people to get vaccinated. No basis in science. That's the reality. Why did we just have two folks resign from the FDA? Because they disagree with where the president's going with booster shots. Where's the discussion of dealing with people who have natural immunity, people who might want to have certain treatments or believe that it's in their best interest of them and their children? Conversations about the myocardial impact on young men. Studies just this week suggesting there's issues there. No. I stand up for healthcare freedom for Texans, for us to be able to decide what we're going to do, and I will not follow the orders of this president standing up in Article 1 and standing up as a Texan with rights given to me by God. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there others who wish to be heard on this amendment? Mr. Tiffany, I understand you wish to be heard. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I support this amendment from the gentleman from Florida, and I wish that we were going through a legitimate visa process, and you see the last line in the amendment, an associated terrorist organization to obtain a visa under this section. As I have seen firsthand in our state of Wisconsin at Fort McCoy, they are not there on special immigration visas. So let's walk back about 3-4 weeks ago. We were hearing from the administration that people were coming here on special immigration visas. And if you look at the record, in the first 3 months of this year, 84% of the applications for special immigration visas were being rejected in Afghanistan. And remember, that's when they had a government that was still standing, that was not run by the Taliban. 84% were being rejected. Many of them took over a year for the review process to be decided whether they were legitimate. And I have been working with military members from my district to help people to be able to get into the United States that have a legitimate claim to be able to do that. But what we're seeing is that that special immigration visa process that was represented a month ago by the Biden administration, don't worry, we're fully vetting people. I went to Fort McCoy a couple weeks ago with some of my colleagues, and we asked the question when there were 2,000 evacuees there at that point, are any of them here on special immigration visas? And we were stunned to find out, not one, 0. And I would bet with 13,000 there now, I would bet yet today there isn't any of them that have completed the special immigration visa process. They have all been waived in on parole authority by the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And by the way, the commanding officer there, who is doing a fine job under extremely difficult circumstances in Fort McCoy, this thing being put together at the last minute in the haste of the Biden administration putting this together, said that our maximum capacity here, I'm recommending 10,000. As you just heard from me a few seconds ago, they're already up to 13,000 people at the base Fort McCoy in southwestern Wisconsin. So it's very clear what's going on here. People are unvetted. And the administration is circumventing the process of special immigration visas to make sure that people that are coming from the hotbed of terrorism in the world. I mean, this really isn't the same as some of the people coming across the southern border. I mean, this is the hotbed of terrorism. The Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda control Afghanistan. You don't think they want to embed people into these people that are being evacuated into America? You can bet that they're attempting to do that, and we're already seeing some cases. We're seeing communicable diseases being talked about on these bases. We had a rapist that was returned to this country after having been deported. We had someone that was caught by the German authorities coming out of Ramstein with blasting caps and ignition cords in his suitcase. Those things are already happening, plus the Europeans who were through the last major migration in 2015 that came out of the Middle East and Afghanistan, a number of those countries have said no. No, we cannot do this again because we have not been able to assimilate the people that came in 2015. Yet here we go, here in the United States, and they're just waving them through with this parole authority. There needs to be a stop that's done to this. There needs to be vetting that happens in third countries, safe third countries. That's where everyone should be held. And we've already seen the administration take a little bit of a pause. I don't know if they have stopped that pause as a result of people having communicable diseases. This is a disaster of epic proportions. And remember, this is a case where if we get just one person wrong, We've seen acts of terror on our soil now over the last couple decades. Do we see that happen again? We have to be extremely careful. Make sure we vet these people outside the United States and that they have a legitimate claim to come into our country. I believe what the gentleman from Florida has proposed here to protect our national security, both overseas and here in the United States, is appropriate. I hope everyone will vote for this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the gentleman from Florida's amendment and want to associate myself with the comments from the gentleman from Wisconsin. I mean, think about this. The Taliban just took over. Terrorist organization now runs Afghanistan. We have a border wide open month after month after month, 6 months in a row, where the number of enforcement encounters has increased every single month to the tune of 212,000 in the month of July alone, 1.3 million this entire year. So the Taliban and terrorist organization just took over Afghanistan. We have a border that's wide open. We have tens of thousands of Afghans coming into this country, and we have an incompetent administration. Incompetent administration based on what we saw in Afghanistan, where 13 service members were killed, Americans left behind, allies left behind, and billions of dollars of equipment and weapons left behind. That is a combination that cries out for a pause, a timeout, and that is exactly what this amendment does. All it says is, hey, let's step back a second. We got a dangerous mix of facts here that could threaten the security of the American people. A terrorist organization running a country, a border wide open, and an incompetent administration. Maybe we should step back until we get things figured out. That seems like common sense to me. Seems like a darn good amendment. Seems like a darn good idea. I hope that the majority will accept this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I likewise support this amendment. And I think it bears saying that circumstances have changed. The 9/11 Commission, I was, as a fairly new member of Congress, I've read pieces of that before, I've undertaken to read all of it as we have just passed the 20th anniversary of 9/11. And of course, as all the experienced members on this committee know, the 9/11 Commission concluded that the catastrophic terrorist attacks on 9/11 resulted from the federal government's failure to respond, to prepare, to react appropriately to information that was well known to the federal government. The 9/11 Commission concluded that there was a failure of imagination, a failure to connect the dots about risks that were evident. Now, of late, and during my membership on this committee, this session of Congress, and on Homeland Security in the beginning and the last part of the last session, I've heard a number of times that the risk of jihadist terrorism against the homeland has receded. I've heard that from Director Wray of the FBI. I've heard it from Homeland Security. I've read it in the Homeland Security's threat assessment. I've heard it from experts in a briefing in Homeland Security just a week or so ago. And they've all said that risk, the risk of international jihadist terrorism that has receded, has been replaced by a threat of terrorism from domestic white supremacists. I've pondered over that a good bit, and I've done a good bit of reading about it. And what they must mean, it seems to me, is that the risk of catastrophic terrorism in the homeland is over. That the risk of spectacular attacks like the hijacking of 4 jets and ramming them into buildings and so forth that we saw on 9/11 is now displaced by risks like the horrendous attacks on the Tree of Life Synagogue, the El Paso Walmart, Dylan Roof's attack in the church in South Carolina, even Oklahoma City going back to Timothy McVeigh. And of course, the most killed in any of those attacks, albeit extraordinarily tragic and horrendous and contemptible, was about 135 people, I think. So what we're being told as we sit in these committees as members of Congress is that the risks have receded of domestic terrorism. But to the gentleman's point in making this amendment, the gentleman from Florida, circumstances have changed. Due to the most incompetent management imaginable of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, we've seen suicide bombs there, killing 13 service members who were sitting ducks at gates to the airport, an absolute unbelievable dereliction of responsibility by the president and his team in managing that withdrawal, bringing back all at once a successfully operated significant attack, terrorist attack. And at the same time, I mean, this is part of the circumstance that has changed. At this very same moment, the administration has decided to completely abandon control of the southwestern border, so that you have, on a sustained basis now for months, enormous amounts of illegal immigration, all the encounters. And we hear all the time that there are thousands of gotaways, thousands of people who are depleted and overtaxed border agents no longer have an opportunity to interdict at all. If those two new circumstances do not tell the federal government it is time to reevaluate, then I'm afraid of what it might be that would bring home that lesson. And so the gentleman's amendment undertakes exactly that. It's a calling on the federal government, on this Congress, to wake up to the change in circumstances. And so it ought easily to be supported by everyone who doesn't want to have on his or her hands the consequences of failing to act in the face of changed circumstances. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
I would seek unanimous consent to place in the record an article by Forbes, Dreamers and Legal Immigration Changes, an article from UC Davis, Citizenship for Undocumented Immigrants Would Boost the U.S. Economic Growth, an article, Immigration Facts and the Positive Economic Impact on Immigration, an article, Room to Grow, an article from the New American Economy, Immigrants Contribute More in Private Insurance Premiums than They Receive in Benefits, and finally, a report, Keeping Medicare Solvent, How Immigrants Subsidize Medicare's Trust Fund for All U.S. Seniors. I'd ask unanimous consent.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Without objection. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the Stubbe amendment. I'm intrigued that what he's asking for doesn't seem particularly onerous, but I know that it's going to be defeated. The hurry that is that we see from the other side is interesting. On page 14, they want this provision to take place on the earlier of the date, within 180 days after the date, or at least by May 1st, 2022. They really want to get this in and get it going, yet at the same time, we have two crises that have erupted, one that's been ongoing now for a good number of months, and another one that just has taken place. I associate myself to the comments of Representative Tiffany and Bishop and the sponsor, Mr. Stubbe. Right now, the reporting is that there are literally thousands of special interest visa people that are on the ground in Afghanistan that were not allowed in. And most of the people that have been let in did not have special interest visas, nor were they American citizens, nor were they permanent residents, aliens, or have some other legal status to be here. And what I found intriguing about that is when Secretary Blinken was at a press conference, and he talked about the triple threat or the 3 levels of vetting that they are doing. But when queried about what happens to those who are disqualified, he walked off the stage without answering the question. We're not sure what they're doing. We know what we think they may be doing, but we do not know. And that opens us up to potential national security threats. This is an important amendment because it calls upon the Homeland Secretary to get some information for us so we know what the impacts have been and what they will be. I will just give you a little information that is now about 3.5 months old. And one of the many times I've been down to the border this year, and actually on 2 different occasions down at the border, I asked about people coming through on that they've apprehended on terrorist watch list. As of 3.5 months ago, we'd apprehended 2 times the number that we normally do. The highest ever, actually, is what they said. Twice the highest level ever of people on the terrorist watch list. Now, when you think about that and how porous our border is, and you understand that right now what's happening is many individuals are coming to Mexico on tourist visas and then moving up to the border and then crossing, you understand how important it is when you are counting 300,000 total people a month coming across, whether it's the apprehensions, the known gotaways, and the unknown gotaways. About 300,000 a month, more than twice as many as the highest ever on the terrorist watch list. And you have about anywhere from 70 to 100,000 people a month. We simply do not know who they are or where they're coming from or what their business is in the United States of America. How can you rush the implementation of your amnesty bill until you understand what has been going on and the impacts of an open border and unvetted Afghani refugees coming into the United States may be? I don't understand how you can say that you support the security and integrity of this nation and can still oppose the Stubbe Amendment. I support the Stubbe Amendment, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition on this amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Who's that?
Mr. Bentz.
Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask for inclusion in the record the article, Yes, Immigration Hurts American Workers, dated September, October 2016. And it calls out, and I raise this issue in light of the remarks made regarding this particular amendment. And what's being said, of course, is that a careful, considered immigration policy, well-balanced, to take into account those in America who are going to lose their jobs as a result of
Does the gentleman seek unanimous consent to insert this in the record?
Yes.
Without objection.
Thank you. And if I may continue, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. And so going back, this article calls out the challenge of getting immigration policy right. And this amendment talks about the delay until we get our understanding of the impact of who might be coming across the border right. And it has been mentioned that we're going to have an incredible economic benefit from immigration, and that is partially true, if you get immigration right. And the challenge, of course, is to make sure that those who are going to be harmed by immigration, because people in the lower level of our income structure are going to lose their jobs when we bring in, or at least make legal 9 million people and welcome in others, as is the case now. And so the real challenge today is how in the world do we slow this process down so we can get immigration right? because this approach is not doing that. It's not taking into account the damage that will be done, as this article calls out, to those who will lose their job by virtue of those that are being legalized by this process. So I really could not stand or sit idly by and allow the remark to be made by these economists, and I've looked at those articles also, about how great immigration is going to be for our economy. Yes, it will be great for some, particularly those who immigrate, because they are coming from places where their wages are extraordinarily low. So of course they want to come here. Who can blame them? But the point I'm making is that this is not going to be a policy that is carefully thought out, and it should be, and deserves that kind of attention. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The
I would ask for an
recorded vote is requested. Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
I guess I was winning, but that's all they had on, right? Didn't have shoes, didn't have socks, didn't have a shirt on.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Body was just, covered in
Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Someone should be muted.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass?
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings?
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Garcia? Or sorry, Ms. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Fishbach votes aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Sparts, yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Could you tell me how I've been recorded? Scanlon.
Ms. Scanlon, you are not recorded.
Scanlon votes no.
Ms. Scanlon votes no.
How is Swalwell recorded?
Johnson, how am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
David Cicilline, how am I recorded?
Mr. Cicilline, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Cicilline votes no.
Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
How is Ms. Ross recorded?
Ms. Ross, you're recorded as no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Fitzgerald, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment at the desk.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin, page 16.
Amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a pretty narrowly designed amendment that I think the members might be interested in. They may have actually heard a little bit about this topic along the way when things were falling apart, and with kind of the disastrous consequences and the rushed departure from Afghanistan. One of the things the State Department came up with was that they were going to start charging at a minimum $2,000 for any American refugee that was trying to board either a commercial flight, and then later on, we're not sure exactly how it worked with some of the military flights, but trying to charge those individuals by forcing them to sign a promissory note of at least $2,000. And we're not sure how many of those were signed and how many are out there. But the fact of the matter is, we know it's an issue. So you may or may not, any of the members today may be aware of situations already emerging in their own district offices about individuals that are saying, you know, we don't know what the status of this is. So this amendment would simply give peace of mind to any of the U.S. citizens that ended up as refugees, that they're not on the hook for something concocted by the State Department. And later on, they tried to kind of, you know, alleviate some of the concern by saying, well, we're not going to continue to do that practice. But, you know, that falls under, I'm from the government, please trust me. I don't think that's going to be adequate in this situation. So I think moving forward, you know, what this would do is simply prohibit citizenship and immigration services from being appropriated, these increased funds, until the State Department, I think, can ensure Congress and certainly ensure our constituents that these flights from Afghanistan were not going to charge these individuals. And you know, another reason this kind of falls into the category of unbelievable is, you know, when I was at McAllen, Texas, down at the border, there were many of those that were illegal immigrants that came across. And then they literally were given free airline tickets so that they could, in fact, relocate to some other place throughout the United States. So on one hand, the State Department is saying you're going to pay the tab to get out of an Afghanistan that's literally falling apart. And yet we have illegals that are being given free tickets to any place throughout the U.S. And I like I said, I think it's straightforward. I think it would be really easy to bring some peace of mind to these constituents, and that's why I think the amendment is needed. And I would yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The parliamentarian has advised that this amendment is not germane. It is beyond the scope of the jurisdiction of this committee and therefore may not be offered. And so that is the ruling of the chair as advised by the parliamentarian. Does the gentleman wish to be heard on the point of order? I always follow the advice of parliamentarian even when I don't agree with it.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman moves to strike the last word. Gentleman is recognized.
So if the ruling is that this is not germane, then how do you bring forward?
Would the gentleman suspend for a minute? Are you now offering an amendment in the nature of striking the last word, or do you wish to be heard on the point of germaneness?
What's that? Yeah, I'd like to be heard on the question.
The gentleman is recognized to be heard on the issue of germaneness.
So if the proposal here is said to be not germane, then how do you forward a budget proposal with amnesty in it for illegal aliens and call that germane? You're talking about, there's 10 million people here, nearly 10 million people, according to the estimates that I'm hearing, that are going to be given amnesty. How is that germane to what we're talking about here with a budget? I think the proposal from the gentleman from Wisconsin is more germane, or has to be construed as germane, based on the proposal that we have before us, where you're talking about amnesty for illegal aliens. And I mean, Americans get this. Americans get this, what is happening here, that this is a proposal to basically legalize millions of people that came into our country illegally. And what Americans would much prefer to see is to get control of the border. Because remember, if we follow through with this and you just get 10 million or 20 million people that are just by a stroke of a pen said to be here legally, even though they're not under the laws of this country, where does it stop? Because the next round just starts, right? There's people in the pipeline. We've seen it. I was down in Panama at the end of May. They're rolling up from South America, coming from all parts of the world, 60-plus countries.
Since you're being recognized on the point of germaneness, if you could address that, that would be very helpful, sir.
The proposal that we have here before us today, in regards to a budget that is calling for legalizing about 10 million people, is that germane to a budget? I think that it leads to proposals that try to fix what is clearly not germane to begin with. The American people want to see this fixed, and it could be done very quickly by reversing and getting stay in Mexico in place. By the way, a judge has said that that needs to happen. Is the Biden administration going to comply with that legal order, end catch and release, and resume building the wall? You need to do those things. The American people want to see that at a minimum before you continue this process of continuing to have hundreds of thousands of people come across our border illegally. That's the minimum when they would ask. The American people may say, yeah, you know, maybe we should do this. But you got to show that you're doing something on the other end to get it under control. Otherwise, we're going to be in the same place a couple years from now.
If I may, on the point of order, I believe the ranking member would like to be heard. I saw a little arched eyebrow there. So the ranking member is heard on the issue of germaneness of the amendment.
I think the chairman, I just want to reiterate what the gentleman from Wisconsin said. Giving amnesty to 8 million illegals is okay to put in a budget reconciliation bill, but spending money to bring home left behind Americans is not. It's really that basic. And if that's what you're saying, then okay, I guess you're the majority, you can do that. But it sure doesn't make sense to me, doesn't make sense to the gentleman from Wisconsin, the other gentleman from Wisconsin who offered the amendment, and I doubt it makes sense to the American people. Amnesty for 8 million illegal immigrants is okay to put in a budget reconciliation bill. Mr. McClintock talked about this in his opening statement, but spending money to bring home Americans stranded and left behind in Afghanistan is not okay. All right, if that's where the Democrats are, I get it, but it makes absolutely no sense.
I'm ready to rule on this amendment. The parliamentarian has indicated the amendment addresses a subject that is outside of the scope of the committee print and that it violates Clause 7 of Rule 7 of 16, pardon me. So the amendment is not in order, and hearing no further objections on this point, if we could be swift to the point the parliamentarian has made.
You've ruled. I just want to make sure.
That was my ruling, but I'm suspending to hear from you. If you've got something that can persuade the parliamentarian, I'm sure he would be eager to hear.
I'm going to give it a shot, if I may, Madam Chair.
If you could quickly do that, it would be
I will do it as quickly as I'm capable.
All right.
I was going to take this into a point of order later, but I think this seems apropos to ask the question. So it deals with exactly what Mr. Tiffany has been saying. That is to say, did the chair consult with the parliamentarian on the germaneness of the ANS vis-a-vis the overall spending package that we're supposed to consider? And that would be a question I have, because I'm looking for consistency somewhere. And if the parliamentarian said that was indeed germane, then it would seem to me that the underlying ruling would be erroneous.
Thank you. The parliamentarian is not dissuaded from his advice, ruling as that the amendment is not in order.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Gentlemen, member is recognized for a point of order, or
but I think our concern over here is the fundamental question: what has the parliamentarian said about the fact that amnesty is put into a budget reconciliation
bill?
That
is a different subject.
I understand, but he's still a parliamentarian, and I know senators have met with the Senate parliamentarian trying to pressure her into saying that meets the Byrd rule. I'm curious what our parliamentarian has to say about that issue.
Let's first dispose of this ruling. The ruling is that the amendment is not germane.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Madam Chair.
And there's been a request to appeal the ruling of the chair, and there's a motion to table by Ms. Jackson Lee. So motion to table is not debatable, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
I vote aye to table.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch?
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass?
Bass votes aye to table.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries?
Someone needs to mute their microphone, that we're getting crosstalk here. Please.
Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal?
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Stimmings?
Aye.
Ms. Stimmings votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat?
No.
Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert?
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Issa?
No.
Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck?
No.
Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates?
No.
Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy?
No.
Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach?
No.
Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts?
Sparts, no.
Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald?
No.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz?
No.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Owens?
No.
Mr. Owens votes no.
Do other members?
How is Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye.
How's Mr. Correa recorded?
Mr. Correa, you are not recorded.
Correa votes aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye.
Are there other members wishing to cast their votes? If not, the clerk will please report.
Madam Chair, there are 24 ayes and 19 noes.
The appeal of the ruling the appeal has failed, and the amendment is not germane. Are there other amendments that members wish to offer?
A parliamentary inquiry, Madam Chair.
Parliamentary, what gentleman will state as parliamentary inquiry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My inquiry is whether the committee chair received a determination by the parliamentarian that the amnesty provisions of the ANS are germane to the spending bill that we are considering today.
If the gentleman would restate his question, is the ANS before us germane?
Yes, Madam Chair.
It is within the committee's jurisdiction, and all of the provisions within the reconciliation measures were assigned to the appropriate committees of jurisdiction in the House,
Madam Chair,
pursuant to
may
the
I?
direction of the parliamentarian. Is that correct?
We're following it, our
And-
instructions of the budget.
And we are following the instructions of the budget resolution.
So, Madam Chair, I guess my question then becomes a little bit more specific then. When we were given specific instructions to report changes in law within its jurisdiction that increased the deficit by not more than $107.5 billion for the period of fiscal years 2022 through 2031, did the parliamentarian determine that granting amnesty as this
That
ANS
is not
does
a
is
parliamentary
germane?
inquiry. I'm sorry.
I'm asking for whether.
And I'm saying it's not a proper parliamentary inquiry. The proper inquiry is whether the matter before us is within our jurisdiction, not to categorize or ask the parliamentarian to categorize the nature of the substance of the matter before us. The subject matter before us is within our jurisdiction. Do members have additional amendments that they wish to offer at this time? If seeing none,
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have one. If no one else does, I do, Madam Chair.
okay.
Madam Chair,
Who am I hearing?
this is Mr. Buck from Colorado.
Mr. Buck, do you have an amendment?
I do have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Buck of Colorado. Page 6, line 2, strike and. Page 6, line 6, strike the period.
The gentlelady from Texas reserves a point of order.
And insert and. Page 6, insert after line 6, the following is not and has not been a member of a criminal street gang as defined in subsection A of section 521 of Title 18 United States Code, and has not participated in the activities of a criminal street gang, knowing or having reason to know that such activities will promote, further, aid, or support the illegal activity of the criminal gang. Page 6, line 17, insert before the comma the following, except with regard to subparagraph E. Page 6, insert after line 25 the following. Consideration of certain evidence. For purposes of paragraph 1E, the Secretary may consider any and all credible evidence of membership or participation in a criminal street gang, including evidence obtained from a state or federal database, used for the purpose of recording and sharing activities of alleged gang members across law enforcement agencies.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
I thank the chair. This amendment is very simple. It requires that aliens not receive amnesty if they are a gang member. Time and again during debate in the Judiciary Committee, my Democrat colleagues have stated that they do not think criminals, gang members, and others who threaten public safety should get green cards. Sadly, their own bill text does not ensure that. My amendment ensures that no gang members can get the Democrats' amnesty. Criminal gangs are a scourge on our communities, preying on vulnerable populations while committing a vast array of criminal acts. I, having served in law enforcement for 25 years, and I'm sure my colleagues from both sides of the aisle who have served in law enforcement would agree with me that gang membership is a sign and really a cancer of criminal activity in a community. Often the violent acts that we see in Chicago are the results of criminal gangs fighting over turf and to sell drugs or to commit other crimes. We have seen the same type of activity in New York City with the mob. We've seen the same type of activity in Los Angeles. Very few major cities in this country can boast, if any, frankly, that they don't have criminal gang activity, which is tearing at the very fabric of that community. In rural Colorado, we have gang activity also, and in rural America. Sometimes it is part of the motorcycle gangs that we see. Sometimes it is the gangs from the inner cities that are fighting over turf in the rural parts of our country. But gang membership is something that we should all agree is not something that we're going to tolerate. It yields higher crime rates. It is a cause of much damage in our country. And to think that when I listen to the other side talk about dreamers and how much they contribute to our society, and they always point to a young person who has achieved great things, gone to college and is doing wonderful things for the community. The flip side of that coin is we need to make sure that those who are committing these crimes and those who are gang members and who are aspiring to commit crimes and who are assisting others in committing crimes don't get the same privileges as those who the Democrats want to reward for having been brought to this country at a very young age and having done great things since getting here. So I would ask my colleagues to give serious consideration to this and to pass this amendment, just as a sign that this bill is not going to allow those who have gone astray, who have committed crimes, who are members of gangs whose function, whose whole existence is to undermine the rule of law in our society. And I would ask for those, my colleagues on the Democrat side, to give this consideration and to agree that this is not the kind of behavior that we're going to tolerate in this country. And we're certainly not going to welcome it in people who have come here illegally or have been brought here illegally and who have grown up in this country and who, through circumstances beyond their control, have received the sympathy and really the benefit from the Democrat Party. Those folks who have fit in that category, but who have joined gangs will not receive the same benefits as others. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Madam Chair, I withdraw my point of order.
The gentlelady withdraws her point of order. The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes herself to note that I must oppose this amendment. As was mentioned before, the effect of the amendment would really be to frustrate the legislative recommendations that are an investment in human infrastructure, the people who keep our economy strong and our communities vibrant. By providing a path to permanent residence for Americans' dreamers, essential workers, including farm workers and others, to keep our country running, the United States will benefit from the resulting economic gains really for decades to come. This amendment would dilute that investment and diminish those economic benefits, and that alone is enough to oppose this amendment. But this is also a wolf in sheep's clothing, because we're meeting here today to mark up a budget reconciliation proposal, not to have a policy debate on immigration. This is about money and investments in our country. Having said that, I will note that the language in the bill about eligibility comes from the Bipartisan Senate DREAM Act. These criteria were previously endorsed by Senator Lindsey Graham, so they should be more than enough for all the members of this committee. I would note further that under existing law, Section 212A3 II, any unlawful activity with no waiver can be grounds for disqualification, and that would include criminal gang activity. So with that, I would yield back the balance of my time, urge a no vote on the amendment. Do additional members wish to be heard? Mr. McClintock, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have to disagree completely. I do agree with you. This is making an investment, among other things, in gang members. The gangs don't need our investments. They're getting plenty from the Mexican crime cartels. When I was on the border a few months ago, one Border Patrol agent, this was in the Rio Grande Valley, told me of confronting a mother who just brought her 5-year-old son on this perilous 2,000-mile trail of terror from the Triangle countries to the U.S. border. He said, "Why would you expose your son to this kind of danger?" And she says, "To escape the gangs and get him a better education." And the Border Patrol agent said to her, "Don't you understand that the gangs that you think you're escaping are already here? That your son's going to be placed in a school where he doesn't speak the language, doesn't understand the culture, and the first place he's going to turn for comfort, acceptance, and protection are the very gangs you think you're trying to escape." Now, the cartel charges thousands and thousands of dollars to traffic illegals. They arrive deeply in debt to the cartels. Many of these migrants are forced to discharge their debt as indentured servants. Indentured servants, that's another way of saying modern slavery. And how are these debts enforced? Well, the gangs enforce them. We heard that directly from FBI Director Wray before this very committee earlier this year in this room. Gangs are embedded in these migrant communities and are as much a bane to them as they are to American communities. So why wouldn't we stop them at the border if we can? Why wouldn't we deport them as soon as they are identified if we can? And why in the world would we give them legal residency and an expedited path to citizenship? These are precisely the cartel agents who are facilitating the human trafficking on a mass scale, terrorizing and preying on migrants and enforcing modern slavery, indentured servitude, on our own shores 150 years after the 13th Amendment. I find it ironic that we have colleagues who are outraged that slavery was practiced in this country a century and a half ago, but turn a blind eye to the practice of slavery today enforced by the criminal gangs. Nothing speaks more clearly of the motives and intentions of the Democrats than their opposition to this amendment. The Mexican crime cartels are actively promoting and facilitating the mass illegal migration that's now flooding our southern border. The gangs are how the cartels make hundreds of millions of dollars from this human trafficking. This amendment tries to stop this terrible and tragic cycle of human misery and human trafficking, and the Democrats are against it. Fellow Americans, for heaven's sake, connect the dots. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I understand Mr. Roy has asked to be recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I am amazed at the extent to which this committee and the majority on the committee seems poised to dismiss out of hand the amendment offered by my colleague, a common sense amendment to ensure that criminals are not granted legalization in the United States of America. Criminals, and I heard the chair talk about how this would dilute the economic benefit. I mean, this is extraordinary. As the gentleman from California just said, we literally have billion-dollar cartel organizations making hundreds of millions of dollars every year, moving human beings for profit. Last week in Bernie, Texas, I had a roundtable with my colleague, Senator Cruz, and a number of people that run nonprofit organizations. And a mom, a woman who runs one of these entities, and she runs safe houses to protect some of these little girls getting abused by cartels, presented pictures of girls with burns. I've seen videos of these threats by some terrible members of cartels that going around putting videos out to threaten them, saying they're going to come kill them. Like the stuff that is going on because our country refuses to do its job to secure the border is absolutely extraordinary. And we have criminals coming into the United States. I mean, look, 1.4 million people have been apprehended by the Border Patrol this fiscal year. That's the entire city of Dallas. Say, oh, but we're removing some of them. Oh, garbage. First of all, that number's going down. And second of all, somewhere around 700,000 to 800,000 people are in our country not appearing. They've been released or are gotaways. Now, how do we know they're gotaways? I don't know. Maybe it's because Senator Cruz and I were sitting in a scanner at a checkpoint just north of Laredo, looking at trucks go through, went down to the border where there were 33 waiting to come across, and then they sent us an image of one of the trucks they'd just gone through that had 29 human beings jammed in the back of the truck because they're coming through Laredo. And it's happening every day. Hundreds of thousands. 200,000 in August, over 200,000 in July. Well, who are these folks? How about 50 murderers fiscal year 21 to July? 50. That's on CBP's website. 969 assault, battery, domestic violence. 674 burglary, robbery. 1,389 DUIs. 1,700 for drug possession. 4,800 on illegal entry. Look, 423 sex offenses. And we simply want to have an amendment to codify and say, hey, maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't allow gang members, rapists, murderers to be given legal status in the United States of America. All of my Democrat colleagues continue to bury their head in the sand and pretend this doesn't exist. Where are my Democratic colleagues who were complaining about kids in cages? Last week when I was down in McAllen, 4,000 human beings still being held down there in facilities for 700 or 800, all while we still have hundreds of thousands pouring across our border, cartels making money, criminals coming through. And by the way, fentanyl pouring across our border. See these people? Page after page after page after page of dead Americans from opioid overdoses because fentanyl is pouring into our communities, including Austin, Texas. When are we going to do anything about this? Or are we just going to keep playing sham games with $107 billion bills and then have the parliamentarians say, oh, yeah, we'll talk about your germaneness when you say maybe Americans shouldn't have to pay $2,000 to come home. But we're not going to talk about germaneness of amnesty in a $107 billion spending package. And then decry saying we shouldn't allow people who are committing crimes to come into the United States as an amendment and saying, oh, no, that'll be dilutive of labor. My gosh. Go get a job at the Chamber of Commerce having wide open borders while people pour across our country, enriching cartels and killing Americans. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I understand the gentleman from Louisiana wishes to be recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to comment in support of Mr. Buck's amendment and correct something that you said a few moments ago. I think you suggested that the current language of the bill makes this amendment unnecessary because the bill's language covers convictions of all crimes and therefore criminal game activity would be included. But my friend's, Mr. Buck's amendment is actually very precisely drafted. It would be a separate section so that an alien seeking adjustment of status under this section has to demonstrate that the alien, quote, is not and has not been a member of a criminal street gang and has not participated in the activities of that gang, knowing that they would be unlawful, et cetera. So the point is that this is a different standard. We would be saying that if we know that this individual who has come across the border unlawfully is or has been a member of a criminal gang, we are not first requiring his conviction. We are saying by virtue of that membership, you are not eligible to become a lawful citizen or to have your status changed or receive amnesty in this country. That is a very low bar that we should set. Look, many of us have been down to the border, as has been said. Many of us have testified in this hearing, this markup today. What we saw, what we heard with our own ears. I talked to Border Patrol officers down there in the Rio Grande Valley. They said that everyone that we saw being processed by our immigration customs officials was trafficked by the cartels, that they were brought across by these criminal gangs. And they are, as Mr. McClintock said and many others, they are being subjected to servitude when they get here. They're paying enormous fines. As Mr. Roy has seen and keeps beating the drums to point out, they are making billions of dollars because of our crazy policies that have been enacted by the Biden administration. I think this amendment is common sense. I think every constituent of ours would agree with this. We don't want dangerous MS-13 and other gang members in this country, period. And if we can identify them and we know that they are members of those dangerous gangs, that is enough. That should be enough to exclude them from this bill. And I would yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Buck.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Chair, I wanted to address a few of the issues that you raised in opposition to this amendment. One, that you talk about how the underlying bill is meant to keep our country running, is meant to make sure that we have individuals who are productive and who have been here for a period of time and through no fault of their own are in a dilemma. Madam Chair, I think it's clear that gang members don't fit into the category of what you're saying. Gang members are leeches on our society. Gang members are individuals who suck resources, desperately needed resources from our communities into dealing with the damage that they wreak on our neighborhoods. I don't think that you meant to suggest that gang members should be given these kinds of benefits.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
I appreciate that. Clearly, I mean, we know each other well, and I did not intend to imply that gang members would be welcome or would contribute to our society. I was simply referring, and I think I was not as clear as I should have been, to the section not of the matter before us, but existing law, the Immigration and Nationality Act. People are currently excludable, 212A 3, where if you have reason to believe that a person would engage in unlawful activity, you are to be denied a visa. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Reclaiming my time, Madam Chair, I think that is permissive language and not mandatory language. I think it says may be excluded. I'm not sure it says that they must be excluded. And what my amendment suggests is a mandatory exclusion for individuals who are gang members. And I appreciate the chair mentioning Senator Graham. I think it is an irony of sorts that the chair and other Democrats hold Senator Graham up to be an oracle, a prophet, someone whose opinion and decisions should be respected. I did not hear that when Justice Gorsuch was confirmed, and I did not hear that when Justice Kavanaugh was confirmed, or Justice Coney Barrett was confirmed. And I think it is a little ironic that the chair and other Democrats are now pointing to Senator Graham as someone who should have the last word on some of these issues. I do think that going back to the original amendment, I think it is important that we exclude criminal gang members from green cards in the United States. And I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for yielding.
I yield back the remainder of the time.
Gentleman yields back. Who do other members wish to be heard on this? Mr. Biggs, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
You move to strike last word. Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment. There are two things that the chair said I thought were interesting, and first of all was that we should be debating the budget, but not really get into the policy. But this whole A&S that we're talking about is an amnesty policy. So that's why we got kind of wrapped around the axle there on germaneness. I mean, we're talking about amnesty as a critical component of what we're considering of $107 billion of a reconciliation package. The other thing is, I would have sworn that I thought I heard the chair say that that not excluding gang members from the bill would frustrate the purposes of the bill, something to that effect. I could be getting that wrong. But nonetheless, here we sit, and I want to go back to a young man named Grant Ronnebeck, who was 19 years old, I believe, working at a convenience store, an individual who had a felony conviction, had been deported, was back there. He bought a pack of cigarettes, didn't feel like he was getting his change back quick enough, pulled a gun out and shot Grant point blank in the head, killing him. that is part and parcel why I have to support this amendment. I do not understand this notion that we have got to somehow turn our collective eyes the other way when you have a known member of a criminal street gang and they want to enter the country. We're talking about somebody who's entering illegally that we catch, and now we're vetting, and we determine that they are a criminally violent individual. And we're saying, well, good grief, we can't exclude somebody like that. That really, I can't imagine. Have we gotten to that point in America where the majority of Americans are going to say, well, you know, we can't ask these questions. We can't exclude. I would suggest to you that the vast majority of Americans would be rolling their eyes and truly not understand why there's opposition from anyone about this very common sense, very rational amendment. You know, our job as government is to protect the rights of our citizens and those who are legally in this country. This amendment would do that. Defeat of this amendment would not do that. And with that, Madam Chair, I urge everyone to vote in favor of the Buck Amendment, and I'll yield back.
Who else seeks recognition on this amendment? Hearing none.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Buck? Mr. Buck
Mr.
is
Fitzgerald.
recognized. Mr. Buck is recognized. For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
I had a parliamentary inquiry, but I'm happy to do it after debate of this bill.
Okay, well, are there any further amendments? Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wanted to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support what Mr. Buck is doing here. The Biden administration, they halted the construction on the border wall, which makes no sense to me, still does not. They brought back the catch and release and then got rid of the remain in Mexico policy, you know, which it's only when the courts step in that we kind of figure out where we're at now. And, you know, the administration's rhetoric and the policies are what have really kind of now enhanced this discussion we're having right now about fentanyl and the seizures. And all you have to do is pick up the paper and you'll read about one article after another in which fentanyl is now being found in different types of settings. We just had a major bust that happened right in our backyard. And then there was 1,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized at the border in June, and that's more than they had ever seen before. So on my visits down there, it's certainly something we saw. I also want to bring up another item that kind of plays into what Mr. Buck is trying to do here. The Stopping Overdoses of Fentanyl Analogs Act to permanently designate fentanyl-related substances as a Schedule I drug. I don't know if a lot of people are aware of this, but that is set to expire on October 22nd. So again, this is something that should be addressed. And I mean, right now, it sounds like the majority, you know, all they want to talk about, this isn't germane and that isn't germane. But the fact of the matter is the drug overdoses are continuing nationally. We're seeing it here in Wisconsin. And, you know, I think we should be ensuring that the committee is not giving these violent criminals and drug traffickers a loophole. And that's exactly what's happening now by granting them amnesty. And no one has told me definitively that that is not what is going to happen after what we're marking up today would become law. So I yield back, but this is a frustrating day, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor? Mr. Buck? Does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have a parliamentary inquiry, and
General-
I'm happy to state it now. The inquiry is, when is the appropriate time to raise the germaneness issue of including amnesty provisions in a reconciliation bill?
That's not a proper parliamentary inquiry, but our role in the reconciliation process is not to opine on whether a provision violates the Byrd Rule of the Congressional Budget Act. I very happily leave that job to the budget experts in the House and the Senate. Our role in this process is much simpler. It is to give the Budget Committee, by September 15th, this Wednesday, our best recommendations about how to spend the resources that have been allotted to our committee in the budget resolution. The question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Nay.
No.
The
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there
Mr.
any
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
recorded vote is requested? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
Somebody needs to mute their microphone, and Lofgren votes no.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings?
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath? Mr. Stanton? Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Spartz?
Sparks, yes.
Ms. Spartz votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Madam Clerk, this is David Cicilline. How am I recorded?
Mr. Cicilline, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Cicilline
This is
votes no.
Ted Lieu. How am I recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who have not been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 22 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Pence seek recognition?
I have an amendment on the desk, Mr. Chair.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Benz of Oregon. Page 6, line 2, strike and.
Amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment pertains to language found on page 5 of the bill, down toward the lower section. It ensures that an alien is ineligible for the Democrats' amnesty proposal if the alien is convicted of a single firearms offense misdemeanor. This bill precludes amnesty for an alien who has been convicted of any offense under federal or state law other than a state offense for which an essential element is the alien's immigration status that is punishable for a maximum term of imprisonment for more than 1 year. And the bill also, as written, precludes eligibility for an alien who has been convicted of, quote, 3 or more offenses under federal or state law other than state offenses for which an essential element is the alien's immigration status, and then the key language for which the alien was convicted on different dates for each of the 3 offenses and imprisoned for an aggregate of 90 days or more. Many state law misdemeanor firearms offenses are regulatory offenses. So the way I read this text, an alien who has many convictions on the same day for misdemeanor firearms offenses is still completely eligible to receive amnesty. This is bad policy. It's bad law. I do want to call out the nature of the offenses that are misdemeanors, and I'll just note that the language reads, my language in my amendment, does not have a single conviction for a misdemeanor offense related to a firearm or destructive device. It might be of interest to members of the committee the definition of destructive device, which is any explosive, incendiary, or poison gas, bomb, grenade, rocket having a propellant charge of more than 4 ounces, or missile having an explosive or incendiary charge of more than 1/4 ounce, or a mine. Mr. Chair, the idea here, of course, is that if someone has been convicted of a misdemeanor involving one of those, just one misdemeanor, not the 3 on separate dates as is called for in the current bill, they should be precluded the opportunity to enjoy the benefit of this bill. Mr. Chair, this is an excellent opportunity to call out the low bar, the low standard that's being applied to these 8 million people. It's the most astounding thing, and to call this bill a budget bill and then have called out in the context of the bill the standards certainly makes it much more than a budget bill. It is a policy bill, and it is important that if we're going to have policy in a budget bill, we get it right. And it would be inappropriate if we allowed folks to enter this United States as a permanent residence, having 3 3 of these types of offenses on their record. Now note again that the language as written in the bill says that in order to be disqualified, you have to be convicted on different dates. So that means you might do this 3 or 4 times on the same date and be convicted on one single date and thus still be eligible. What a low bar, Mr. Chair, and certainly not the kind of standard we want to establish if this is going to be our future of how we're going to handle immigration in this country, which is to say 10 years from now to all those who weren't in this lucky group of 8 million. Now you also, since you meet these standards, get to come into our country and be permanent residents. Mr. Chair, this is pretty important, and I would hope that folks would adopt this amendment. And for those who might suggest that there are other laws that somehow take this into account, I would simply draw their attention, because it has been suggested that we don't need this particularity, this degree of particularity, and I would simply draw your attention to the language found on page 6 of the bill, which allows the Secretary of Homeland Security to waive the very standards that we're talking about. Colleagues, it seems to me that if we are going to, as Congress, create these standards, we don't need to be given away the power to waive them. And let's make it at least clear that they can't come into our country and enjoy permanent status if they've been using missiles or mines or poisonous gas. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The proposed legislative recommendations before us are an investment in human infrastructure, the people who keep our economy strong and our communities vibrant. By providing a path to permanent residence for America's dreamers, essential workers, including farm workers and others who keep our country running, the United States will benefit from the resulting economic gains for decades to come. This amendment would dilute that investment and diminish those economic benefits. That alone is enough to oppose the amendment. The amendment is also wolf in sheep's clothing. We're meeting today to mark up a budget reconciliation proposal, not have a policy debate. But setting that aside for a moment, this amendment is also unnecessary. The legislative recommendations contain the strict eligibility criteria from the bipartisan Senate DREAM Act, which was endorsed by Senator Lindsey Graham. Our investment will not extend to any individual if any one of the following apply. The applicant has any felony conviction other than an immigration status-related offense. The applicant has 1 misdemeanor conviction involving moral turpitude with a sentence of more than 6 months. The applicant has any 2 misdemeanors involving moral turpitude regardless of sentence. The applicant has more than 2 misdemeanors of any kind, other than an immigration status-related offense again, that result in the applicant being imprisoned for an aggregate of 90 days or more. Most serious gun offenses are punishable as felonies or aggravated misdemeanors, and in many states, mere possession of a firearm, mere possession, either without a permit or as a prohibited possessor, is a felony or aggravated misdemeanor. Gun offenses, which include the intent to harm, the intent to permanently deprive another of property, or reckless disregard for the safety of others, are crimes involving moral turpitude. My Republican colleagues often emphasize that gun regulations should be left to the states. This has led to a system where there are too many variables in state laws and too many situations that will prevent us from investing in people who do not pose a risk to our communities and who will make our economy stronger. We must protect and preserve this investment in the future of our country. I oppose this amendment, which would do the opposite. I yield back. Who else seeks recognition on this amendment? No one seeks recognition. The question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Nay. The nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
No. Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings?
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath? Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Fishbach votes aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Sparts, yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Mr. Liu?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Shabbat, you are not recorded.
Aye.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. McClintock, you are not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded?
This is Congressman Stubbe. I wish to be recorded as yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes.
Anybody else? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 24 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment. Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin. Page 6, line 2, strike and. Page 6, line 6, strike the period and insert and.
The amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman will be recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Despite increasing crime rates, we are seeing more liberal cities from New York to San Francisco refuse to prosecute violent felons. Prosecutors dropped charges in 16.9% of over 38,000 felony cases in 2020, more than double the rate of drop charges from 2016 to 2019. In San Francisco, residents are growing increasingly frustrated with the DA Bowden, and his refusal to prosecute criminals. Prosecution rate for shoplifting cases involving a misdemeanor petty theft charge for a loss of $950 or less fell under Bowden, from 70% under his predecessor in 2019 to 44% in 2020, and 50% as of mid-June 2021.
Would the gentleman yield for?
Policies show.
Would the gentleman yield for a second? Just want to make sure we got Mr. Scott, Mr. Fitzgerald. Just want to make sure we got this. This is Congressman Jordan. Just want to make sure we got the right amendment.
The one that has been distributed.
Because the one that's been distributed is.
Adds paragraph E has not been convicted of any offense.
We doing the sex offender amendment?
Yeah.
Scott. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure we got the right amendment.
Nope. No, I don't. Mr. Chair, would you like me to readdress the amendment?
If we could just for a second, Mr. Chairman.
One moment.
I think there's some confusion on the two amendments.
Yeah, well, there's confusion on the Republican side. We'll let them straighten it out.
Mr. Chairman, could the clerk tell me which amendment is at the desk? I have two of them coming up.
Mr. Fitzgerald, the amendment I think that we'd like to see offered is amendment that shows in page 6, line 2, strike. Line 1 of the amendment says, and has not been convicted of any offense which required the alien to register on a sex offender registry. That's the amendment we'd like.
That's the one we have. That's the one that was distributed.
No, but I don't know that that's one he's talking about. Yeah, 00.
Mr. Chairman, I have remarks. I have remarks on that amendment as well.
Well, let's go with that one.
Okay, start up the 5 minutes again. The gentleman is recognized in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, actually, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Fitzgerald. Page 6, line 2, strike
The amendment is considered as read.
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about the confusion. We all agree that the current immigration system is broken, but this bill to grant amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants is grossly irresponsible and will serve to further inflame the already dire situation at the border. As of March, nearly 48,000 unaccompanied children had crossed the border into the United States in 2021, a 163% increase from the year prior. Myself, many of my colleagues have seen this disaster firsthand as we have visited the border. We're all aware that it is not uncommon for criminals to use our southern border to traffic women and children in and out of the country. Mr. Chairman, my amendment will prevent individuals who have been convicted of sex offenses from receiving lawful permanent resident status. Every 68 seconds, an American is sexually assaulted, and every 9 minutes, that victim is a child. Just as horrifying is the fact that less than 3% of perpetrators end up in prison. While most criminals convicted of sex offenses may serve sentences that may make them ineligible for amnesty under this bill, those with slightly less heinous offenses may find their way to low-level facilities due to massive overcrowding or changes in state and federal sentencing guidelines for certain drug crimes. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to ensure legal immigrants who commit these horrible crimes are not rewarded with legal status, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as has been mentioned before, the matter before us is primarily a budget matter, and if we are able to move forward we are going to unleash growth and job growth and economic prosperity considerably. And these various amendments really are diverting us from that major objective, which is to move this policy matter for budget reasons. Having said that, the gentleman's amendment is entirely unnecessary. It is completely covered by the grounds of admissibility, inadmissibility in the Immigration and Nationality Act. I share the gentleman's belief that sexual predators should not be given visas or admitted to the United States, which is why I support the prohibition in the Immigration and Nationality Act. We didn't copy Section 212 of the Immigration Act and put it in the underlying bill. That's existing law. It doesn't need to be repeated in order to become law. It's part of the law right now. So the amendment is completely unnecessary. It's a diversion from our primary goal, which is to get these budget measures adopted as soon as possible and get the economic benefit that we seek for our country. And I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized
Thank you,
for
Mr.
5
Chairman.
minutes.
Just want to respond to the subcommittee chair from California. If the Democrats don't want to debate immigration policy in a reconciliation markup, then don't put immigration policy in a reconciliation bill. I mean, this is mostly about, but, well, you're the ones who put all the immigration policy. You're the one who's trying to give amnesty to 8 million people. So the idea that we can't debate that that makes absolutely no sense. And then the double standard is just driving me nuts. The last amendment offered on Americans' Second Amendment liberties, or on, firearm offenses. I'm just reminded, I know we spent last Congress, the Democrats passed this red flag law, which said you could take a firearm from an American citizen if someone thought they might be a threat, didn't do anything wrong, they thought they might be a threat. Someone could go to government, go to the police, go to a court, and they would take that firearm from that individual, and that individual who's losing their right to their Second Amendment liberties wasn't even allowed to be at the proceeding. So you're willing to do that for citizens, but you can't say, some illegal immigrant who has a firearms offense, we're not gonna say that prohibits them from getting amnesty. I fail to see that. That makes absolutely no sense. So the contradictions are just starting to pile up. Again, if Democrats don't want to debate immigration policy in a reconciliation markup, don't put immigration policy in a reconciliation bill.
Will the gentleman yield?
Be happy to yield.
I just want to echo what Mr. Jordan just said. You all the Democrats are the ones that brought this issue to the table today. It doesn't belong here, but since it's teed up, we have to object. The idea that it is some sort of superfluous matter that we should waive off, that we're going to allow sex offenders into the country to give them green cards, is outrageous. And I'm telling you that the people of my district and my state do not want this. They will not stand for it. And the idea that we should wave a wand here, you all just settle down. Republicans, please just be quiet. Let us get done with our budget matter here. That's all we want to do. These other things, let's just forget about this. We will not forget about it because the American people sent us here to fight for their freedoms, to fight for their rights, their sovereignty, their security, and bringing in sex offenders from 150 some odd countries over this border that's been opened up by the Biden administration is an outrageous thing that every member of this committee should be fighting against. And I cannot believe that the Democrats are trying to wave this off as this is some sort of little matter. I yield back.
Yield to the gentleman.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize.
No, I know he's yielding back to me. I yield to the gentleman from California, the ranking member of the subcommittee.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just feel it important to point out, and we'll be discussing this more with Mr. Biggs' amendment, but Section 212A2 of this language allows the criminal grounds for inadmissibility to be waived by the DHS secretary on whim. Now, the provisions are laughable to begin with. 2 misdemeanors don't disqualify you from being admitted. I don't think there's anybody here in this room that's been convicted of 2 misdemeanors. This is not exactly Rotary Club material we're talking about. But even that, all of that, can be waived by the Secretary of Homeland Security. So this is a farce. We all know the objective of the Democrats, that is to leave our borders wide open. And at some point, the American people have got to say either enough or give up their country. And I yield back.
I yield to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I'll be brief. I just find it incredible that the majority is not giving us an opportunity to debate whether including these immigration provisions in a reconciliation bill is germane. And at the same time, they're telling us that we should not discuss the immigration proposals in this bill. It is absolutely not germane to reconciliation, and it is absolutely an important discussion that we have. If we're giving 8 million people amnesty, I think the American people need to know that, and I think the American people need to hear this debate, and I yield to my friend from Ohio.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Roy. For what purposes does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chair. I'd like to associate myself with the comments of my colleagues on my side of the aisle that have been pointing out the reality of what we're dealing with here. I do find it extraordinary that the gentlelady from California tries to say that this is all about creating significant amount of economic growth and activity by what? Spending another $107 billion, which we still don't know how it will be spent, by the way. That's what we're allegedly discussing here. The American people say, well, what do you do? Like, what is it you're doing as a member of Congress? Well, we're having this discussion about spending money we do not have. Spending money that is going to continue to drive up debt and decrease our financial stability. But put that aside, fine. My Democratic colleagues will say, well, no, we paid for this with certain tax increases. But you don't really want to talk about them being tax increases on the vast majority of the American people. You don't want to talk about the trillions in tax increases that are going to destroy economic growth, take away farms, take away small businesses that they want to pass down to their kids after a lifetime of hard work, because you want to increase the capital gains tax in ways that will hurt the American people and destroy economic activity. You don't want to talk about the fact that you were paying people not to work for the last year and a half, and now small businesses are getting cratered and shut down because they can't hire people. You got tons of people out there saying, oh, we can't get a job, right? Or I don't have a job. You got tons of people over here saying, well, we want to hire somebody. Where do you think the government's meddling is in all of that? And so we want to talk about economic activity, but what do you insert in the bill? But amnesty. And then you say, well, that's for economic growth. But, oh, we can't talk about rules that we should say that maybe should be put in place to make sure we have a secure border or to ensure that the people that come here aren't criminals. And you say, well, we're catching people at the border. And so, yeah, you've got all these 50 murderers and these 450 rapists that Border Patrol has caught. But you don't want to sit here and discuss the gotaways? Why not? Do you accept the fact that there's been 9,500, almost 10,000 pounds of fentanyl that have come into our country? The amount of the last 3 years combined, and the year's not over yet. Do you accept this fact that Texas Department of Public Safety caught 10 pounds of fentanyl last year and over 100 pounds in the first 4 months of this year? Do you want to have that conversation? Oh, say no, Mr. Roy. This is a conversation about the Judiciary Committee and all of this great economic benefit we're going to get out of spending $107 billion under something that is allegedly under the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee. But don't talk about the actual border issues affecting Texans, affecting Americans, dead Americans from opioid overdoses, dead Americans from illegals coming across who are murderers, ranchers whose fences are cut wide open, families having to arm their children to go out on their ranches. Yes, just talked to ranchers last week. No one here seems to care about that. And we offered an amendment saying, hey, can we just codify, for the record, we don't want gang members, or in this case, rapists, to be granted citizenship or status. No, we can't have that debate because, oh, this isn't appropriate. We got to keep spending money we don't have. In the infinite wisdom of Democrats who believe no job was ever created without government spending a bunch of money to fund bureaucrats to take away our liberty. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
So I have to go back for just a second to this whole germaneness question of a couple questions ago. And I just find it really interesting as I've had a chance to think about this, the sleight of hand that went on through that period when the parliamentarian could rule on the representative from Wisconsin's amendment, which parliamentarian said that's policy, but the parliamentarian can't rule on what is policy clearly in what is happening before us today, policy in regards to allowing nearly 10 million people to have citizenship in this country, even though they came into this country illegally. Mr. Chairman, you've got a bit of a kangaroo court here, I think.
Would the gentleman
But to this amendment, we are seeing stories that are coming out of Afghanistan in regards to child brides. And it's not an uncommon thing. They saw it in the mass migration in Europe. And we're hearing stories about that as people are rushed out of Afghanistan. Remember what the State Department said a few weeks ago? They said, get them on the planes and out of here. We will deal with the immigration status later. Ready, fire, aim. That's what this administration has been doing. And that is why this amendment is so important to make sure people register as sex offenders, because that may be happening. We know it's happening down on the southern border because we know what the cartels are doing. And the same thing may be happening with this mass evacuation that's coming out of Afghanistan based on the stories we've heard from mainstream media sources. This is an important amendment. I hope we adopt it, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No.
No.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further?
Roll call.
The roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings?
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Steen?
No.
Ms. Steen votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush.
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Gomert.
Yes.
Mr. Gomert votes yes. Mr. Issa.
Yes.
Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates.
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany.
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy.
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach.
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts.
Yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz.
Yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens. Aye. Mr. Owens votes aye.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
Ms. Jackson Lee, you were recorded as no.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
For purposes, Mr. Johnson seek recognition.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment. Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, page 6, line 2, strike and.
The amendment shall be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Time and again, during debate in this Judiciary Committee, many of our Democrat colleagues have said on record that they do not believe criminals should be eligible for green cards. We certainly agree. However, as we've been pointing out here this morning, this bill text does not ensure that. Under the current text, an alien convicted of a DUI can still get amnesty. My Democrat colleagues may try to say that DUIs could be considered crimes involving moral turpitude, quote unquote, and that then would make them make that alien ineligible. But the truth of the matter is, the bill's text allows that ground of inadmissibility to be waived, and that's our continuing problem here. The bill denies eligibility for an alien who has been convicted of 3 or more offenses where the convictions were on different dates and the alien was imprisoned for collectively 90 days or more. Thus, an alien can be convicted of multiple DUI offenses and still be eligible for amnesty under this reconciliation bill. My amendment ensures that aliens do not receive amnesty if they've been convicted of driving under the influence even just once. I know we all agree that drunk driving is an extremely dangerous crime that kills thousands of people in the United States every year and injures hundreds of thousands. According to Mothers Against Drunk Driving, the average drunk driver has driven under the influence over 80 times before their first arrest for DUI. Such dangerous conduct should not be rewarded with amnesty. This amendment makes clear that individuals who have been convicted of a DUI are ineligible. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Is the gentleman yield back?
I yield back, yes, sir.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. In this country, we believe in second chances. When people turn their lives around, it benefits our country and our communities. On March of 2019, former President Trump declared the month of April Second Chance Month to draw attention to the enactment of the Prison Reform Bill, the First Step Act, which came through this committee, and to ensure that those who have had criminal indiscretions in the past have the opportunity to become contributing members of society, unquote from President Trump. This legislation contains very stringent criminal bars that are derived from the bipartisan Senate DREAM Act and have been endorsed by Senator Lindsey Graham. An applicant is disqualified if she or he has a felony conviction, has a misdemeanor conviction involving moral turpitude with a sentence of more than 6 months, has any 2 misdemeanors involving moral turpitude regardless of sentence, has more than 2 misdemeanors of any kind other than an immigration status-related offense that result in the applicant being imprisoned for an aggregate of 90 days or more. But we also believe in redemption. That is why we give the Secretary the discretion to evaluate the nature and severity of expunged convictions and waive certain grounds of inadmissibility to those who merit a second chance. Amendments that seek to further restrict eligibility are nothing more than attempts to score political points in exchange for decreasing the economic impacts of this bill. This legislation is about giving our economy a $1.5 trillion boost and creating over 400,000 jobs. We should not reduce that impact by excluding people who have turned their lives around and will positively contribute to our economy. Let's not forget the words of former President Trump. America is a nation that believes in the power of redemption. America is a nation that believes in second chances, unquote. For these reasons, I urge rejection of this amendment, and I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The noes have it.
Request recorded vote.
What was that?
Request a recorded vote.
Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass? Ms.
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings?
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa?
Aye.
Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Bartz, yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Is Mr. Liu recorded?
Mr. Liu is not recorded.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Liu,
I'm
you're
not recorded? Okay. I vote no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who have not been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 24 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment. Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Page 6, line 2, strike and. Page 6, line 6, strike the
Amendment will be
period.
considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I appreciate what you said a few moments ago in opposition to my last amendment, that you said, I'll quote you, "In this country, we believe in second chances," unquote. You talked about redemption. We certainly believe in redemption. Amen to that. But since all my Democrat colleagues just voted to affirm that they do not believe that one conviction for DUI should prohibit an illegal alien from being granted amnesty and welcomed into America, I'll try this again and see if multiple convictions for DUI will compel them to change their minds. This amendment reads very simply: an alien seeking adjustment of status under this section shall demonstrate that the alien does not have 2 or more convictions for driving while intoxicated, including a conviction for driving while under the influence or impairment by alcohol or drugs. That respects redemption. It respects forgiveness and second chances and all the rest, but it also protects the American people from illegal aliens who are known criminals and will subject Americans and others to physical harm. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw my point of order. I would just like to note that I don't think, although we have many disagreements between the parties, that there's much disagreement between the parties on this issue, except that this is, I believe, fully covered between the language in the matter before us, as well as existing immigration law. Matters vary, but if you, for example, commit a second DUI in many places, that is either charged as a felony or it would be considered an aggravated misdemeanor, an aggravated offense under Immigration Act and would be barred. If you have 2 misdemeanor convictions you're out. So I don't think that the amendment is necessary. I do think that there's been objection, I understand, to the possibility of waiving some of these provisions. I do think, as the chairman said in the last measure, there is room for redemption. I know individuals who 25 years ago had more than one DUI, and because they were alcoholics, and they faced up to their alcoholism and became recovered, and a quarter of a century later, they're clear. It is possible under the code to get redemption, but you're actually barred under the law right now. So I don't think this amendment is necessary. I do.
The lady yield to a question.
Not right now. I'm sorry. I do think it's important that we focus, if we possibly can, and I know that it's frustrating for the minority, and I've listened as you've expressed your frustration, and I understand it, I think. But our goal is to get the economic benefit that is in this package to the American people as swiftly as we possibly can. These criminal prohibitions are in the Immigration and Nationality Act, and the additional prohibitions that we've added in this package are pretty strict. None of us want dangerous people to gain status here, and I think this is adequately and really very professionally and responsibly covered in the Immigration and Nationality Act, as well as the the reconciliation provisions before us. And if the gentleman would ask me to yield to him, I would be happy to do that. If not, then I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purposes, Mr. Tiffany, seek recognition?
I'll move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, the question I would have asked then is, why are people not removed? Why are they not removed from this country when they are committing acts that are so heinous that they should not be in the country? I mean, take a look at Kate Steinle out in San Francisco. You in California know very well what happened to her. But you've gutted Border Patrol or neutered them. You've gutted ICE or neutered them. How do you get people out of the country that have committed these acts? It does not happen. That is the concern here, is that you can say it's in the law, but we have a Department of Homeland Security that's not following the law. And by the way, are they going to follow the law with what the court just said, that Remain in Mexico should be put back in place? When are they going to start following that law? I hope that's one inquiry that this committee should be making very soon, is bringing Secretary Mayorkas before this committee and asking him, when are you going to start following Remain in Mexico? I would bet, I hope I'm wrong, but I would bet that Remain in Mexico is not being put in place, even though the court said recently, yes, you need to apply Remain in Mexico once more. The problem here is that the law is not followed. People are not deported when they're committing heinous acts against Americans, including people like a Kate Steinle and others, of which we have too many examples in this country. I yield.
I think, Mr. Chairman, I think the gentleman raises just sort of a fundamental question. When will this committee have the Secretary of Homeland Security in front of the committee? 6 months in a row, we've had record number of encounters on the border, 212,000 in the month of July, and we've yet to have, in front of the committee with sole jurisdiction over immigration, we've yet to have the Secretary of Homeland Security in front of the committee. Normally that happens every year, sometimes multiple times a year. So I think that's a fair question. Certainly the Republicans would like to know when Mr. Mayorkas will be sitting on the witness stand, and we can ask him the appropriate questions, the questions our constituents have. I think the gentleman from Wisconsin raised it. Frankly, when is the Attorney General going to come in front of the Judiciary Committee? When is that going to happen? That typically happens every year as well. We don't even have an idea. So those are pretty basic things that happen every single Congress, every single year. At least that's been the pattern in the time I've been in Congress. So I think the gentleman from Wisconsin raises a great point. When are we going to hear from the Secretary of Homeland Security to answer for the debacle, the chaos, the crisis, use whatever term you want, that we all know is playing out on our southern border? I mean, frankly, right now would be a great time, but I don't think it's going to. I yield back to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Yeah, we are being told in this committee just a few minutes ago that it is in the law that anyone that commits an act like this in the amendment, that they're going to be deported. That's not what's happening. That is the problem at this point. And if this requires another hearing, bringing before us the head of Homeland Security, then let's do it, because we are a nation of laws. It's one of the most fundamental principles of this country. And regardless of where you stand in regards to this issue, you should want the law followed. And I would hope the majority would want that. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purposes does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment, and I just have to, I get this, I understand why the gentle lady from California keeps saying this, but this really is a policy bill, this amnesty bill here. Everything in the bill is about policy. It's not about budget. It's not about economics. And the reason they're doing that is because they're trying to persuade the Senate parliamentarians. So that cat's out of the bag. We know that. We know that's why you're saying it. But the reality is, when you say that this is taken care of, I want to, and you want to talk about second chances, I want to talk about somebody who doesn't get a second chance. Mesa Police Officer Brandon Mendoza. Officer Mendoza served in the Mesa Police Department, finished his shift, and was heading home. The person who killed him was illegally in the country, was under the influence of alcohol, and been driving the wrong way in the freeway for literally 20 miles before he ran into Officer Mendoza head-on and killed him. Officer Mendoza won't have a second chance. His family continues to grieve to this day. I speak to his mother fairly regularly, find out how they're doing. They carry that grief with them. And when you say that this is in the law already, I assume you're referring to Section 212 of the INA and all of those provisions that are in there. But you have a Homeland Security Secretary who has told ICE that no longer will enforcement be a major component of what they're supposed to do. And today we have 1.2 million people with removal orders after due process who are not being removed from this country. This is what the reality is. And you have a Homeland Security Secretary who is basically granting a parole contrary to the parole statutes of the INA. The INA requires that these individuals be paroled individually. We're getting blanket parole into the country. That's what catch and release is about. It's effectively paroling these people into the country. Well, I will tell you, I have more to say about this as we go along, because you cannot tell me that a Homeland Security Director who cannot secure the border, who tells the American people the border is closed, who has said that it's COVID that causes this horrific onslaught on the border. We had COVID in July of 2020, but there were only 40,000 encounters because that's all that we're coming across. So it isn't COVID that drives it. It isn't this, as the Vice President says, that this is somehow, all of this crisis is driven because of climate change. We ostensibly had climate change in 2020. In July of 2020, less than 1/5, about 17% of people tried to come across the border then. You know what drives this? It's policy. And that gets back to what I was saying at the beginning. So bad policy, getting rid of MPP, getting rid of or weakening Title 42, getting rid of the Northern Triangle States Agreement that we had, stopping building the border fence, and standing up and telling individuals all over the world, you can come, you can come. Guess what happens? People do come. And so when I see this ANS, which has nothing to do with the economy or budget, it's solely to do with a policy of amnesty, I say it is wrong-headed policy, and we should not even be considering this until we secure the border. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yield back?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman yields back. Does any? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. We're talking about, I think, on behalf of the American people, a simple question. And I hear my Democrat colleagues talking about the fact that the laws or INS prohibit granting status to people who commit or have committed certain crimes. Of course, we're talking about a waiver here, and the gentlelady from California has suggested there are times when you need a waiver for someone. The problem is, as we all know, when you see individuals who are profoundly unserious about securing a border or ensuring that our laws are enforced, you tend not to give them the benefit of the doubt. I have no reason to give any of my Democrat colleagues in this instance, or anyone in this administration, the benefit of the doubt about how a waiver will be used to ensure that virtually anyone may become or have status in the United States of America. Because when I'm faced and confronted with the very real exploitation of the border of the state that I am proud to live in and represent part of, I am met with a complete lack of concern, lack of action, lack of plan, and in fact, the opposite. Specific and purposeful, willful disregard of enforcement of the laws of the United States in ways that endanger and in fact indeed result in the death of Americans. Those are just the facts. And they're in fact indisputable facts. And we can debate the number, we can debate the extent, but the fact is we've seen, witnessed Texans, Americans getting killed as a result of our open borders. So when I hear my Democrat colleagues saying, well, no, we don't need this law, or this amendment, I should say, I say, well, we look at the facts on the ground and we say, we need a whole lot more restrictions to actually demonstrate our resolve to get hold of this situation. I hear all this stuff about economic activity and growth, like this model of the people we're talking about is somehow some economic number. But never mind that right over this hill behind me, where I-35 is a few miles down the road, we know statistically, as I'm sitting here behind me, a little girl is being driven up I-35 to be put into the sex trafficking trade. Don't mind that. You say, oh no, Mr. Roy, again, that's not for debate in this amendment. But this is all related. This is the whole point that we're trying to make, that my Democrat colleagues don't want to sit here and have a open, look, you know it when you see it. We see Democratic colleagues completely disinterested, uninterested in a secure border a responsible sovereign nation would put in place to make sure we're safe and the migrants who seek to come here are safe, and instead are profoundly unserious about securing the border or ensuring that no one gets status if they've demonstrated a history of violating laws, particularly, by the way, violent ones. I've had so many Texans who have been injured because of DUIs or because of people here who are criminals, who have come or deported, deported, come back, or come here and just evaded, or come here and ignored. And we've got 10 million people now. You're going to just say, boom, give them status. All right? In a spending bill. Oh, we're just going to fund the granting of status. There's some 10 million people. And I assure you, nobody dangerous will get through. All those great public servants down at Homeland Security, they will lock out all of the people who are criminals and are problematic. Forgive me for not giving the benefit of the doubt. I support the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? The question then occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No.
No.
The noes have it.
Request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass? Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings?
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Someone has to mute themselves. Someone has to mute.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes
Someone
no.
has to mute.
This is weird. The picture you got will never tell me where we are.
Ms. Bush?
Bush.
Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no.
And did you get Ross votes no as well? I don't know if you heard me because of the feedback.
Yes, Ms. Ross, you're recorded as no. Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa?
Isa votes aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stube?
Yes.
Mr. Stube votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Sparts, yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens votes aye.
Mr. Swalwell?
Recorded?
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Swalwell votes no.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who have not been recorded?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Johnson?
Oh, we didn't get the vote yet, sorry.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
I have one more amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Page 6, line 2, strike and.
The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not wish to belabor this point, but I do find it truly incredible. Since 23 of my Democrat colleagues just voted to affirm that they do not believe that 2 or more convictions for DUI should prohibit an illegal alien from being granted amnesty and welcomed into America, I will try this one more time and see if 10 or more convictions for DUI will compel them to change their minds. This amendment reads very simply, an alien seeking amnesty, quote, shall demonstrate that the alien does not have 10 or more convictions for driving while intoxicated, including a conviction for driving while under the influence of or impairment by alcohol or drugs, unquote. My friends, if we cannot vote for this, that should be an alarm to every single American. There's been a lot of talk here about second chances. There's been a reminder about our belief in redemption and in forgiveness. And look, we do believe in those principles with sincere religious fervor. But there's an important distinction to be made here. While the Bible, for example, says that we should forgive our neighbors 70 times, 7 times, a number that symbolizes boundlessness in theology, that is an admonition to us as individuals, not to the government, not the civil authorities, whose job it is to protect the citizenry and uphold the rule of law. In fact, when government officials ignore crime, they are directly violating their responsibilities before our Creator. The Bible says in Romans 13, chapter 13, that the civil authorities are specifically charged to do justice, to, quote, bear the sword, and to serve as, quote, the minister of God, a revenger, to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. And as the Bible warns us in Ecclesiastes 8, when a crime is not punished quickly, people feel it is safe to do wrong. That's the problem we have with this whole amnesty question, with the open border and everything that has ensued since the Biden executive orders, reversing everything that we had accomplished in the last administration. Ms. Lofgren said a few moments ago, effectively, don't worry, guys, don't worry. This is all covered in the meaning and the intent of the bill, and if you interpret it and apply it in accordance with the various state laws and all of that. But it's not clear at all. For example, several states, like Maine and Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, the District of Columbia, do not have felony DUI laws on their books. And has been acknowledged, we have this glaring waiver issue in the bill text itself, where all this could just be waived. Look, it's been said by Ms. Lofgren and others, we all agree that DUI is a serious crime. It's a serious offense. My amendment seeks to make just this issue crystal clear in the bill. Let's make sure that if you have a serial offender, someone who repeatedly is convicted of driving under the influence, that at least that will prevent them from being given amnesty. I urge all my colleagues to at least support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. This amendment is very similar to the previous amendment and ought to be opposed for the same reason. Number one, it is already covered, and number two, whether someone has 2 or 6 or 10 or 20 convictions of DUI 30 years ago, someone can change. That's why we have the waiver provision. You may have any number of convictions for DUI because you're a drunk, because you're an alcoholic, but you also may cease to be an alcoholic. And we all know people, or at least I know people, I'm sure many of us know people, who are no longer alcoholics and ought to be able to enjoy the benefits of the law. The more important thing is that all this is irrelevant, because we're talking about giving our economy a $1.5 trillion boost and creating 400,000 jobs. This is not an immigration bill. This is a bill about, it's not a policy bill, it's a bill about giving the economy a $1.5 trillion boost and creating over 400,000 jobs. And we should not reduce that impact by excluding people who have turned their lives around and will positively contribute to the economy. And again, let's not forget the words of President Trump. America is a nation that believes in the power of redemption. America is a nation that believes in second chances. And so for all these reasons, I must oppose this amendment.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield to the gentlelady from California.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. And I would just note that there's been a lot of discussion about there were people who were bad people who did horrible crimes, and therefore, you know, Section 212 doesn't matter. This is about who is eligible to receive a visa. That's what Section 212 of the Immigration and Nationality Act is. If you had 10 DUIs, you would have committed at least one and multiple crimes of moral turpitude. You would not be eligible to receive a visa under the Immigration Code today. Without this amendment, you're just not eligible. And I would note, Mr. Chairman, that although we all believe, and I think in the power of prayer and the ability of people to atone, in this case, there would not be a waiver available because it is not in the section that waiver is permissible. So this amendment, I'm sure it was not offered intending to confuse, but I would hope that if this amendment is defeated, because it is not only already prescribed in the Immigration and Nationality Act, it begs the question, if you don't pull out other things that are prescribed in the Act, does that mean through omission you're somehow through this process approving them? What about conspiracy to violate a controlled substance? That's already proscribed, but we don't have an amendment on that. Does that mean, you know, members of the committee think that's okay? Surely not. And so I think it is certainly a diversion and a mistake to try and redo, and I would say redo not as well as is done in the Act itself, these prohibitions. And again, noting that although all of us believe in contrition, this is not a waivable offense. These 10 violations would not be waivable. And I agree, Mr. Chairman, with your comment finally that our focus must be on the economic benefit that we're going to see through the adoption of these provisions. And I'm hopeful that we can get to that process in the near future. And I yield back, and thank you for yielding to me, Mr. Chairman.
And I yield back. For what purposes, Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Before proceeding, I'd yield a few minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. It has been said here that, as Mr. Nadler said, this is not a policy bill. Pray tell, it is. We're granting amnesty to millions of people. It clearly is a policy bill. I know that you all want to wave that away and pretend that this is just about budget reconciliation, but it's not, and that's the reason we're here in the Judiciary Committee talking about the issue. And since we're talking about it, Ms. Lofgren, I mean this respectfully, I have great respect for you. You keep saying that this, 10 violations, you say, would not be waivable. Where is the text in this bill that backs up what you just said? I don't see it. I may be missing it, but I don't see that magic language. While you're looking, I'll yield back to Mr. Jordan.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I think he raises a good point. Look, just a few minutes ago, over in the Foreign Affairs Committee, Representative Perry asked Secretary of State Blinken this question: how many Afghans not meeting special immigrant visa qualifications have been brought to the United States? Secretary Blinken's answer: 60,000. So here's what the American people see. 60,000 Afghans who don't meet the status they're supposed to meet to get here are here. Meanwhile, Americans have been left in Afghanistan, but they see 60,000 didn't meet the status they're supposed to meet, the requirements they're supposed to meet are here. Now they see Democrats time and time again vote down amendments which say that if you're a sex offender with a firearms offense in a gang and have 10 DUIs, don't worry, we'll still let you in. All the time while the border is completely open. Month after month after month, record encounters on the border. It has went up every month since March. March was a record, then April was a higher record, then May was higher than April, then June was higher than May, then July was higher than June, and my guess, August will be higher than July. That's what the American people see, and yet Democrats vote down every common sense amendment we bring forward. And what we just learned from Representative Perry asking the Secretary of State an important question: 60,000. That's the context. And what do Democrats say? We're not going to discuss policy, even though we're giving amnesty to 8 million people. This is literally the craziest markup I think I've ever been a part of. It makes absolutely no sense what you're doing. That's our point. But you guys are bound and determined to say what. You're just bound and determined to move ahead and spend $3.5 trillion, the largest spending bill in American history, with tax increases in it and giving people amnesty, and say that somehow that's not policy. I just do not see it. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tiffany, for our purposes, Mr. Tiffany seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I believe it says in the text here that crimes of moral turpitude are waivable. It says they are waivable. And do you have any doubt with the current Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security that we have that he won't waive it? Do you have any doubt? I mean, do you have any security as an American that he's going to say, yep, I'm going to enforce that law? It is waivable. I want to talk about the economics thing for just a real quick second here. On average, $1,600 that it costs for someone that's an illegal alien that comes into our country to the people of the United States of America. But I want you people in Wisconsin and Minnesota to pay attention for a while. It's not, and my colleague is going to talk about this a little bit later, I think, but so it's $1,600 on average. Wisconsin, it's costing you $3,650 annually. And you good folks in Minnesota, $5,100 that it's going to cost you annually. This great economic benefit, and yes, there are people that have brought great value to our country. Immigration has been something that's been a hallmark of our country. But you have to do it legally, and you have to do it where people can assimilate into the country. When you overrun the border, as is happening, as our good colleague from Texas has been saying time after time today, people are not allowed to assimilate into our country. That's always been the great thing about our country, is people have assimilated into our country. That is not happening now, and it's a real problem. And this whole economic argument that's being made, people should approach it with great skepticism. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
For what purposes, Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
And ladies recognized.
I know my good friend from Louisiana is a serious legislator, and I respect that. Associate myself with the words of Chairman Nadler and Chairwoman Loughran on both their analysis of this particular amendment and the existence of its coverage in the legislation dealing with the question of visas that is already in the law. So Johnson was saying he could not see it. It is associated by the section cited. So it is already in the law. I do associate in particular about what this legislation is about. It is about budget reconciliation process. It is about the idea of the dollars to the American people. And take note of the fact that immigrants have added in years past $2 trillion in U.S. GDP. But the real point I wanted to make is the long litany of accusations using the word Democrats. There is no doubt, if we take this outside of the immigration arena, we're not talking policy, that no one sitting here today supports the tragedy and the bad acts of 10 intoxicated persons. I would say to Mr. Johnson that his interests could be carried over in another hearing or another collaboration dealing with drunk driving in this nation. Not at this point, but if he is interested, we certainly have the capacity in this committee to look at that question. I happen to abhor the tragedy of drunk drivers who have, in my community, taken out families readily. And so if that is the case, why don't we do that at another time, showing our commitment to trying to help Americans who are plagued by drunk drivers or who are drunk drivers or who are repeat offenders. And so if we are serious about this question, but I would take great concern to suggest that in this particular markup, Democrats have no interest in drunk drivers. That is not an accurate position to take, and we welcome your involvement in this issue. It's a criminal offense. At another time, in another hearing or another approach in our Judiciary Committee, in particular under the Crime Subcommittee. So I just wanted to, hopefully you will correct that interpretation of the approach that has been taken in rebutting this particular amendment is on the grounds of what this hearing is, what this markup is about. And it is not about the thrust of your comments about how we would accept 10 convictions for driving while under the influence, in this instance dealing with those who are seeking a visa. So thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair.
What purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Move to strike last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just couldn't not speak up at this point. I've been fairly quiet today because we have also had Secretary Blinken in Foreign Affairs, and I'm the lead Republican on the Asian Pacific Subcommittee, and we have jurisdiction over Afghanistan. But when I saw that my friend from Louisiana had offered this amendment and heard statements, for example, that, excuse me one second, and hear statements here that, let me knock them off here.
What happened?
I think we've lost Mr. Shabbat, so for the moment we'll go back to Mr. Gomert. Does Mr. Gomert seek recognition?
Yes. Yes, I do. Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
All right, thank you. I have not spoken on the last amendment of Mr. Johnson. I applauded that. I'm very grateful for it. I think it was entirely appropriate. I've just seen, having been in a courtroom for 10 years and handled felonies, including one guy who had, I think it was 9 DUIs, and finally got to my felony court because he nearly killed some people. Fortunately, they were terribly injured, but and will be carrying those for the rest of their lives. But this was an illegal immigrant that came in, and when I saw that he had had that many and had never been deported, and this was in the 90s during the Clinton administration, then I knew I had to try to save the public by putting him where he wouldn't keep driving drunk. I didn't see a lot of people ever in accidents charged with driving under the influence of drugs. It was normally, well, I mean, it was alcohol. All the many cases I had of people injuring or killing others. It is a serious problem if you're not under your own control because of drugs or alcohol. Alcohol is a drug, but I sent him to prison just to keep him from continuing to drive, since obviously he was not being deported. And within 6 months, it was easily within 6 months, he's back in my courtroom. And I asked him how he came to be back in my courtroom after driving drunk and hitting somebody else. And he responded through the interpreter that 3 months after I sent him to prison, that finally the immigration authorities deported him. And I said, well, how did you get back? He said he waited until they drove away, and then he immediately crossed back over, made his way back to our county, and drove drunk again. It is a very serious problem. And, you know, just like if President Biden were willing to personally, not on the taxpayer dime, but personally say, I'm giving this order, as we discussed earlier, everybody's got to have the stab, the vaccination, regardless of your propensity for blood clots or whatever. And he was going to be responsible for the damages. I think that would be fair. And likewise, anybody that would be willing to vote to say, let's look the other way on TNDWIs, I would say that's fine. But I don't think anybody on this committee is going to be willing to do that. And so this is quite serious. And it is a matter of, we all have the responsibility of trying to contemplate consequences of what we're doing. The consequences of saying, look, we're going to kind of look the other way on this thing. And well, I have my sound off, but that's still not doing it. But we owe the American public serious consideration about this. And I would urge people to vote for Mr. Johnson's amendment, because I'm telling you, judges like I was will see the consequences of a no vote. If this becomes law, they'll see consequences, and they'll hear the victim statements from surviving members of the family, just like I used to. And there will be people that will not be calling you blessed for making this exception and allowing this to happen. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Roy. For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
In Kerr County, Texas, which I'm proud to represent, just outside of San Antonio, I think last year, it might have been 2 years ago, the sheriff there came upon the scene of 3 dead, I think, retired police officers. I don't think any were active, pulling that from memory. And then 4 that were injured, that were in a, I think it was called a Thin Blue Line Motor Club. And the individual that hit them was a Mexican national who was illegally in the United States, that received DACA status, which had expired by the time he killed these former police officers drinking and driving. I don't know his previous record. I know the arguments that my colleague from Texas or the gentlelady from California are making that, okay, there's already a law in the books that says these individuals can be excluded and not given status. But the problem is, as I said before, is about the profoundly unserious nature by which this administration and unfortunately my colleagues generally seem to take the issue of securing the border and ensuring this stuff doesn't happen and prioritizing that. Right now, they want to prioritize what they say is economic activity for the individuals that are, I guess, allegedly here unlawfully, without status, getting some sort of amnesty. For those who are here, I mean, a lot of them are working. Of course, the biggest reason we have a problem with jobs is we're paying people not to work, or at least we have been. And every small business owner tells you that. And now we're going to go throw a bunch of taxes onto the economy and spend billions of dollars we don't have and pretend that's somehow some great fiscal stimulus. And your great solution to labor is an amnesty of people who are already here largely working. And complete disregard for ensuring that we have a secure border to avoid the problem. Our problem is we're sending literally no signal to the world that we're serious about securing our border. And you're about to grant amnesty a la 1986 using a bunch of money we don't have. And we know what flows from that on top of a year in which we just had 1.4 million apprehensions and the year's not over yet. You guys literally don't care about that. You don't. Every time we bring it up, you don't have a response because you can't. The 1.4 million people, the whole city of Dallas that we've apprehended, 700,000 to 800,000 of those, or some of those, and then gotaways, are in the United States. But there's no concern about that or what criminals may be in that group. This is the problem. You're hanging up on the technicality of what the specific bill might be, or the amendment, sorry, and whether or not that is already technically unlawful. You've got a waiver here by people that we know want to waive this sort of thing and that are profoundly unserious about securing the border. And people in Texas my texts are lighting up with constituents all across the ideology that I represent saying, what in the hell is wrong with people? What are you doing? You're sure as hell not doing anything that's going to help me in Texas. That's what they say, because they're not getting any help. They're being ignored. When I was with all of the Democrats, Hispanic Democrats in Laredo with Senator Cruz last week, and the county judge in Webb County said, where is Joe Biden? Great question. Where is Joe Biden? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Shabbat, I think we have you back.
We do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Had a little technical difficulties there and got knocked off due to a phone call apparently coming in on the same line, but we're neither here nor there. I want to commend Mr. Johnson for offering this amendment. I think he's exactly right. And I can't believe what I heard from some of my Democratic colleagues. They say they want to focus, on economic concerns, and that it's not really about drunken driving here, when in fact what you're talking about is giving a person amnesty, not just one DUI or not two or not three, but 10 driving under the influences. And I can guarantee you, I practiced law for about 20 years. I can guarantee you, if you have a person that's been picked up one time, they've probably driven drunk dozens of times. If you have somebody that's got 10 DUIs, they drive drunk a lot, and they're endangering the public. You've got groups like the Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, MED. I wonder if you've consulted them on opposing this type of amendment. I mean, this is just common sense. You shouldn't be given amnesty to people that are going to endanger the public, putting families at risk. It doesn't make sense. It absolutely does not. And Mr. Roy made a number of very good points here. We're talking about spending $3.5 trillion. The reconciliation legislation that we're discussing here today in judiciary is just part of a much bigger package. $3.5 trillion, and that's on top of a lot of other trillions of dollars. Now, some of which a lot of Republicans voted for this too. For example, in the CARES Act, that was something that was bipartisan, something we agreed early in the COVID epidemic that we really did need to do something to come up with a vaccine, for example. Operation Warp Speed, it worked. We're able to save an awful lot of lives because of that. We had the PPP program, the Paycheck Protection Program, which saved literally millions of jobs all over the country and millions of small businesses. So that stuff was bipartisan for the most part. We really needed that. But at this point, an additional $3.5 trillion on top of all the other spending, we're already up at $29 trillion of a national debt. It's going to go up. It's going to skyrocket even more than that. What's that going to mean? Higher taxes on everybody. Now, my Democratic colleagues will love to say, well, it's just going to be taxes increased on the wealthy. Don't believe it. There aren't enough wealthy people in this country to come even close to paying for that. And it doesn't pay for it anyway. It pays for some of it, but most of it ends up on our kids and our grandkids' bill to be paid down the road or not paid when the economy collapses. So this particular amendment, I think, makes a lot of sense. Why in the heck should we be giving amnesty that people that come here and have 10 DUIs? I mean, it's absolutely incredible. If my Democratic colleagues would look at a day when they lost the House, and they'll be looking back, a year and a half down the road and wonder what hit us, what happened to us. Look at this day, the day that you had Democrats that voted against an amendment that said you shouldn't get amnesty if you have 10 driving under the influence convictions. That's what this amendment says. You can vote for it or you can vote against it. I'm sure going to vote for this amendment because I don't think people that have huge numbers of DUI offenses on their record ought to be given amnesty. It's just nuts. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair.
What purpose does Mr. Pence seek recognition?
Strike last word, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And I, of course, I support this amendment as I did the previous two of similar nature. I do want to comment on something that was raised earlier, and that is that we should be focusing on the economic benefit, I quote, of this bill. And I am going to be offering for the record, Mr. Chair, I will do so right now, an article from the Atlantic magazine from April of 2019. I'm just going to read from it, but I'd like to offer it right now, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Without objection.
So this reads, first, adding millions of additional immigrant workers every decade makes the American economy in the aggregate much bigger than it would otherwise be. And I think that's what we've been hearing the impact of this will be, and I kind of agree with that. Second, immigration contributes very little to making native-born Americans richer than they would be otherwise. In 2007, in the course of arguing the economic case for more immigration, George W. Bush's White House tried to quantify the net economic benefit of immigration to native-born Americans. The advocates' own calculations yield a figure of $37 billion a year. That's not nothing, but in the context of the then $13 trillion economy, now it's well over 20, it's not much. Third, the gains from immigrations are divided very unequally. Immigrants reap most of them. Wealthy Americans claim much of the rest in the form of lower prices they pay for immigrant-produced services. Low-income Americans receive comparatively little benefit and may well be made worse off depending on who's counting and what method they use. And finally, while the impact of immigration on the typical American earners is quite small, the impact on government finances is big. And that brings me, Mr. Chair, to my question for someone of where the $102 billion is that's not mentioned, clear enough for me to see it, in the bill. $5 billion is clearly called out. but the other 102 is not. Is this, I hate to assume, but I will for a moment, is this extra money being set aside to pick up the government programs that will be necessary when these 8 million people become citizens? They're not citizens, become residents. Is that what that money is for? If so, it needs to be called out. And so, please, I also want to add that I yield the rest of my time to Mr. Roy because what I want to add I've already said. So, Mr. Roy.
I thank the gentleman, and I only reply. I hate to go over my initial time, but I was doing that thing from memory about Kerr County in Texas, where I represent, and the facts were ringing a bell, so my staff dug in and looked at it. Here are the facts. The driver, according to the Kerr County Sheriff's Office, was 28-year-old Ivan Robles Navejas, a Mexican national living in the United States illegally. He had protection under DACA, but it had expired in 2015. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, agents first encountered Navejas after a 2016 DUI arrest, but under the Obama administration's, quote, prosecutorial discretion rules, he was allowed to remain in the United States. So he got a pass under the Obama administration for his DUI, and then he killed 3 veteran police officers and injured 4 of them when they were on a motorcycle ride in the district I represent in the beautiful hill country around Kerr County when this guy was drinking and driving again. Will each and every one of my Democrat colleagues call the parents or the children or the wives or husbands or siblings or loved ones of those dead police officers and explain to them how your policies that you're about to double down on are perfectly appropriate? Don't worry about you being a dead American after a lifetime of public service, the thin blue line. Don't worry about it, because trust us, we'll make sure that no bad actors are here in the United States. Bull. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purposes Mr. Big seeks recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. So I do kind of get a kick out of the recurring theme that this is really a budget reconciliation package when it's 18 pages focused on how you deliver amnesty to 8 million people. And I would like to submit for the record an article entitled Amnesty and the Reconciliation Bill Could Cost Social Security and Medicare $1 trillion, written by Jason Richwine on September 13, 2001, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Thank you. So nested, what's important here is that the waiver clause referring to Section 212A, nested in this waiver clause is it's in an amnesty bill. So, I mean, that's important because I'm going to riff on some things that have been said by my colleagues that say, both across the aisle, they say, well, you know, we're going to make sure that the waiver, you can trust the waiver is not going to be inappropriately applied, blah, blah, blah. And on our side, they've said, well, how can you be sure because you're dealing with an unserious administration? So one thing that I think that helps us understand whether waiver is going to be loosely applied or very tightly controlled is the fact that this is sitting in an amnesty bill that's going to make 8 million people legal. That tells me something. You can't stick it right here in the middle of this and say, ask us truly to believe that this administration will not waive these grounds of inadmissibility. They're going to. They're just going to. Because why? Because page 6, line 12 to 15 tells us what the grounds for waiver are. They're incredibly broad. A, for humanitarian purposes, or family unity. Family unity. Or if a waiver is otherwise in the public interest. Who determines that? Well, the Secretary does. Secretary of Homeland Security. So the Secretary of Homeland Security is going to basically say, hey, look, we're going to let you in. He's already abusing the parole status. We also know that the special immigrant visas, by testimony today, there were 60,000 people into this country who didn't qualify under special immigration visas.
Would the gentleman yield?
How about this? How about prosecutorial discretion? That's a third way that this is not going to be applied. So when I start talking about prosecutorial discretion, that's a different animal altogether than waiver. That's what takes place through the DOJ. So there's so many ways to get around this. But what's interesting here is the very broad standard of humanitarian purposes or family unity or a waiver that's otherwise in the public interest. That's, and you situate that in a bill that's the only purpose of this bill today is to grant amnesty. To grant amnesty. So then you take that and you add to the context, and I cannot tell you how many times I've been to the border this year because I lose track, but I go often. And I've been on the border from McAllen to San Diego. I've seen illegal migrants from Russia, Romania, Cuba, Mexico, the Northern Triangle states, Haiti, Brazil. I'm telling you, our border is open, and the Homeland Secretary is not negligent, not incompetent, he's willful. I believe that he is willful. I have sent him repeated letters asking for information. I've requested numerous times that we have him in. He won't answer because he can't answer the questions. So when I hear, oh, well, the Homeland Secretary or the administration is going to be very chary in how they give out these waivers, I don't believe it. I simply don't believe it.
Would the gentleman yield? This is Lofgren behind you.
Yes, I'll yield to you.
I appreciate that. If you just taking a look at the text on page 6, waiver. The waiver relates to the grounds of inadmissibility under paragraphs 2, 6E, 6G, or 10D of section 212A.
And reclaiming my time, don't forget paragraph 2. That is the all-encompassing paragraph that you've been hanging your hat on all day long, saying crimes of moral turpitude. So don't forget that that is specifically mentioned in there too. And I'm going to discuss that under my amendment more extensively. Ms. Luckman, I'll yield back to you.
Yeah, just very quickly, it does not include, that waiver provision does not include section B, C on page 13 on the previous page. So those two sections actually aren't even waivable under the clear terms of the bill. It could have been set out maybe more clearly than it has been, but I thought it was important to clarify that, and I appreciate that the gentleman yielded to me, and I yield back.
And I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
So if we're keeping score, what we've heard in the disposition of the several amendments coming to this one amounts to this. So eager and single-minded are the Democrat members for the economic benefits, that is to say, money to flow from granting 8 to 10 million illegals amnesty. Leave aside the merits of that claim. They insist on ignoring any consideration that the money they want will expose Americans to communicable disease, including COVID, even though Americans are themselves to be compelled to be vaccinated against COVID. International terrorists who can take advantage of the conditions President Biden's administration has created in Afghanistan and on the border to come into the country. Membership in criminal cartels, gang members, can come in as long as we get the money that they say would flow. Gun runners and other firearms offenders can come in as long as we get the money. Convicted sex offenders, they're fine as long as we get the money. And now chronic DUI recidivists are okay with the Democrats as long as we get the money. That's what they say. And there are no policy questions being answered in this bill because it's all about the money. And with that, I yield to Mr. Roy.
Well, I think the gentleman from North Carolina, the main point that I wanted to make, I was able to make with the previous yield, but I'll only add that I associate myself with what you just outlined. And again, I would point to the gentlelady from California, the specific example I just raised of the Biden administration making a determination to allow this young man who was a 20-something-year-old Mexican national who was here illegally, was granted a DACA status, got a DUI, and then later had a DUI. They waived it, and they waived the DUI, and then he goes on and he kills 3 veteran police officers. I would just like to know how that comports with my Democrats' assertions that we should just trust them and just trust the administration. Also, as the gentleman from North Carolina just very eloquently outlined, we just get our money. So we can create all this wonderful economic benefit, don't you know, by government expenditures in a time of massive amounts of debt piling up to $30 trillion after dumping something like $5 trillion into the economy over the last year, paying people not to work and killing small businesses. I yield back to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the gentleman from Texas, and I'll use. Can I take a? Well, you need. Can I take 30 seconds? Let me quickly say, to the point Mr. Bentz made, even though it's about the money, let's think about exactly who it's about the money for. Because although some say that immigration is a net positive, the overall effect is small, and it does have a negative effect on low-skilled workers. So the poorer among us are injured by it. It's the wealthy who benefit. That's the money we're chasing, with all these other considerations excluded. And I yield to Mr. Biggs.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to clarify something that my colleague from California was talking about. She was talking about the adjustment of status provision. That is different from the first half of this bill, which is the amnesty provisions. The waiver provisions that are in here that I was referring to deal with those who are applying for amnesty, who seek amnesty. What she's talking about are those who seek an adjustment of status, and that's where you start seeing the big payday that my colleague is talking about. So it's an entirely different application, and that's why you cannot take seriously that the Homeland Secretary or the Biden administration is not going to grant willy-nilly a broad spectrum of waivers. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman from North Carolina.
And I yield my 1 second.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I do think it's important that we be precise on this. Respectfully, I think that the gentleman was incorrect. You are not, in order to adjust status under the provisions in the matter before us, if you have 3 misdemeanors or more, you are not eligible, and that cannot be waived. You're not. Your grounds of ineligibility are not waivable. Similarly, an offense under federal or state law that's punishable by a maximum term of imprisonment of more than 1 year. We also have, on top of what's in this provision, the ordinary elements of immigration law that apply not only to the adjustment provisions, but would also apply to those who, under existing law, were able to apply because of the visa recapture provisions that were never issued, contrary to the intent of Congress over several years. All of the existing immigration law continues to apply. So I thought it was important to clarify that because I think it's gotten a little muddy. But the main point is that these are mainline provisions of the law. We've tightened it up some under existing law, but we need to proceed because we have, there is tremendous economic benefit for the American public if we are able to enact these provisions. Don't tell me that the growth in GDP that would be faster than the growth in any other country in the world wouldn't benefit every American. It would. And all the economic analysis shows that it does. So I don't want to unduly lengthen this because I actually wish we had structured
The general lady.
I'd be happy to yield to the gentleman.
Reading from, I guess I've got the right text of the bill, the committee substitute, yeah.
Page 6.
Well, I've got page 5 that says the conditions, grounds of ineligibility, and you were making reference, I believe, to, from lines 20 down, 3 or more offenses under federal or state law other than state offenses for which an essential element is the alien's immigration status, for which the alien was convicted on different dates.
Correct.
So,
you think
as is
you'd be
commonly the
convicted of
case
10
in criminal
offenses on a single date?
Beg your pardon? Yes. The notion that many times someone may be convicted of multiple offenses arising out of a single prosecutorial event and in a single, so they'd have to have, you could have 50 different offenses, misdemeanors in that language.
Reclaiming my time, I think it's fanciful to believe that you would be convicted of 10 separate DUI offenses on the same date, number one, or even if you were, that would not include an element that was punishable by a maximum term of imprisonment of more than 1 year, or going back not just to this bill, but to the Immigration and Nationality Act itself, Section 212. That would be a crime of moral turpitude. So you're not going to be eligible to receive a visa to adjust your status if you have 10 DUIs. You're just not. I hope we can dispose of this amendment. I actually think that's correct. You shouldn't get it. You agree. We just don't need the amendment to make that so. And I hope that we're able to proceed quickly. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yield?
I've yielded back.
Gentlelady is yielded back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purposes, Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
I couldn't hear you.
To speak on the amendment.
Oh, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield to Ms. Lofgren for a moment to explain what seems to me to be pretty clear language in the measure. This is on page 6, starting with line 5, waiver. With respect to any benefit under this section, the Secretary of Homeland Security may waive the grounds of inadmissibility under paragraph 2, 6E, 6G, or 10D of section 212A for humanitarian purposes or family unity, or if a waiver is otherwise in the public interest. Now, that certainly sounds to me like the grounds for inadmissibility may be waived. And I yield to Ms. Lofgren for a response.
But the three misdemeanors, Section C cannot be waived.
But the other grounds of inadmissibility can be.
Well, what difference does it make if you've got 3, you're inadmissible and you can't be waived?
Well, I understand that. If you've got 2 misdemeanors, as I pointed out earlier, you've got to work real hard to do that. I doubt there is anybody in this room who can claim to have been convicted of 2 misdemeanors.
But in most cases, you will then be guilty of a crime of moral turpitude, and there's substantial case law to that effect. So you're going to be stuck in a different section of the...
Reclaiming my time, it doesn't sound to me that these are the best and the brightest of their countries, and I don't see the public purpose for us to admit them into our country after they have broken our laws repeatedly.
Would the gentleman
If
yield
that-
just for a moment?
Actually, I need to yield to Mr. Gomert.
Well, and I appreciate you yielding. We heard earlier about how much economic benefit would be coming from people that come in, and whether it's 1, 2, or 3 DUIs or whether it's 10. I know earlier my friend from California had offered some articles about all the great economic benefits, but I bet if you looked at those articles, they didn't consider the cost of somebody coming and having a DUI here, having multiple DUIs. And yes, I've seen occasions when people didn't get to court in a timely fashion, and there would be, 2 or 3 DUIs in on one day taken up and convicted on the same day for different days driving under the influence. That does happen, but it's when you have prosecutors that are slow getting them to court or a court that doesn't move its docket. There is so much cost involved in that. And plus, we took on the amendment previously about all the people coming in illegally. When you're bringing in 120,000 to 400,000 people a year, since it's projected there be at least 2 million come in this year, 6 to 20% with COVID, and you're shipping those all over the country, that is devastating to the country. And then when you talk about the deaths and damages to families that arises from that would not have died had the administration not shipped them all over the country, we're talking about serious problems. And don't forget, with all the economic benefit, I bet those articles did not mention the fact that what I've heard over and over in the middle of the night down there as people were questioned, it's not on the official question list, but often our Border Patrol asks, how much did you pay to come in? Well, it's thousands of dollars. And when they say, well, where'd you get the money? They didn't have enough money. And so the drug cartels were going to let them work it off when they got to where the U.S. was going to ship them on behalf of the drug cartels. I don't know if all that economic benefit got included. That is the economic benefit for bringing in fentanyl and the things that kill Americans. So there is, and keep in mind too, as was just talked about, it reminded me again of President Obama admitting in September of 2013, and I can't find it had ever happened before, that for the first time, 95% of America's income went to the top 1%. And this bill is going to create that same kind of thing happening again. And I appreciate you yielding, Mr. McClintock.
I yield back.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
I think you've already spoken, but somebody's going to want to ask to be heard so they can yield time to you, I'm sure. Which of your members wishes to do that?
Sparks, yes.
All right, then. The question is on the amendment before us. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Requested vote, recorded vote, sorry.
Recorded vote has been requested, so the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass?
Hang on one second. Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline? No. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demings? Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Okay.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Bartz, yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz?
Yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
How is Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
How is Ms. Demings recorded?
Mr. Deutsch, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Is Ms. Demings recorded?
Ms. Demings is not recorded. Ms. Demings, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Demings votes no.
Ms. Demings votes no.
How is Mr. Liu recorded? I think he's having technical difficulties getting through.
Mr. Liu is not recorded.
Can we let Mr. Liu into the room, please?
Thank you. Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no.
Are there other members who wish to cast a vote or change a vote? The clerk will then report.
Madam Chair, there are 19 ayes and 24 noes.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
There are 19 ayes and 24 noes.
And the amendment is not adopted. Mr. Biggs, are you seeking recognition?
I am, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report, and the gentlelady from Texas reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona, page 6, strike lines 7 through 15.
Mr. Biggs, you are recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're striking lines 7 through 15. These are the waiver provisions dealing with the amnesty section, not dealing with the other PRA adjustments. We're dealing with the amnesty provisions of Section 245B. And here's the thing to understand, that this is not a reconciliation bill. This is the amnesty bill. This is adjustments. So what's interesting about it, we talked last time about the rationale, the thing, how broad the discretion is in the secretary. But let's talk about the crimes that you can have waived as your inadmissibility. So for instance, under 2C of Section 212A, if you look at 2C, that's included. You can get that waived. That's for drug trafficking. That's for controlled substances, trafficking in controlled substances. How about 212A2E? That's for serious crimes. Serious crimes. They can waive that. Homeland Secretary can waive that cause for inadmissibility. How about H? Subsection H. That is for significant trafficking of persons. The Homeland Secretary can waive that as an admissibility criterion. How about even money laundering? Yeah, all those could be waived as a condition of inadmissibility. But that's not the worst of it. In actuality, if you look at 6E of Section 212, what you're going to see is that's for smuggling, again, human smuggling. Now, the least onerous, perhaps, is violating your student visa. We got a lot of people who overstay their visa. That's 6G. But you can also have unlawful voting. Well, that's one of those voting integrity issues. That's 10D, Section 212, 10D. So there are so many very serious crimes that the Homeland Secretary could waive. For what reasons? Oh, humanitarian purposes, or family unity, or just whatever the Secretary says, oh, that's public interest. These are very serious crimes that the Homeland Secretary can waive in order to grant amnesty under the language of this bill. That's the language of this bill, this section. And I assume that you put this in here because you intend to have these things waived.
I sent you a couple of emails over. Let me know if you got them, okay? Thank you.
Well, what, I don't know.
Lou Correa, you need to mute.
Yeah, members will mute their, please.
Yeah. So if you don't intend, why did you specifically exclude paragraph 2, which has all those drug traffickers, serious crimes, significant trafficking of persons, money laundering, very serious crimes? Why did you include those in wavering, in the waiver provision here for the amnesty provision? 6E, again, smuggling of human beings. Aiding and abetting people coming into the country. Guess what? You know what? The cartels, for the last 2.5 years, every time I've gone to the border and talked to Border Patrol agents, the intelligence folks, ICE agents, they'll tell me the cartel controls those who are coming across. The human smuggling, the human trafficking, 212.6E. Guess what? You aid and abet somebody coming across, you're going to get potentially have that grounds for inadmissibility waived by the Homeland Secretary.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
To the gentleman from Arizona's point, And I guess this is going to be a bit repetitious, but I'm sort of flummoxed. So the majority is proposing to put in language to permit the secretary, notwithstanding the general provisions, to waive these restrictions. In other words, if you are a human trafficker, the majority wants the secretary to be able to waive that and to let you enter the United States. I guess it's because of the money. They want the money. I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you. It's hard to understand why you would allow people who are trafficking controlled substances, trafficking human beings, to remain admissible or eligible for admissibility into our country. I urge the passage of my amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll yield to the gentlelady from California in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do oppose the amendment. First, let me say that
Gentleman, yield I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. The language, the waiver language, as well as the expunged conviction language, was taken from the bill that Senator Graham and Senator Durbin wrote together. And we thought it had some sense, but let's keep in mind that it is discretionary and also limited by section, by the three offenses language. I'll just give you a couple of examples of why something sounds so serious, but there can be exceptions. And one is a private bill that we unanimously as an immigration subcommittee agreed to ask for a report on. And that had to do with unlawful voting. Well, obviously, we are all opposed to people who are not U.S. citizens from voting. That's wrong, and it's a bar to getting a visa in the United States, as it should be. However, and here's what happened. The bill was introduced by our colleague, the representative from Alaska, Mr. Young, and it had to do with a woman, Rebecca Trimble, a mother of two who's married to an Army dentist in Alaska. She was adopted, and she believed her whole life that her parents believed that she was a U.S. citizen when they adopted her. She cast her ballot when she was 18, excited to do that, and she didn't find out till she was way later that her parents didn't file the paperwork they needed to file. She voted illegally, which she thought she was a citizen, and there's no waiver, and so she's going to be deported, and her Army husband and her American citizen children for something that she didn't even know. I think we can see that there are times where that makes sense. In fact, our subcommittee said that doesn't make sense.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Not when I'm finished. I'll see if there's time left. Smuggling, we are all opposed to, but let me give you a case I happen to know from years ago of an individual, I'll call him Joe, who was a legal resident of the United States and went down to Tijuana for his birthday, and with his wife, who was undocumented. They drank heavily, he did, in celebration of his birthday, and because he did not want to drive drunk, he had his wife drive his truck back over the border with him as a passenger. He was charged with smuggling his wife into the United States, and technically, he was probably correct. But he did actually manage to get some discretion in that case. The only point I'm making is that there are instances where the blind application of the law may not actually fit with the facts. which is why I'm sure that Senator Graham and Senator Durbin included this waiver provision in their language, and frankly, we just cribbed it. It is important to note that the waiver, as I mentioned earlier, does not relate to line 3 through 24 on page 5, so there is that protection from the various litany of horrible opportunities that could occur. Let's say why rehabilitation and redemption matters in America. If you did something that was illegal, but you didn't even know it, for example, the beneficiary of Congressman Young's constituent, that young mother who believed she was a citizen and thought when she went to vote for Congressman Young that she was doing the right thing. If she, that has to be without regard, without possibility of excuse. She has to leave forever and leave her Army husband and her children. That can't be. That's why we have the possibility of redemption, of waiver, to have some sense that can be implied when the circumstances require it. I want to get back just briefly to, I think my time is over, but let's get back to the economic benefit. Let's get this matter voted so that we can advance it to the floor for the economic benefit of our country. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't want to impose on anyone's patience too long about getting to the economic benefits, getting to the money. But I cannot, following up on the gentlelady from California's comments just now, I think it's worth focusing on one part of this. The waiver language would permit the waiver of any part of paragraph 2 of section 212A on conditions of admissibility. And one of those subparts is H, significant traffickers in persons. Any alien who commits or conspires to commit human trafficking offenses in the United States or outside the United States, who the consular officer or the Secretary of State or et cetera knows or has reason to believe is or has been a knowing of aider, abettor, assister, conspirator, or colluder with such a trafficker in severe forms of trafficking in persons as defined in section 103 of such act. I'm led to wonder about if anyone could either hypothesize or report some fairly innocent person who needs an opportunity for redemption and therefore needs a waiver from the Secretary when they have been a trafficker in severe forms of trafficking in persons. How could someone cornering the market on human trafficking be someone we should make sure there's a preservation of an opportunity for waiver of their inadmissibility from permanent legal residence? It's unimaginable to me. And I yield to Mr. Biggs.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And, I understand there's an attempt to really say, well, there's some limitations there on the waiver. Yeah, well, we're not talking about page 5. We're talking about page 6 here. And those same conditions are gone. Those same conditions are gone on page 6 of this bill. They don't deal with the waiver section that you have here. I appreciate what the gentleman from North Carolina read because I wanted to cover that as well, but he's exactly right when you start talking about the actual language. How about this, smugglers? So by the way, the condition where the guy is helping his wife or whatever who's illegally in the country, helping him there, well, under 6E, which has an exemption here, the waiver can exist. There actually is a special rule in the case of family reunification clause. That's already in there, the protection for what you want. But here we go. Any alien who at any time knowingly has encouraged, induced, assisted, abetted, or aided any other alien to enter or try to enter the United States in violation of law is inadmissible. So you got 2H, which Mr. Bishop just read. You got 6G, which I just read. And what you're basically saying is, what we know to be true, that the logistics arm of the cartels is the U.S. government, and the private individuals who are aiding and abetting them or assisting them. And you're saying, well, you know what? If there's some kind of humanitarian person, how about family unity? You know, they helped all these other people come into the country illegally, but doggone it, they have a spouse who's in North Dakota. We want them to be united. So we want to waive the inadmissibility condition that they have. Yeah. So what do you do there? What do you do? Is the reality is this waiver provision is so broad that this secretary, this administration, who we don't have trust in, is basically going to grant willy-nilly these waivers, because a waiver otherwise in the public interest, that's up to the secretary. That's not up to us. You've basically ceded over your legislative authority right to the Homeland Secretary. And I'll yield back to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I think the final point that I would make, subject to anyone else seeking the time, is the point was made earlier that this language was in a provision in the bill as drafted in the Senate. Well, it might be worth saying that the bill was defeated in the House for a reason. And I don't believe there's any reason for us slavishly to follow it now. And I yield to Mr. Benz.
Thank you for the time. It won't take long for me to point out that this waiver provision is a reflection of what we see in the entire approach to immigration, which is to say, yes, we have the law, but we're going to ignore it. Yes, you broke the law, but we're going to ignore it. Yes, it's bad, but we'll ignore it. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes does Mr. McClintock seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, a number of points scream at us from this mass amnesty that the Democrats are setting in motion today. First is the sheer size of it. The estimates between 8 and 10 million foreign nationals who broke our nation's laws and now demand to stay here will be given legal permanent residency and an expedited path to citizenship. Now, I think it's important that we understand what this population is. Let's take the low figure, 8 million. That is the population of every man, woman, and child in the states of Wyoming, Vermont, Alaska, North Dakota, South Dakota, Delaware, Rhode Island, Montana, and Maine combined. Another is the expense. According to the Center for Immigration Studies, it will cost our Social Security and Medicare funds over $1 trillion at a time when they are already approaching insolvency. Another is the lax requirements to qualify. As we've been discussing, even if you have 2 misdemeanor convictions, that's okay. If you're 18 and came in December, all you need to do is enroll in a community college course, volunteer at an internship somewhere, and congratulations, you're in. And how do you document your claim? Well, the measure is silent on this point. Conceivably, you could do it by affidavit. In other words, you have a friend vouch for you. And if you can't even meet these loose requirements, well, the grounds for inadmissibility, as we've been discussing, the Secretary of Homeland Security can waive a wide variety of them anyway, for humanitarian reasons, family unity, or public interest. What does that mean? It means anything he wants it to mean. The law is now in the Secretary's mouth, and he can pick and choose who must obey the law and who's above the law. The amendment simply says no one's above the law, that the requirements, as lax as they are, can't be swept aside when they prove inconvenient. Finally, we keep hearing about the importance of giving second chances. Of course, the operative word there is chance. In other words, risk. Well, here's a modest suggestion. For those who broke our border laws to come here, broke our immigration laws to stay here, broke our employment laws to take jobs here, and then committed other crimes against Americans while here. Perhaps your own countrymen should take that chance on you We've got our hands more than full taking second, third, and fourth chances with our own citizens.
Will the gentleman
Go
yield?
back.
Good job, Tom. Great job.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Number one concern I hear from the constituents, I get the privilege of representing folks in the 4th District of Ohio, frankly, from people around our state, around the country, is concern about the election process, about the integrity of our election process. I hear that, I get this question, I get this concern all the time. Understand what's happening in this legislation that the Democrats want to pass. And the gentleman from Arizona brought this up in his comment on his amendment. Page 6, line 7, waiver. With respect to any benefit under this section, the Secretary of Homeland Security may waive the grounds for inadmissibility under paragraph 10D of section 212A. 10D of section 212A says unlawful voters. So right now you cannot waive the inadmissibility. If someone engages in unlawful voting, that cannot be waived, but this bill is going to change that. Say if you cheated in the election process, if you were involved in unlawful voting, that we can waive that. We can waive that. That to me is frightening. And I understand the scenario that the gentlelady from California brought up, but we can deal with that in a private bill. In fact, that's what I believe Representative Young has done, introduced a private bill. And there's a big difference between unknowingly engaging in unlawful voting, as you described with this lady in Alaska, and knowingly engaging in election fraud. But your legislation makes no distinction between those two. It says if you engage in election fraud, the Secretary of Homeland Security can waive that, and you're on your path to citizenship here in the United States. Potentially for all kinds of people. I mean, again, in light of what I hear from constituents, what I hear from Americans all over the country, that's what the Democrats are doing in this legislation. That is just dead wrong. In a bill, as has been said now, I don't know how many times, that gives amnesty to between 8 and 10 million Americans. If you cheated and voted, no problem. That's what this bill also says. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request.
Roll call vote is requested.
Thank you.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
Lou votes no.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
Raskin votes no.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings?
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa? Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stube?
Yes.
Mr. Stube votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
On committee.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Sparks, yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Jeffries, you are not recorded.
Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Deutsch, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Buck, you are not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona, page 5, beginning on line 5, strike under paragraph 2, 3.
Amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. What this amendment does is, if you're going to keep this type of language in there, granting these waivers, it seems to me that we need some kind of check or speed bump. So what we do is after the word may in page 6, line 9, it would say, may, in his non-delegable discretion, waive the grounds of inadmissibility. Why is that? Because similar to the parole language, which is supposed to be not necessarily delegable, you're supposed to have that as very considered, very specific type of parole. This would be a very, obviously become very limited, very specific. So when you have a case like those that the gentlelady from California has indicated, those might be the one-offs as opposed to the 60,000 special immigrant visas. Not people who didn't get the special immigrant visa that are in the country today. The next part is you'd also have a section that would require that the Secretary post on a publicly available website every waiver granted under the paragraph, including the ground of inadmissibility waived and the reason for the waiver. You don't have to give necessarily personal or private information, but you can hold the Secretary accountable by saying how many they're doing, making that public. Transparency would be a good disinfectant on this. With that, Mr. Chair,
The gentleman yield.
I'll yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. I think it's a great amendment. This is about transparency. Tell us why you're doing what you're doing. If you're going to change, if you're going to deviate from the law and allow people who under current law are not admissible, and you're going to change and allow them, tell us why. If someone cheated in our election law and you're going to say, nope, we're going to waive that, that's not going to be held against you, you're going to be admissible and on a path to citizenship, tell us why. If it's the situation as Ms. Lofgren described, we'll all say, fine. But if it's something else, we want to know. And that's just pretty straight. This is about this is about good government, transparency, straightforward, common sense. It's a darn good amendment. I hope this is one, because this doesn't change anything. It just says the Secretary of Homeland Security needs to tell us why he's doing what he's doing, why he's going to waive and deviate from the law. Tell us why he's going to do that. I think it's pretty straightforward. Hopefully, this is the one amendment that Democrats will support, and it'll become part of the legislation. I yield back to the gentleman from Arizona.
Gentleman yields back.
Thank you, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition? For what purposes Mr. Roy seek recognition? Mr. Roy?
Hey, am I up?
Yep.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Appreciate that. Sorry. I just want to take just one quick minute to tell, to offer my strong support for the amendment being offered by the gentleman from Arizona. It's a common sense amendment. I think I heard the ranking member talk about transparency. Obviously, we wish we'd, solve this with the amendment, the first amendment that he offered, but now this is just something trying to say that we ought to at least know what's actually going on with it. And the thing that I would note that just keeps coming back, just keeps really confounding me on this, is the extent to which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, it's clearly the talking point of the day, distributed or discussed, about this is all about economic growth and opportunity. So I just want to be clear that what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are hanging their hat on with respect to the future economic growth of the United States is amnesty for X million people that are currently in our country, largely working, as we know, under the table or in the shadows, but frankly, often working, because most of my Democratic colleagues have supported all these policies that are paying Americans not to work. And we've got the situation where we've got difficulty hiring people in restaurants. And what I keep hearing is that, they're trying to go find folks that can work. And frankly, it's a lot of people who are working kind of under the table, not accessing the benefits that they've been out there throwing out and increasing. So just to be clear, the Democrats' plan is to tax the hell out of the American people to the tune of, I don't know how many trillions of dollars we're still trying to add up in this behemoth $3.5 trillion bill. And then, oh, great, let's have a government spending bill that then envelops and wraps around it amnesty. That's the future of our country. That's the economic plan of the Democrat Party. I think we see now why the American people are a little suspect while we're looking at massive inflation rates, what 8% increase in wholesale prices in August, seeing the massively negative impact. The restaurant industry that I talked to the other day saying 40% increase in the cost of food, 25% increase in the cost of labor. And one guy said, I'm hiring people who don't know how to cook to make my food, and people who don't know how to serve the food to then serve it. And that's the reality that they're facing every single day under the economic plan of the Democratic Party. And their great hope, the thing that they're pinning the hope of the American people on, is amnesty for people who are here currently largely working illegally. Well, I think that speaks a lot of volumes about the future of the economic hopes of the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Lofgren seek recognition?
First, to withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn.
And to oppose the amendment. We've had a substantial discussion about waivers, and I think we've kind of had a fulsome discussion, so I'm not going to get into that again. We've talked all about it already. I'd just like to dispute the idea that putting individual people's names on a website is a good idea. We all know that we live in a time where there are people on the fringe of polite society who harass people, who engage in activity that is really makes people's lives impossible. I think singling out individual names and putting it on websites has the potential to invite that kind of persecution. That doesn't mean that Congress can't get fulsome information about what and how any provisions of law that we adopt are used, and that's called oversight. We have an oversight committee with an opportunity to review in workshops or through written inquiries or through public hearings, get and make sure that we completely know how the laws are being executed. And I would suggest that that is the appropriate way to review how anything we pass into law is executed, rather than having random names posted on websites and potentially inviting persecution or harassment of individuals. So I think, while I agree with the idea that oversight is good, I don't think the amendment is a good way to approach it, and I would urge that we do not adopt the amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose is Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
First of all, nothing in the amendment says you put the person's name online. It says you put the reason the secretary chose to give a waiver to person X, person Y. So there's nothing in the amendment that says there's going to be a name that could possibly lead to some harassment. But the irony that that point comes from the lady who did a dossier on 100 and some different members of Congress, all their social media, put that out there, compiled all that. That's amazing to me. I mean, for what? Because members of Congress objected to electors from states on January 6, 2021, from states where they unconstitutionally changed their election law? We're not allowed to do that, so you put together a dossier on every one of them?
Would the gentleman yield?
Democrats can object on January 6, 2017 to more states than Republicans objected to this year. And somehow that's fine. We had the Democrat chair of the Rules Committee object to the state of Alabama on January 6, 2017, a state President Trump won by like 30 points. That's just fine. There's no dossier on Mr. McGovern, but oh no, the lady that runs the House Administration Committee can do a dossier on every social media tweet from every Republican member who objected. And now she says, oh, we can't have this amendment, even though it doesn't say what she said might happen, doesn't say that, we can't have this amendment because, oh, it could lead to some harassment. This is how ridiculous things have gotten in this place. You had a Democrat member object on January 6, 2017 to the state of Wyoming. The chair of the Financial Services Committee could object to Wyoming, maybe the only state that President Trump won by a greater margin than he won Alabama. That's just fine. But oh, no, Republicans can't object to states where unconstitutional changes were made to their election law, where they went around the legislature in those respective states. We can't do that. Nope, can't do that. Just unbelievable to me. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself, and I yield to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
I withdraw my request for recognition, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady withdraws.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tiffany, for what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I sense the frustration with the gentlelady from California, and I think on some of this immigration stuff, I think she is sincere and would like to accomplish things that perhaps would make sense for the American people. But what you have to understand is that there is a deep distrust that goes on here with the administration, and it is warranted because all you have to do is look at the facts. Representative Perry received an answer today, 60,000 people on parole. 60,000 people on parole. All we asked for was have people that came out of Afghanistan stay in a safe third country and go through the special immigration visa process. That's all that was asked, and those that are worthy, they should be able to come into the United States. In fact, I've had military members say to me, there are some people that helped save my life over in Afghanistan. Will you help them? And we have. We've made calls to the State Department in regards to that. But 134,000 people are warranted that. and just being waved into the country via this parole authority. It is very clear in the State Department and the Biden administration, there are people that are decision makers that believe in an open borders policy. They do not think there should be any restrictions here in the United States of America. And that's why you see catch and release going on. And that's why I believe this committee should have a hearing on whether Homeland Security is implementing what the court ordered, remain in Mexico. This committee should have a hearing on whether remain in Mexico is being followed through. The judiciary said that the courts have said that this is the law of the land and you need to execute it. Do you think Secretary Mayorkas has made this a priority? I'm very doubtful of that. I would hope we could have a hearing because maybe my doubts would be alleviated. But there is very little reason for us to have trust at this point when we see what's going on with the SIV process, catch and release, remain in Mexico. That is why we are so concerned about this, and we do not think what has been coming before us today is actually genuine. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Benn seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to draw everyone's attention to the numbers of folks that the Secretary might be considering under this waiver benefit. Remember, this bill applies to some 8 million people. So it's easy to not recall just how big a number that is and how many times the Secretary is going to be asked to exercise this waiver power. I'm going to say many, many times, thousands of times. And so why wouldn't we be asking for some sort of oversight given the incredibly huge number of folks that are going to fall into these categories? Because it's going to be big. It has to be when we're dealing with a basis of 8 million people, 8 million people. So, and this, by the way, is just the tip of the iceberg, because the thing that we've, at least I've tried to call out over and over again here, is the lack of a standard underlying that which we are doing. Because it's totally fair to ask ourselves what folks that aren't here yet are going to think, because they're going to say, well, wait a minute, this new doorway opening for 8 million people happened. Why? Because they were here. That's why it happened. And so the theory would be, okay, great, it's going to happen again. Unless you have some sort of foundation for why you're doing it this time. The foundation I've heard so far has been, it's going to make us more money. Well, that must mean that we're going to keep the border down completely because everybody that shows up is going to make us more money if that's the standard. So I raise this issue, though, to point out the huge number that 8 million is. And I just wonder how many folks will fall into the category that we see the Secretary having power over. That's why I like this language, non-delegatable. And I like this language saying, you better put up for everybody to see why you exercise this power of clemency, this power of commutation, this power of pardon, really, that lets folks come into this country. Yield back.
For what purpose does Mr. Johnson seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Before we move on, I just want to reiterate what Mr. Jordan said a moment ago and point out a really interesting fact. You know, sometimes when people are making partisan arguments, they're making arguments on behalf of their party, or they're following instructions or a game plan or a strategy that they were told or informed to do, they miss the irony of their own statements. And I just want to say, before we move on, although as I've said many times, I have great respect for Ms. Lofgren, the gentlelady from California. When she objects to Mr. Biggs' amendment here on the basis that using a publicly available website to make note of waivers granted under this paragraph, she's so concerned that we would put information out on a publicly available website. The irony is so thick we cut it with a knife. She is the person, again, just to reiterate, who used House Administration Committee resources and personnel to prepare dossiers on all of her Republican colleagues in the House who objected on January 6th, to put it, for the purpose of putting it out on publicly available websites, apparently to draw attention or, I don't know, harassment, whatever, negative attention that she desired for her colleagues. So I just want to point out how, I mean, there's a lot of incredible things that have been said here today, friends. A lot of hypocrisy, a lot of irony, but that might be one of the greatest ones. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
The noes have it.
No.
The noes have it.
Request a roll call.
A roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so excited about
The
that.
clerk will call.
Mr. Nadler.
Members should please mute. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Johnson.
right. No. Mr. Cohen's no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch. Ms. Bass.
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Cicilline. No. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Raskin. Ms. Jayapal.
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings.
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa.
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia.
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Nagoose. Ms. McBath.
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton.
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean.
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush.
No.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat. Mr. Gomert.
Shabbat's an aye. Shabbat's an aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert.
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa. Mr. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates.
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock.
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe.
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany.
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy.
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach.
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts.
Arts, yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
How is Swallow recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how is Congressman Issa recorded?
Mr. Issa, you are not recorded.
Yes.
Mr. Issa votes yes.
How is Raskin recorded?
Mr. Raskin, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Raskin votes no.
Any members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report the results.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 21 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purposes, Mr. Johnson seek recognition.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Page 18, insert after line 8 the following. Subtitle C, prohibiting federally funded abortions. Section 62001, prohibiting taxpayer-funded abortions. Title I, United States Code is amended by adding at the end of the following new chapter. Chapter 4, prohibiting taxpayer-funded abortions. 301, prohibition on funding for abortions. 302, prohibition on funding for health benefit plans that cover abortion. 303, limitation on federal facilities and employees. 304, construction relating to separate coverage. 305, construction relating to the use of non-federal funds for health coverage.
The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This markup today has highlighted some glaring differences in the two very different philosophies and visions of our parties. And it's not just the Democrats' quest to grant amnesty to almost 10 million illegals and spend $3.5 trillion in new dollars. When it comes to the issue of life and the protection of unborn children, we sadly have two very distinct views as well. The Democrat leadership here is now aggressively pursuing their party platform and pushing an extreme agenda on abortion. They are trying to, for the first time, fund abortions through taxpayer dollars and codify a universal right to abort unborn children. Suddenly, measures like the Hyde Amendment, which has always prevented the use of taxpayer dollars on abortion and which has been reenacted by bipartisan agreement for the last half-century, is no longer supported by most Democrats. The Hyde Amendment alone is estimated to have saved more than 2.5 million innocent lives since its inception in 1976, and at least 60% of Americans currently support it. In 1994, even then Senator Joe Biden stated, quote, "Those of us who are opposed to abortion should not be compelled to pay for them," unquote. He was precisely right, but sadly he too has given in now to the radical abortion lobby. We Republicans have already attempted to bring a permanent end to taxpayer-funded abortions to the House floor, but Democrat leadership has refused to listen. So I introduced this amendment today to protect the sanctity of human life and protect our long-held bipartisan tradition that we will always prohibit taxpayer funding of abortions. Americans should never be forced to pay for abortions against their will. Life must be protected, and Congress must recognize the importance of standing for both the woman and the child. Our government should never be in the business of financing the abortion industry, and I urge you to pass my amendment so we can put an end to the nonsense of forcing taxpayers to fund abortion. I yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, my co-sponsor of this amendment.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I want to associate myself with the remarks of the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, and commend him and thank him for offering this very important amendment, I believe. In light of the Mississippi case, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, which will soon be heard by the United States Supreme Court, and the Texas Heartbeat Act, which has received a lot of media attention recently, it's critical that Congress protect the Hyde Amendment to prohibit federal funding of abortions. I've been a committed pro-life proponent for over 4 decades now, 25 years of that here in Congress and here on this committee. In that effort, for example, I crafted and introduced the ban on a particularly gruesome, barbaric late-term abortion procedure, commonly known as partial birth abortion. It took 8 years to get it through the House, the Senate, signed by President Bush, and ultimately upheld by the United States Supreme Court, and it's now the law of the land. Consistent with that line of thinking that we ought to protect innocent unborn life, not snuff it out, is the longstanding Hyde Amendment. In essence, it declares that we ought not take the tax dollars from Americans who are pro-life, who oppose abortion, and use their tax dollars to pay for other people's abortions. That basic common sense notion that no American should be forced by the federal government to pay for a procedure that they consider to be murder has enjoyed broad bipartisan support for decades now. That's why the Hyde Amendment has been included in appropriations bills over the last 4 decades. That removing the Hyde Amendment is even being considered demonstrates just how extreme and out of touch with the American people many on the other side of the aisle have become. Mr. Chairman, Congress has a fundamental duty to both protect American taxpayers and uphold the sanctity of life. And our amendment does just that. So I want to thank Mr. Johnson for his leadership for many years now in this effort to protect the Hyde Amendment and to protect those innocent unborn babies who can't protect themselves. They depend on us. And I would urge my colleagues to support our amendment. It just doesn't make sense to take the taxpayers from one American and use those tax dollars to pay for the abortion of another American. That ought not happen in this country. And let's make that clear by supporting this amendment and the Hyde Amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
No,
Seeks recognition. What purposes does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Insist on your point of order.
Suspend for a moment.
Mr. Chairman. The point of order has been reserved, and this is clearly not in our jurisdiction.
The point of order is reserved as we discussed.
It was withdrawn.
That it was germane.
Withdrawn.
Chairman, I insist on the point of order. The chair rules that the point of order is well taken because this amendment deals with
Title I.
with federal funding, which is within the jurisdiction of the Oversight Committee. The point of order is well taken.
I would appeal the ruling of the chair.
The ruling of the chair
Move
is
to
appealed.
table.
Motion to table is heard. Motion table is undebatable. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
The,
No.
Aye. Aye.
the ayes have it.
Request a recorded vote.
The amendment, the motion to, the amendment is tabled. Motion to, what? Oh, did he?
Request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
I vote aye on the motion to table.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass? Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal?
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Demmings?
Aye.
Yes.
Ms. Demmings votes aye. Mr. Correa?
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat?
No.
Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert?
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Issa?
I'm a no on that.
Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates?
No.
Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy?
No.
Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop?
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach?
No.
Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts?
No.
Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald?
No.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz?
No.
Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Owens?
No.
Mr. Owens votes no.
How is Swallow recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye.
House Bass recorded.
Ms. Bass, you are not recorded.
I vote aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Deutsch?
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 24 ayes and 18 noes.
The motion to appeal the ruling of the chair on the Johnson Amendment is laid on the table. Are there
Mr. Chairman.
any further amendments to the amendment in nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purposes Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina. Page 18, after line 8, insert the following. Requirement for grant recipients. The Attorney General shall not award a competitive grant or contract to a unit of local government, state, or Indian tribe under this section if the unit of local government, state, or Indian tribe decreases the budget for their law enforcement agency unless 1, there is a reduction in revenue for the unit of local government, state, or Indian tribe. 2, such unit of local government, state, or Indian tribe decreases their budget across all government functions. Or 3, there is a compelling economic reason for such decrease in the budget of the law enforcement agency.
The gentleman is recognized to speak in his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Subtitle B of the bill provides for the Attorney General to make grants, or appropriates $2.5 billion for the Attorney General to make grants, competitive grants or contracts to units of local government and other entities to support evidence-informed intervention strategies to reduce community violence. This amendment would modify that, in essence, to provide a maintenance of effort provision so that units of local government and others that may receive such grants cannot receive them if they are defunding their police. Now, there are exceptions there. If there is a reduction of revenue, if they are having an across-the-board budget decrease, or there's a compelling economic reason, then a reduction in funding to their law enforcement agency would be allowed. But otherwise, a condition of receiving such grants is they not defund their police. Now, this should be a very easy amendment for the majority to accept, given what they have said in previous hearings on this subject. But it is important to recognize that localities around the country have worked on defunding their police to very detrimental impacts on the people who live in their communities. For example, in Portland, Mayor Ted Wheeler advocated for and he allowed anarchists who run his city to cut $16 million from the police force, and he's admitted that that was a mistake after a 1,900% increase in murders. Likewise, $1 billion, New York City cut $1 billion out of its police budget, and upon doing so, there was an 82% increase, 82% increase in shootings, a 45% increase in murders since 2019. And again, there have been sort of a mixed message. Members of this committee, I can recall in earlier debates, have insisted that Democrats do not support defunding police. It's just that the message remains so mixed. After all, Vice President Kamala Harris supported the raising of money to bail out George Howard, one of the rioters in Minneapolis. One of those riots were fueled by defund the police rhetoric. Now, Mr. Howard, of course, has been recently charged with 2 counts of second-degree murder after the bail fund helped him be released unto the public. A member of this committee, Ms. Bush, recently had an opportunity to defend the fact that she uses her funds, or I think campaign funds, or maybe her MRA, to provide private security, while she has repeatedly called for communities to not be defended from criminals because they should have their police defunded. For example, she said, quote, "So if I end up spending $200,000, she's referring to her own private security, if I spend 10 more dollars on it, you know what? I get to be here to do the work, so suck it up. And defunding the police has to happen." That's what she said. So she was concerned about her security, but the problem is she's not concerned about whether children in the city of Chicago who are being shot have security of a fulsome police force. Another member of this body, Congressman Ocasio-Cortez, said that the $1 billion cut to the police in New York City was insufficient. Quote, defunding police means defunding police, close quote, she said in a statement. It does not mean budget tricks or funny math. She means it. Representative Omar on the police, quote, "I will never co-sign on funding a police department that continues to brutalize us, and I will never stop saying not only do we need to disinvest police, but we need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department, because here's the thing, there's a cancer." She said it's a cancer, and we have to amputate the leg in order for the cancer not to spread. Representative Tlaib has a tweet from April 12. Quote, "Policing in our country is inherently racist. No more policing, incarceration, and militarization. It can't be reformed," close quote. So this simple amendment gives the opportunity, and I'm sure the majority will clarify if I'm wrong, but I've heard them say that they're not in favor of defunding the police. So very simple amendment says, let's not in the course of this $3.5 trillion bill defund the police across America. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment, and I'll be very brief. The underlying legislation would provide much-needed funding to reduce violence in our communities. There is no reason to limit or condition this funding, which would undermine this critical investment in our communities who are in great need of this assistance. Accordingly, I urge my colleagues to join me in opposition to this amendment, and I yield back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition.
Who's that? What purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues in the majority ought to support this amendment if for no other reason that it is a non-supplanting amendment. It does not allow local communities to supplant funds from the federal government that they might otherwise apply to the objectives that I would suggest even the majority purports to try to achieve in the legislation. But I think the game that we're watching is a different one than that is being played. Americans are familiar with the filibuster rule and the fact that to do just about anything in the United States Senate, you need 60 votes. But we have this special tool called budget reconciliation, which allows the passage of legislation in the Senate in the absence of that 60 vote threshold, because we want to create special incentives to decrease spending, to lower the deficit, and to not pass along such a harsh economic burden to the next generation. And so we have this lower 50 vote threshold. And as Mr. McClintock so eloquently stated earlier today, this does the exact opposite of that objective. We're not being tasked with saving money, we're being tasked with spending money. And then when we look at what we're tasked to spend money to do, it essentially seems to be to either federalize law enforcement or to facilitate a massive amount of illegal immigration through amnesty. Now, I guess reasonable people can disagree about federalizing law enforcement. I tend to think that the type of training and the type of resourcing that we would want to see in communities could best be defined by those communities. But it doesn't seem that reasonable people right now should be able to disagree on the question of amnesty for anywhere between 8 and 10 million people who break our laws to come to the country and do so without welcome or permission. And the notion that that somehow increases our economic prospect, I think really misses the depression on wages that it creates, and the lost opportunity for Americans through a variety of fronts. And then obviously when these people come to our country, there's no prohibition for them signing up for social services that then put an incredible strain on the safety net that we want to make sure is available for Americans in need. It's unfortunate that a procedural trick through budget reconciliation would be used for this vast amnesty. It is unfortunate that my Democrat colleagues want to federalize policing rather than allowing our states and communities to be able to define solutions that best work for them. And it's certainly most unfortunate that it appears that this very good amendment by my colleague from North Carolina is going to be rejected, even though it would seem to ensure that the federal government is not taken for a ride by states and local communities that would supplant a normal funding for training with the resources provided by the bill. I thank the chairman for his indulgence, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Jackson Lee is recognized.
Contrary to some of the positions put forward, this is a bill to enhance the budget for very important issues, and maybe my colleagues have missed the very concept of community violence intervention, which is a component of this budget reconciliation legislation. I agree with President Biden that said that what works in dealing with the surge of community violence is community violence intervention and paying for it. And so what we have before us is a simple effort to stop the tide of violence, urban or rural, and to fund very conspicuous programs that I would hope my colleagues would think were worthy of such. In the Office dealing with ending violence against women, we're funding programs like the Stop Violence Against Women, the Sexual Assault Services, State and Territorial Sexual Assault, and Domestic Violence. That's funding. That's not wasting money. One of the major elements of this intervention certainly deals with the idea of community-oriented policing, which has been proven to be an effective and broadly supported from all political perspectives, dealing with tribal resources, school violence prevention, preparing active shooter situations. Who would be against that? And certainly one of the programs that I think is most effective that deals with juvenile justice is the Office of Justice Programs, which has a large number of unique programs that deal specifically with stopping the tide of violence. It is most needed and covers a passion that I have in trying to intervene in the lives of juveniles to stop violence of all forms. This is needed. It is needed for the victims of crime, something that I believe all members of Congress should champion. When I spoke to a victim of a very heinous crime, he said, you know, we hear first from the police at the scene to try to get all the facts they can if obviously that victim has lived. Not being a victim before, they say that after that, we know the police has to do its work, but they hear from no one. That is why it is so important to have a victim's advocacy and funding. That's what we're trying to do. It's a simple answer to a serious and almost sometimes insurmountable crisis in our communities. These funds are needed, and it is where all persons, from law enforcement to community activists to social justice engineers to victims to families to those who have suffered, this community intervention on violence is, I believe, one of the most important things that we can do for the American people. So I hope my colleagues will understand, and I oppose the underlying amendment because I think that it does not require the conditioning that has been suggested because all parties are going to benefit from this investment in intervening and stopping community violence. I yield back.
And lady yields back. Does anyone wish to be heard further on the amendment? Mr. Roy, did you wish to be heard?
Yes, ma'am. Move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, gentlelady. I would like to offer my strong support for the amendment from the gentleman from North Carolina. Like, I'm not an enormous proponent of significant federal grants as a general matter. I think to some degree along the lines of what the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, was talking about ensuring full local and community control over our law enforcement function. But I do think it merits consideration when we're talking about not only existing grant programs, and we're talking about now $107 billion of additional dollars that we're, quote, reconciling. The gentleman from Florida, I think, brought to light a lot of the sham that is this entire process. But so we're going to throw a bunch more money and say, look at us, we're investing. It's always the favored word, investing, staring at $30 trillion of debt in the process. And meanwhile, we're going to say, yeah, sure, we're going to give some more money to these cities that are utterly failing to do their fundamental duty to secure the citizenry, like the sort of fundamental nature of government. I'm en route to Austin, Texas. I live about 20 miles outside of Austin. And I don't go to downtown Austin that much anymore because it is incredibly less safe than it used to be. 60 murders this year. We're not done with the year, of course, topping records in the past. Extraordinary numbers in terms of what we're seeing in Austin, Texas. Not at all unrelated to the $150 million cut to police funding last year. Often ignored by Democrats. They sweep that under the table and say, oh, I don't know, we can't really account for what's going on with the murder increases, or that it's doubled. Oh no, there's no correlation whatsoever to, cutting the police. Saw that great infographic recently in Minneapolis where all those big words last summer, big words, we're going to defund the police. And then suddenly everybody kind of goes, hey, next headline in the paper, crime's going up. Huh, wonder how the hell that happened. And then, oh, well, maybe we should do something about that and, fund police. And then, next headline is, I think we should fund the police, and it's increased $6 million. No kidding. Hard to believe, really, that if you defund the police, you're going to get more crime. And so here we sit, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in reconciliation is going to take a whole bunch of money, and then they're going to say, sure, take all these dollars, go forth and have your community investment programs. We're not going to call them police. We're just going to have programs out there where, I don't even know what, because what we've seen is an utter failure in Democrat-led cities across this country, and now a Democrat-run Congress, an utter failure to secure the communities in which we live. Those are the facts. The data bears it out, where we've seen massive increases of crime. And this is what happens, predictably. This is not rocket science. We get it. And we're seeing now, of course, combined on top of all of that, wide open borders in which cartel-infused criminals are now gallivanting around the state of Texas. We're seeing it in where I represent, Bernie, Texas. We're seeing it in Austin, Texas, with the Austin Police Department. I just talked to a few weeks ago. We're talking about 2 bodies burned alive, the telltale symbol of cartel activity, and they went back and connected the dots. Hamstrung as they are, by the way, with 1,600 officers down from 1,900. After the Democrat-led city council in Austin, in their infinite wisdom, cut that $150 million and wiped out the next 3 classes at least of cadets for the police academy. Most diverse class ever. And wiped it out, and now we have attrition, and we're going down, and we've got 1,600 cops instead of 1,900. We have gang units that are not staffed up. We have DUI units that are not staffed up. These are all facts. These are all true. And it doesn't matter how much my Democratic colleagues bury their head in the sand, whether it's in Austin, Texas, in the leftist city council, or whether it's my leftist colleagues in the House of Representatives saying, let's just throw some more money into programs to go combat crime, when a program to combat crime is in fact a cop. A cop. I stand strong next to my friend from North Carolina that we ought to be very clear about this, and I would support his amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I understand the gentlelady from Texas has a unanimous consent request.
Madam Chair, I want to not politicize this debate, as my colleague from Texas has continued to do time after time in his remarks. That's all he's doing, I guess, is setting up a campaign ad. But with that in mind, I'd like to submit into the record there's a proven way to reduce gun violence in America's cities. We just need to fund it, which responds to the community intervention that we're trying to do, is to stop violence of all kinds.
Be made part of the record
I ask unanimous consent.
without objection.
Chair.
Does anyone else?
Madam Chair.
The ranking members recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're not trying to politicize anything. We're just trying to present the facts, present the truth, present common sense. When you defund the police, you shouldn't be surprised when you get more crime. Most Americans understand that. Democrats don't. Most of the rest of the country gets that. I just want to go through the cities again, just to pick up where my friend and colleague from Texas was just talking. Austin, Texas, $150 million cut to the police. Baltimore, Maryland, $22 million cut to the police. Boston, $12 million cut. Columbus, Ohio, $23 million cut. Denver, $55 million. Los Angeles, $175 million. Minneapolis, $8 million. Portland, as someone, I think the gentleman from North Carolina is sponsoring the legislation, sponsoring the amendment. Portland, $15 million cut. New York, $1 billion. Washington, D.C., $15 million cut to the police department. When you do that, you get more crime. Because as the gentleman from Texas just pointed out, that means there's less, when you cut the police, when you defund the police, there's less cops on the street, therefore bad guys are going to more opportunity to do bad things. And that's exactly what we've seen in every major urban area in the country. And so once again, we have a common sense amendment. If you're going to hand out taxpayer dollars in this bill, don't give it to the cities that have made crime go up because they've defunded their police. Pretty good idea. Pretty basic thing. Just good old-fashioned common sense, like every other amendment we have offered starting this morning and now going into the evening hours. I hope this is, I'm just hoping one, maybe just one of our good amendments, common sense amendments, the Democrats will accept. I doubt they will. I doubt they will, but I hope one. This is as good as they get when it comes to common sense. I mean, what was it, 5 weekends ago? 12 people killed in Chicago in one weekend? Was that like 5 or 6 weekends ago? I mean, that again, yeah, it's so sad what is happening to these communities, all in the name of politics. All in the name of politics. What's happening to families, and all too often what's happening to kids. I think there are 261 children shot in Chicago this year alone. So the gentleman has a good, again, good, plain, common sense amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
Be happy to yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio, and I got to say I'm surprised. I know we've had a lot of controversial amendments, and I don't think they should have been, but this one's easiest of all. I can recall the insistence on the part of the majority that it was mischaracterizing the majority to suggest that they're in favor of defunding the police, notwithstanding the anecdotes, the examples that I related in detail, and the others have then gone on with far more detail. But I've been given to understand that that was not what Democrats supported. So this would be so simple, and in fact, extraordinarily supportive of the purpose of the provision. That is to say, the provision of the bill which permits these grants distributes $2.5 billion of, I started to say American taxpayers' money, but it'll probably be money borrowed from China, but to spread it around the country to achieve, assuming that they can be achieved, these evidence-based programs to reduce community violence. And certainly we wouldn't want to see, if Democrats are not in favor of defunding police, would not want to see that money taken, and then at the same time localities continue to do what Austin and New York and Portland have done, only to see dead bodies pile up as a consequence. So I hope my colleagues seem to be saying, I understood the opposition articulated so far, but surely, unless the other side, the majority, really does embrace this radical idea of defunding police throughout the nation, surely they'll support this amendment. I yield back to Mr. Jordan.
Again, I thank the gentleman for his amendment, and would yield back balance of our time.
Gentleman yields that. Anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those who are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those who are opposed will say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes prevail.
I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline? No. Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Demmings?
No.
Ms. Demmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
Scanlon votes no.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton? Mr. Stanton?
No.
Somebody needs to mute their microphone, please.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Okay, yeah. 'cause
Mr. Johnson of
currently,
Louisiana votes
other
aye.
Benadryls are taking nothing.
Mr. Biggs?
So,
So this Flonase spray can be very.
Mr. McClintock?
I wonder if people could please check their microphones.
Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stube?
Yes.
Mr. Stube votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Yes.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Biggs, you are not recorded.
I vote yes.
Mr. Biggs votes yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Jayapal?
Ms. Jayapal, you are not recorded.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal
Chairman,
votes
how am I
no.
recorded?
Mr. Jeffries, you are not recorded.
Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Owens?
No. Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes.
How is Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Cohen, proverbial question that he knows the answer to. How am I recorded?
Mr. Cohen, you are not recorded.
Oh, then I will vote no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Are there additional members wishing to cast a vote or to change a vote? If not, the clerk will please report.
Madam Chair, there are 18 ayes and 25 noes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Massey, do you wish to offer an amendment?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report. Ms. Jackson Lee, no, Mr. Stanton reserves a point of order.
I would like to reserve a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky. Page 18, after line 8, insert the following. Prohibition on certain expenditures. No amounts made available under this subtitle may be used in any manner that results in the denial without due process of an individual's exercise of any right under the Second Amendment to the Constitution.
What do you think, Michael?
Madam Chairwoman, am I recognized to speak on the amendment?
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Here we are, $107 billion of the $3.5 trillion. And when you drill down into it, there's $2.5 billion for the so-called community violence intervention initiatives. And I'm concerned that these so-called intervention initiatives are going to include funding for extreme risk protection orders, which are also called red flags. Last year, our committee considered a bill that would deprive law-abiding Americans of their due process rights while taking away their Second Amendment rights. It would have paid states or tribes to enact a law that allowed anyone to petition a court to apply for an extreme risk protection order to be issued to take away an individual's firearms. The federal government should not be in the business of bribing states to adopt unconstitutional laws. Yet I'm afraid that's what this legislation today, the spending bill, is going to do. In fact, 17 states have already adopted some form of red flag laws, and there's no evidence that these laws have reduced the frequency of shootings. In fact, these laws authorize unannounced gun confiscations that are hazardous to both citizens and law enforcement officers. For instance, a man in Maryland was shot in the confusion that ensued when his house was raided in the dark. And it's because of dangers like this that you have some sheriffs who are already saying they will not enforce these red flag laws because they present a danger to their deputies. The criteria for red flagging a person in the various states are already vague, and it's vague in the federal statute that's been proposed. In some of the states, the people that can request a red flag are police officers, family members, romantic partners, and cohabitants. but anybody can call a police officer and refer it. So basically anybody can ask for a red flag on somebody. The system is ripe for abuse. Every state in the union already has a law that allows individuals to be involuntarily confined to a medical facility briefly on the basis of a mental health professional's opinion that they are a danger to themselves or others. Whereas these laws, these red flag laws, whereas those laws treat individuals in need, the red flag laws only irritate individuals by taking some of their firearms and leaving them without mental health help. Furthermore, red flag laws don't require expert testimony of a medical health professional. Despite the sacrifices, the evidence shows no benefits from red flag laws, the sacrifices of their constitutional rights. Looking at the data from 1970 through 2017, these laws had no significant effect on murder, suicide, mass public shooting, fatalities, robbery, aggravated assault, or burglary. These laws do not save lives. In fact, they endanger lives in another way. If somebody knows that they seek mental health help because they might be a danger, or they feel they might be a danger to themselves or somebody else, if they know if they seek that help, then that could get them flagged, and then they would lose their constitutional rights. They may not go seek that help. And so they're dangerous. These red flag laws are dangerous for that reason. We've already got a situation at the VA where veterans are banned from owning or possessing firearms or even ammunition if they merely admit that somebody else administers their finances. This is not due process. This is not constitutional. And that's why we need this amendment to ensure that those rights are not abridged without due process. Getting back to the legislation that was passed in this committee, the issuance of an ex parte extreme risk protection order would permit law enforcement to seize firearms without the respondent being afforded the right to a briefing. In fact, the firearms can be held by law enforcement for up to a month before the respondent has a chance on a hearing, and they're going to have to hire a lawyer at that point. The level of that's required is reasonable cause to believe that the respondent poses a danger of causing harm to himself or others in the near future by having access to a firearm. That's a very low standard, and it would deprive individuals of their Second Amendment right. And when the petitioner is finally granted his day in court, the government only needs to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the respondent proposes a danger. Again, this is a very low standard to deprive individuals of their Second Amendment right. And we're assuming they're guilty until they can prove themselves innocent. Bear in mind, the average person is going to have to retain legal counsel, expensive legal counsel. These are not criminals. They're not illegal aliens. They're not fugitives. These are law-abiding citizens who are not prohibited by law from purchasing a firearm or possessing them, and they should not lose their Second Amendment right without due process and with such a low evidentiary standard, and I urge adoption of this amendment.
I withdraw the point of order.
The point of order is withdrawn. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The underlying measure directs the Attorney General to fund programs to reduce violence in our communities. And the measure does not direct funding to any particular purpose or program. I do not believe it is necessary for us to tell the Attorney General to protect due process rights with respect to any of the programs that are funded, because I expect the Attorney General would do so without any direction from us. I believe this amendment is not necessary, and I oppose its adoption. I yield back. Who seeks recognition? If no one else seeks recognition, the question occurs.
Mr. Biggs, I think.
Mr. Biggs, do you seek recognition?
I do seek recognition, Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. I would like a chance to rebut the chairman's contention that this isn't a necessary amendment. Well, it shouldn't be necessary, but unfortunately it is necessary because we've seen these kinds of abuses already at the Veterans Administration, where veterans, if they when they're being asked, when they apply for benefits that they have earned, that they deserve, disability benefits related to serving this country, if they so much as say that they are not managing their own finances, There they have their due process rights stripped away. They are presumed guilty.
18, right?
Excuse me, somebody has a hot mic here. The veterans are presumed guilty and their rights are taken away. So we have seen due process taken away. We have seen it proposed in the bills already that have passed out of this committee. The evidentiary standards are so low, reasonable suspicion, preponderance of the evidence to remove their Second Amendment rights in the bills that have been proposed in this very committee, that we are talking about red flag laws that would deprive them of their rights to keep and bear arms without due process. We cannot trust the Attorney General. And frankly, I'm just going to say, we can't trust a Republican Attorney General or a Democratic Attorney General to follow the due process laws, the rich 250-year history of our country, unless we codify this, put this in this statute. Look, you may think the money's not going to go there, but who would have ever imagined that money would go to a Chinese lab to fund development of a virus that would be unleashed on the public and cause so much pain and suffering? People want to blame Dr. Fauci for that, but I blame Congress for funding it. And let's don't make those mistakes again. Let's don't have hearings later after somebody's rights have been abridged and say, well, why did Congress fund these programs? Let's stop it right here. Let's fence it in and let's say you will not use this money to deprive somebody of due process. I don't care if you're a Republican Attorney General or a Democratic Attorney General. You do not get the money to do that. We have the power of the purse. This is $3.5 trillion. We are entrusted with in this Judiciary Committee with 107 billion of that, and 2.5 billion of it is going to very vague programs. But we know what that's going to end up funding if we don't put these fences on that. And so I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back to my good friend Andy Biggs from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman, and I want to just cover one quick thing, and then before I yield to the gentleman from Ohio. So in this section on page 18, we're not seeing any definition of these community-based violence intervention initiatives. There's a few in there listed for funding, but otherwise it is wide open. And when you don't have a definition like that, and Congress chooses not to provide very specific definitions in this case, that means the Attorney General might read it and say, well, yeah, we do want to have some red flag law programs. That would be a huge problem. That's why this amendment is so necessary, because the underlying bill, which I have mentioned repeatedly today, does not adequately provide definitions and guidance. And with that, I'll yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I just want to support the gentleman from Kentucky's amendment. It's a good amendment. I think we started today's markup by talking about, at least those of us on the Republican side, talking about this committee is supposed to be the committee most focused in the United States Congress on protecting the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the fundamental liberties the American people enjoy. And we're talking about the Second Amendment. I always say the Second Amendment's right next to the first because it's pretty darn important. This is a good amendment focused on the thing that we should be, as a committee, focused on. I hope the committee will adopt this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back as well.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Jackson-Lee seek recognition?
Last word.
And ladies recognized.
I want to share with my good friends, and the gentleman from Kentucky I know has always been a strong advocate for constitutional rights and the rights to privacy, and I respect that. But both the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment codify protections, I think, that will be evident. They are codified, 14th Amendment equal protection and due process, Fifth Amendment due process. But I think as relates to the idea of what this community intervention dollars will be able to be utilized for, these are well-known and conspicuous programs in the Office of Justice Programs, the Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services, Office of Violence Against Women, which will include among those the concern about juveniles and violence in that age group. And as well, we'll look to all aspects of our society, urban and rural. And I believe the fact that this is in the discretion of the Attorney General, the Attorney General cannot violate, nor can the programs that he provides these discretionary funds to, in his discretion, due process. And so all we have to do is look to the Constitution. I think the amendment is well intended, but I oppose the amendment because I believe we do have the protection necessary. And these programs are simply to do what we are trying to enact, is to intervene in community violence and to ensure a safe community for our urban and rural citizens of this country. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For our purposes, Mr. Roy seek recognition.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate the chairman. I appreciate the amendment being offered from my friend from Kentucky. It's an important amendment. I obviously support it. You know, and I think in response to the gentlelady from Texas, who earlier, by the way, and I take it in good faith, you know, accused me of being political. Well, and then I might go run an ad. Well, first of all, I don't think I can run an ad from these official proceedings. But second of all, yeah, it's political. You're darn right it's political. You got people in Texas who are getting hurt on policies being proposed by my Democrat colleagues. So you're darn right I'm raising issues that I know that my constituents are concerned about. One of those issues is ensuring that they can maintain and preserve and protect their Second Amendment rights. It is the great separator of this country from others in terms of the right balance between the people and the power of government. It is the great equalizer. And the American people know that. And Texans know that. I want my Second Amendment rights because my Democratic colleagues want my streets to be less safe by defunding police. I want my Second Amendment rights because my borders are wide open and being run by cartels while dangerous individuals pour across the border. I want my Second Amendment rights because, like the ranchers I talked to last week, having their wires cut and having illegal immigrants come up to their houses and endanger their families and loved ones, I want my family and my loved ones to be able to arm themselves, to protect themselves, due to the rote incompetence of Democrats who don't seem to care about our safety and well-being, only to have the government tell us how we're supposed to live. I want the Second Amendment to be able to maintain my rights. That's why I want the Second Amendment. The gentlelady from Texas gave up the game earlier when we were talking about my friend from North Carolina's amendment to ensure that we don't encourage cities to continue these foolish policies of defunding the police, when she said that you don't need to do that, and talked about these great programs that target guns, right? Focusing on the guns. I'm old enough to remember when we targeted the criminals who misuse guns and had a precipitous decline in violent crime. Now I see the opposite. See an administration that nominates a radical leftist like Chipman, who even this administration, even in this Congress, had to withdraw his nomination because he's such a radical gun-grabbing leftist. My friend from Kentucky is right to ensure that we put forward an amendment to guarantee we preserve and protect the Second Amendment of the United States, to ensure that we preserve and protect the ability for us to maintain weapons to defend ourselves against the long arm of government, against the criminals that government is allowing to roam on the streets, against the criminals, the lawlessness, the cartels that they're allowing to roam into our state in Texas due to a complete and total failure to secure the border of the United States, as is their charge. The gentleman from Kentucky is well versed in knowing the abuse of so-called red flag laws and other nice sounding policies that are thrown into things like community policing and community programs. But these are not the kinds of programs that are designed to target getting criminals off the streets who are misusing those weapons, as much as they are creating an environment which will continue to foster the lawlessness on our streets and foster the targeting of the ability of law-abiding citizens to be able to maintain those weapons. We've already seen the ATF under this administration targeting our ability to have access to maintain the weapons that we believe are important and critical for the safety and well-being of our communities and our states. They've done so and are engaged in doing that as we speak. And thankfully, there's organizations standing up for the rights and liberties of all Americans trying to fight to preserve and protect those in the face of a government that would prefer to eliminate those rights, reduce those rights, minimize those rights, those very rights that separate us and make sure that we are able to protect this American ideal for our kids and our grandkids.
Would the
So
gentleman yield?
I do. 20 seconds.
Well, the gentle lady from Texas and the chairman and everybody else here, we all agree we need due process. I think what we're missing, though, is due process involves confronting your accuser. It involves innocent until proven guilty. It involves a trial by jury. It involves an evidentiary standard that's high. And all of those things are missing from red flag laws, and that's why I've offered this amendment and urge its adoption.
I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anybody else on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Gates of Florida.
Mr. Gates, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Massey Amendment ripens a very important point. As the Taliban run through Afghanistan with tons of U.S.-made weapons on the streets everywhere, the Build Back Better Biden program in America actually includes a soft gun control. And the way that that is intended to be executed is through $2.5 billion of federal money dangled over the heads of your local communities with the hopes that they will adopt federal standards on a variety of policing issues. And with these red flag laws, all the rage and fully embraced by the Biden administration, that might be just the beginning of the soft gun control that creeps into our communities as a consequence of the Build Back Better program. I think that our fellow Americans would be right to be skeptical of an argument that starts by saying we're for community policing, and the best way to achieve it is a federal program run out of Washington, D.C., administered out of Washington, D.C. If anything, the true meaning of community policing would be resilient communities and sustainable communities that fund their own law enforcement, and then that law enforcement is resourced out of a community, connected to that community, and able to reflect the values of that community. And when we centralize the funding of law enforcement at the Department of Justice, then sometimes we centralize the thinking. And I think Mr. Massey is correct to be concerned that the thinking of this administration is out of touch with communities in Kentucky and Texas, and certainly in North Florida, where I live. For example, in my community, someone like David Chipman would be seen as a radical, someone who opposes banning the AR-15, which is functionally the flagship rifle of the Second Amendment. You know, in my community, folks use the AR-15 to hunt hogs sometimes. I know there are many Americans who use that rifle for personal security and to secure their families. And so with an administration that seems to embrace these values that are not shared in my community and in many others, I would suggest that the provisions of this reconciliation legislation that empower the Department of Justice to have more leverage over our communities will mean that the policing is less reflective of the people that are directly receiving the provision of that service and more reflective of the thinking of the Biden administration. And that ought to concern many. And so with this vote, we'll sort of see who endorses gun control in America as a feature of Build Back Better, and those of us who think that that's not a proper objective for the Department of Justice. And I would yield any time to the gentleman from Kentucky that he might choose to consume.
Well, thank you. I think this vote is, by the way, that was very well stated. We don't want Washington, D.C. in charge of community programs. It's an oxymoron. And the gentleman is right to point out that every community is different. But I think this vote that we're about to have is not really a referendum on gun control so much as it is on due process. I mean, it's not so much a referendum on the Biden administration as it is on any administration who might seek to subvert due process or encourage states and communities to take shortcuts and not follow due process, which would be in violation of the Constitution. So that's what, to me, this vote is about. Yes, it's about gun control, but more specifically, it is about due process. Do you believe that the 250-year history we have of allowing people to be innocent until they were proven guilty, to have their day in court, do you believe in that? If you do, then vote for this amendment. And I'll yield back to the gentleman from Florida.
And I would yield back to the chair.
The question occurs on the amendment.
I'd like to be heard. This is Gomert.
Gentleman is recognized.
Strike the last word. Yeah, I rise in support of the amendment. And I can understand a Democrat friend from Texas. I mean, I was just like her. I was thinking, you know, especially the VA, what are they going to do to hurt somebody's constitutional Second Amendment rights? And then we would start having people say they went to the VA for a checkup and they didn't think anything about it. Were asked, you know, who pays the bills in your family? And, you know, some of us have very smart spouses or wives. And, you know, like in my case, she got her MBA in accounting. I'm not here when a lot of bills have to be paid. And if I were asked, I would think that was pretty innocuous question. Okay, yeah, my wife pays more of the bills than I do, not realizing that that would be used without due process at all. No due process. It goes in the charts as the man can't take care of his own records. He says his wife does, and therefore he gets red flagged and can't buy a weapon, can't buy a firearm. A Second Amendment right is taken away without any due process. And like I said, I'm like my friend from Texas, I would never have thought that was the case until it started happening repeatedly. And so the only thing I disagreed with my friend from Kentucky about was when he said, you know, it's an oxymoron to have the federal government in charge of community programs. I disagree there. I don't think it's an oxymoron. I think it's just simply moronic. See, they're just moronic. We shouldn't have the federal government in charge of community programs, especially when it comes to something like this, and especially when we already have bedrock examples from the Biden-Obama administration of exactly what they'll do. Now we have it from Biden himself. They are out to take away Americans' Second Amendment rights. And this is a great place to have a Second Amendment protection because, for heaven's sake, the amendment will prevent this administration from continuing to disregard the Supreme Court, disregard the law of the land, and try to take people's firearms away from them so they cannot self-protect. And with that, unless the gentleman from Kentucky needs time, then I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No.
Aye.
No. The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
The recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Oh, hold on, hang on a second.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demmings?
No.
Ms. Demmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan?
Members, please mute yourselves.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa? Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Someone should mute.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz?
Yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
How is Swallow recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
How is Goose recorded?
Mr. Neguse, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no.
How is Johnson recorded?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Jones?
How is Jones?
Mr. Jones, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Jones votes no.
Are there any other members who haven't been recorded who wish to be recorded? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Shabbat seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment. Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Shabbat of Ohio.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move it be considered as read.
Add at the end of the following subtitle C, balanced budget
The
requirements.
amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we're considering the Judiciary Committee's portion of President Biden and the Democrats' $3.5 trillion budget. This year alone, the federal budget deficit is approximately $2.5 trillion, and we're quickly approaching a total national debt of nearly $30 trillion. $30 trillion. In addition to this absurdly irresponsible budget proposal, we are expecting in the coming weeks to yet again hit the debt limit. Now, look, we just can't keep adding debt on top of debt on top of debt. In the last 10 years, our national debt has nearly doubled. The budget being proposed today will only make matters worse. We cannot continue to spend money that we don't have. That's why back in January, the start of this new Congress, I reintroduced HJ Res 3, the Balanced Budget Amendment, which would require that we spend no more than we take in and prohibit increasing the national debt except under certain specific circumstances. The Balanced Budget Amendment currently has 41 co-sponsors, and I would urge any of my colleagues who may not be on it yet to sign up. The amendment that I offer today similarly would enact a requirement that total outlays do not exceed total receipts for any fiscal year and requires a supermajority to increase the debt limit. We need to enact a balanced budget amendment to rein in the out-of-control federal spending. Spending more than we take in, it hurts families, it hurts small businesses, it hurts our economies, it hurts all of us in many, many ways. While I realize that an amendment to the Constitution is necessary to place such a spending limit on Congress, I want to introduce this amendment. I introduced it to highlight that we are spending entirely too much money that we don't have, and that we need to make some difficult decisions to get our spending under control before it's really too late. Realizing that the majority is likely to find that this amendment is non-germane because it takes a 2/3 vote in order to amend the Constitution, and this bill is a simple majority. I will therefore withdraw the amendment. However, I wanted to reiterate the importance of balancing the budget, and I would strongly urge. We used to have a few Democrats support a balanced budget amendment. I don't think any of them support it anymore. But we need to stop this outrageous spending. We're spending other people's money. We're putting this on our kids and on our grandkids. It's not right. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The amendment is withdrawn. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have amendment at desk.
Reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. The gentleman will clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana. Add at the end of the following.
The amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our nation faces a health, humanitarian, and national security crisis at our southern border. Make no mistake, this is a direct result of the Biden administration's dangerous immigration policies that favor illegal immigrants over the American people he swore to protect. By any objective measure, the immigration crisis is a serious threat to the safety and stability of our local communities throughout the United States. In July, Customs and Border Protection officers encountered more than 200,000 individuals crossing the border, which was the most of any single month since the year 2000. So far this year, CBP has already recorded more than 1 million of these encounters, and as you've heard here today, that is a grossly undercounted number because we know that many have gotten away and come across undetected. In late June, I traveled to the Rio Grande Valley with nearly 24 of my Republican colleagues to witness this emergency firsthand. It's difficult to overstate the tragedies taking place every day as weary, poor individuals, many of them children,
are subjected to a treacherous journey at the hands of human traffickers. Each day of inaction from our federal government compounds this suffering, with the toll felt not only by those seeking freedom, but also our law enforcement officials who've been forced to abandon their security duties to shepherd individuals to processing facilities. The impacts of this surge are also experienced well beyond the immediate vicinity of the border region. In late July, a busload of 80 Haitian immigrants was dropped off by Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials with no advance notice in Shreveport, Louisiana, which is the largest city in my district. ICE gave no prior notice to any local, state, or federal officials, local law enforcement, etc. I immediately contacted ICE for an explanation, and I was told that these individuals do not speak English, most of them, have no concrete plans upon arrival, and the rest. I was also told to expect many more busloads of migrants to be dropped off in Shreveport from many countries around the world in the days ahead, and they have been. I was just sitting here a moment ago, and I pulled up the notices that ICE sends me by email now because I demanded that they do so. And just since that time, I got an email on August 3rd, August 11th, August 17th, August 19th, August 21st, the 31st, September 3rd, September 9th, 187, at least 187 additional migrants from countries all around the world, Haiti, Cuba, Brazil, Nicaragua, on, have been dropped off in my city. This has been happening in cities around the country all year, and it is not a sustainable situation. My constituents did not volunteer to assist with the fallout of the Biden administration's failure to maintain the integrity of our southern border. To that end, my amendment would give states and localities the power to tell the administration they will not tolerate immigrants being dumped in their jurisdictions in the middle of the night with no notice from federal officials. My amendment will require the Department of Homeland Security to first notify and obtain approval from any mayor and his or her respective state's governor before immigrants are released into their communities. The amendment also requires the Department of Homeland Security to notify members of Congress when aliens are released anywhere in their districts. The administration is trying to pass the buck to states and localities to assist these immigrants, many of whom come to this country with nothing but the clothes on their backs, and many are not even able to speak English, have no concrete plans, etc. This is not the responsibility of these jurisdictions, and we cannot allow this or any administration to force them to act in their place. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The point of order is withdrawn. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Yes, I oppose this amendment. I think it is, excuse me, it is shoehorned into away from a point of order because it burdens the use of funds in the section. But as a practical matter, this is not a workable plan to have prior approval before anyone is moved in the country. It's just not going to work. And is there a veto on the part of the governor or local authority? It's not clear. Does this include airspace, I wonder? It's not clear. What if the individual who has been paroled is moving in their own vehicle or in the vehicle of a family member? Are they to seek approval? I'm not sure what is to be achieved here. I don't think it's a workable plan, and I think it ought to be defeated without a lot of discussion. I yield back.
The gentleman
yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purposes, Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
Would strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request that an article called GOP Rep. Andy Biggs Stop Dumping Illegals in Our Communities be admitted to the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now, what prompted that article is, and why I support this amendment, is there's a small town in Arizona. It's not right on the border. It's actually a good, probably 75 miles, 60, 75 miles at least north of the border. It's called Gila Bend, one of the hottest communities in the country. It gets really hot there in the summertime. Well, what happened is is in this town of 2,000 that has no facilities, no hospitals, no medical clinics, no state or federal resources for food or housing, nothing. Really, it's just a small community, very agrarian. Nearest community from them, nearest town of any size at all, is at least 30 miles away. But what happened is Border Patrol decided to drive on up and release 16 individuals, illegal aliens, into that community. Now, why? Not because there were any resources to help those illegal aliens, but because there was a bus stop. Now, that bus stop in that small community didn't even get traffic every day. So what had to happen is the mayor had to personally rent vehicles because he was told they couldn't use the 2 town vans to transport them to Phoenix. So he and somebody else had to rent a couple of vehicles, drive those 16 individuals to resource centers in Phoenix. Well, what does that mean? Well, that means that they had no notification. If ICE or CBP or any other agency reached out and said, we want to deposit 16 folks there, they could have told them, well, what do you want us to do with them? They could have dealt with that. There are other communities around Arizona that have experienced similar problems. I think of Yuma. Fortunately, they're a bigger town and they have got resources within the community to assist. But they need notification. And this amendment is actually really right on point. The closing comment will be this. Officials told Gila Bend that there would be more drop-offs. It wasn't until congressional delegations got involved and that there was finally an assurance that Gila Bend would no longer be subjected to that. But as disbursement of illegal aliens throughout Arizona has continued, there are other cities that have been overrun. I support Mr. Johnson's common sense amendment. I think it is necessary, and I support it and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. What purpose does Mr. Issa seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, a co-sponsor of this amendment, and I know the gentlelady's intentions are good when she says that it's imperfect, that it might have some technical problems, but if the city of San Jose, where she resides, would like to simply take all these people, they should volunteer. The fact is that I'm a donor community. I'm from an area right near the border. Congressman Vargas and I share this vast border region. And every day, our airport and bus loads leave San Diego, departing for all kinds of other places where these brand new parolees are dropped with or get off an airplane without language skills, without family in many cases, just simply with a hope for a better life when in fact they have not immigrated legally but rather are being paroled under this policy. And so the common sense amendment, if not perfect, please let's remember our responsibility and make it perfect. The idea that you can come up with some case in which it might not be so easy, administrations regularly look at mandates and deal with the part which is possible. If somebody actually had an automobile and they were paroled into America and they were driving on our street, presumably with a license, they would be the 1/1,000,000th of 1% of the people who immigrate. The people that I see at the border in my many trips, they have no language skills. They often have only a phone number of somebody they're hoping to mate up with. But let's go to the other side of it, Mr. Chairman. The other side of it is this amendment would facilitate the contacting of non-government organizations, Catholic charities and the like, so they could be better prepared to help these people. In my own community, I have vast amounts of jobs open to people without language skills, without any advanced skills, that in fact go wanting. I have restaurants that are closed 1 or 2 days a week because they cannot find enough people simply to do the dishes and the other work. So do we have jobs for these people? In many cases, we actually could find jobs for them, but we're not going to find jobs if they're simply dropped off and in community after community without vaccines, without the kind of ability to be prepared, and without alerting the community. So I know that everyone wants to talk about the negative impact, and there's plenty of it. But if the gentlelady who objected and the rest of the majority would simply look and say, but of course you should be giving alert. There should be a plan when you're dispersing people to the far-flung area of the country. You can object to whether they could have a veto. Well, the courts would decide if anyone really would have a veto. We're not going to mandate that somehow a governor could say, I won't take any. And that's not what this amendment seeks to do. I co-sponsored it because I see those people get onto aircraft and onto buses every day with little or no knowledge of where they're going, simply aspirations and hope. And that's fine. That's part of what we expect. What we don't expect and shouldn't have is for a young girl to arrive on a bus in a strange city, not met by somebody prepared to help them, but maybe met by somebody who's an opportunist. If you want to have that kind of opportunism, keep the existing system. If you want to have a real plan, then why not inform people so they can be prepared and able to better deal with unasked for, but immigrants who are coming to their communities. With that, I think—
the gentleman yield?
Of course I would yield to the gentlelady.
Just a quick note, under this, within 36 hours, certainly before, not less than 36 hours before transport, there has to be this notification where there's an alien is to be paroled. Well, a lot of these individuals are being paroled are children, and the rules are you can't keep these kids for very long in the Border Patrol. So if you have to, you got 36 hours of notification, and you have to wait for the response, you're going to have kids piling up at the Border Patrol station.
Reclaiming my time, I'm afraid the gentlelady hasn't been to San Diego. We do keep children for much longer than that for their protection. It takes quite a bit of time to prepare. The reality is that those young children, thank goodness, most of the time are not quickly put on a bus. But when they are without notice, there would be a problem. And lastly, of course, that 36 hours, they know that they're going to send X amount of packs here, X amount of packs there. The reality is that that type of planning is not unreasonable. If you can't plan 36 hours ahead for tens of thousands of people being paroled into this country, then you're not prepared to parole tens of thousands of people. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes, Mr. Benz seek recognition?
Strike last word, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield my time to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
I thank my friend for yielding. I just want to address a couple things that have been brought up. The gentlelady from California says that there's something unclear about this language. I mean, this entire amendment takes up just about one page. Language is very precise and very clear. It just simply says none of the funds collected under this bill may be used to transport aliens to a destination other than a detention center unless the governor of that state and the mayor of that locality is informed first if they're going to be paroled there or if they're going to be used as a pass-through location like a bus terminal. What we're seeking here in this amendment is just some basic level of accountability. These local communities are being overwhelmed. I talked to the mayor of my city. He's a Democrat, I'm a Republican. We agree. This is not something that our city can sustain. We have limited resources. We have tight budgets. It's not just cities in Louisiana. It's cities all across the country. And they have this same crisis. We have an open southern border, and we have an administration willingly taking these people and distributing them at whim. We're not sure. There's no rhyme or reason we can tell to where they're going, where they're being sent. But they're sending them around without any even notice, much less approval of the local officials there, the people that actually have to deal with this. Now, some of the NGOs, as for example, one of the churches in my city is doing noble work. They're trying to assist. They're trying to take and process these people, and they're using resources presumably that will be reimbursed by federal taxpayers at some point to then take these persons and get them further distributed throughout the country. But who knows where they're going? There's no accountability for this. No one has submitted a report to say where they're going. And if they're not staying in Shreveport, Louisiana, they're going to a city near you. The point is that what we're asking here is not unreasonable. ICE is already doing this. I told you I get an email because I demanded it before any new busload is dropped off in one of my cities. Every member of Congress should not have to go to ICE and request that. This should be an automatic thing. This should be a no-brainer that the department should be providing notice and seeking the approval of the officials on the ground who actually have to deal with the problem once these illegals are dropped off in their communities. It is unconscionable that we would not provide that basic level of accountability. It's beyond me that we would not do this. We're not asking for, this is not additional money. All it is basic courtesy for the people on the ground that have to deal with it. It's just unbelievable to me that this would not be accepted unanimously. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
And then who seeks recognition?
Representative Tiffany.
Mr. Tiffany, for what purposes do you seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So once again, we are seeing an amendment here because of the failure of the Biden administration and specifically the Department of Homeland Security that they are not working with Congress. They're not working with people around the country. They're not informing people of what is happening. And the gentleman from Louisiana just used the operative word, courtesy. This is a failure of the executive branch to do the common courtesy of telling local people something that used to be understood is that the executive branch would always communicate with local governments, with state and local governments, and say to them, we're going to be doing X project in your region. We're going to be conducting this particular operation. In this case, we are considering moving people into your communities in your state. In your, Mr. Mayor, we're going to move some people into your community. They don't do that common courtesy here. And that's why we are having to do amendment after amendment today, is to try to get the Department of Homeland Security and the Biden administration to at least be responsible, to be accountable. They're simply not doing it. Now, I don't know if there's any hope, but I see a story in Politico today that a woman, Karen Olick, has resigned her position as Chief of Staff of the Department of Homeland Security. She is described here, Olick was most recently a prominent official at SKDK, the powerful Democratic strategic communications firm. She recently led the firm's ballot initiative practice. So in other words, you had a chief of staff at the Department of Homeland Security that was simply a political operative that didn't know how to run an operation like that. Is this what's happening in the Biden administration, where you're just placed in there as a political reward? You helped us through the campaign, and now we're going to reward you for simply doing what was politically expedient for you, but you really don't have the background of being able to do these things, because as Mr. Biggs from Arizona can attest to, there's people with the Border Patrol and other places, they could do a terrific job in this position. They know exactly what is happening. I would hope that Secretary Mayorkas and the Biden administration would put somebody in this position of chief of staff in the future that knows how to run the Department of Homeland Security, that will now remain in Mexico and implement it as the courts have decided it should happen. That's really what should be happening here. So this is a good piece of legislation that is coming before us, this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support it, because we have to have accountability as our border is overrun. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question, does anyone else seek recognition?
Mr.
Question.
Gohmert, I move.
For what purposes Mr. Gohmert seek recognition?
Rise in support of the amendment. As to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish this amendment were a no-brainer, but obviously it's in jeopardy of not even having any Democrats vote for it, which does raise the issue, raise the question that I've been asked by a lot of people, and that is, since we don't know.
Dang, got it, girl.
Wow. Okay. Whoever's got it, girl. Thank you. Now, we've been hearing from people that think, gee, the Department of Health and Human Services, Homeland Security, somebody is guiding the masses of people who illegally entered this country. They're shipping them all over the country. Who's making those decisions? Because I have a lot of people say, you know, it seems like from what we're seeing, when we see all these people just appear that got shipped into our community by, you know, the Biden administration, it seems like they're targeting red areas, thinking, okay, if we can just legalize them, then they'll vote this whole place blue. And the fact that I'm not hearing any Democrats that are concerned about this makes me wonder if they're not hearing the same thing that all of us Republicans are hearing, that they're having people moved in, they're running up the prices of everything because the government is paying too much for places for them to live. And it's so not only are we paying more taxes, and the President Biden's promising all kinds of money in Medicare, all kinds of things. If people would just please rush into our country illegally, we'll heap up more and more taxes on the law-abiding people, and we'll keep encouraging people to flood into this country illegally. And then what you do, we'll ship you to a lovely Republican area, and then we'll try to get you legalized to vote. And, you know, it'll all work out great. We'll be a one-party country, just like all the one-party countries that had dictators at the top of the formation. But this is really serious stuff. And at a minimum, and my friend from Louisiana, I have absolutely the utmost respect and admiration. But when he says, you know, we need this minimum accountability, I don't consider this accountability at all. It just at least lets people know, gives them a lookout. You know, when we played football and I played quarterback in high school, I would yell at some of the blockers, well, if you're not going to block them, at least give me a lookout. And that's all we're asking for here. Give the communities and states a lookout. We're bringing a bunch of people your way, and it may be up to 20% or more that have COVID, and you're going to have another spike thanks to the federal government not screening and encouraging them to keep coming in. At least give them a lookout so the hospitals can prepare, the people can prepare. It's the decent thing to do, even though you're doing great damage to this country. And if my friend from Louisiana cares to be heard, I give him the remainder of my time.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Gohmert. We have neighboring districts. He's in East Texas, I'm in Northwest Louisiana, and we understand this affects every community, not just ours, but every community around the country. And I would just say, as my constituents ask me all the time, who are these people, where are they going? Will they, if they are illegal, will they be sent back? Will I have to explain to them that there's an average of a 4-year wait time for a hearing for their asylum claims? and that many of those people will never return. And in fact, we know that many are now being released into these communities without even a notice to return for a court date. That is why this is so unconscionable. That is why the bare minimum should be that these communities get notice that these people are going to show up on their doorstep. We're out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? No further. Mr. Tiffany?
Vote on that.
Sorry, recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
Bass votes no.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings?
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
I haven't heard, but it's
No.
tomorrow.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Miss Ross?
Ross votes no.
Miss Ross votes no. Miss Bush?
Bush votes no.
Miss Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Hang on a second.
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa?
I'm in two markups. This is absurd.
Mr. Issa?
Someone needs to mute.
We'll need to mute.
Your convenience.
All members need to mute themselves.
Mr. Issa?
I vote aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Spartz?
Yes.
Ms. Spartz votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Jeffries, you are not recorded.
Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Jeffries votes no.
How am I recorded? It's Madeline Dean.
Ms. Dean, you're not recorded.
I vote no.
Ms. Dean votes no.
Thank you.
How am I recorded, please?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia, you are not recorded.
Vote no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to vote who haven't been recorded? The clerk will announce the result.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Tiffany seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin. Page 5, line 20, strike 3 or more offenses. And
Amendment will be
insert-
considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By the way, I was very disappointed that the balanced budget requirement couldn't go forward, especially in light of the statement by the budget chairman this week saying America can't go bankrupt because we can just continue to print money. But I'd like to address the amendment that I have here. This is another chance now to exclude those who may be bad actors that want to come into our country. And I would urge you to, all of you, to support this bill because, I mean, ultimately we do support the amendment. Thank you very much. Because we want people of good character to come into our country. We want to do that as much as possible. It's real simple here. This strikes 3 or more offenses and inserts 2 or more offenses. And here's what some of those offenses could be: spousal abuse, incest, animal fighting. I mean, do we need 3 offenses in order to have action as a result of criminal behavior? I don't think so. And so this just moves it from 3 offenses to 2 offenses. This will ensure that we are allowing and retaining contributing immigrants to live in our country. While I'm opposed to providing illegal immigrants with amnesty, at the very least we should be making sure that those coming to our country are not also bringing criminal behavior that harms our citizens. People are extremely concerned with the uncontrolled flood of migrants, the incessant calls to defund the police, the cashless bail systems, and the skyrocketing crime rates. So often we hear the news of our communities being hurt by illegal immigrants who have committed crimes ranging from driving under the influence, a crime of moral turpitude, to murder. We should not accept nor reward these bad behaviors. Efforts to make life easier for criminals has to stop. ICE foolishly has been made an administrative rather than an enforcement agency. We're told they prioritize enforcement to the worst offenders. You should explain that to a family who has been victimized by an illegal immigrant who will not be deported, but instead released on no cash bail. We are a nation of laws, and our job is to ensure that our people are safe. At the very least, we should ensure that those attempting to adjust their status to permanent residency have respect for our laws, and we should hold them accountable to that. This amendment does just that. Why would we want criminals coming or staying from other countries? We already have enough within. You need to look no further than Chicago, New York, Minneapolis, and Washington State, to name a few. Again, while I oppose providing amnesty to illegal aliens, individuals who by definition have already violated our immigration laws, my amendment would simply require that those who benefit under this bill have not broken other laws. I urge all of you to vote yes on this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Lofgren seek recognition?
First, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn.
And I oppose this amendment. You know, it's easy to generalize and think of the most extreme, and now I'll think of the least extreme. But I do think there is value in having administrative processes that with guardrails that work. The gentleman's amendment would prevent any kind of forgiveness for any crime of moral turpitude. But if you take a look at what is a crime of moral turpitude, petty theft, shoplifting is a crime of moral turpitude. Now, I don't approve of shoplifting, but I can conceive of a circumstance where a young person commits a petty theft or shoplifts an item, and 10 years later, with a clean record and ready to contribute, is someone that we could trust and could help us build a good America. And I think it's not reasonable to say that, you know, in every case, that person will be excluded from consideration. I do think the balance that was cut by Senators Durbin and Graham, you know, may not be perfect, but I think it's not bad, and that's the reason why it got bipartisan support in the United States Senate. I don't think the gentleman's amendment should be approved. There are many things that people do, especially when they're young, that we disapprove of, but they may learn their lesson and go on to be good contributing adults. And you know, taking a credit card and using it, that's bad. It's happened to me. I was a victim of that once. Petty theft, all bad things, but not the sort of thing that could preclude you from ever being worthy of mercy in the future. So we've had very lengthy debates on these issues over the course of this day. I won't extend that conversation except to say I think this amendment should not be approved, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The lady yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bentz, for what purpose does Mr. Bentz seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time to Mr. Tiffany.
Thank you to the gentleman from Oregon for yielding. So I get it. Out in California, theft is not a big thing anymore, that you just get to go free with multiple offenses. You have corporations like Target and other retailers that are deciding maybe they can't be in some cities out in California because, what is it? If it's less than $1,000, you just get to go free. So maybe it's not a big deal, but the rest of the country, it still is a big deal. So think about it. We're just going from 3 incidences down to 2. So if somebody steals twice, and we all get it, there are people that conduct bad acts, and it happens once. But when it happens twice, you know, that's beginning to be a pattern. And so I think this is a very important amendment to set it at 2 offenses rather than 3 offenses, because we want people of good character. And if they're of good character, if they do something that's out of character once, they probably will not do it again. But listen to these things that are under a crime of moral turpitude: spousal abuse, child abuse, incest, kidnapping, robbery, mayhem, animal fighting, theft. I mean, these are things that if you're doing this more than once, is that someone that is of good character? I think this amendment makes great sense, and I want to thank the gentleman for yielding to me.
Would the gentleman yield? This is Ken Buck.
Are you yielding back? Yes, I'll yield.
I appreciate that. And I just wanted to add to what my friend Mr. Tiffany is saying. I think it's really important for folks to understand, and those of us in law enforcement understand this all too well, that we're talking about convictions in this situation. We're not talking about instances where someone stole or did something wrong. We're talking about convictions. And most of us know that, for example, for every burglary that a burglar is convicted of, that burglar has committed approximately 80 other burglaries. So when you talk about a crime of moral turpitude like theft, you're talking about anywhere from 50 to 100 other thefts that have occurred typically. I'm not saying for every individual. Someone could have a run of really bad luck and get caught on their first theft. But someone who crosses that line often doesn't cross that line for the first time. And we're in this situation, we're talking about someone who has a conviction for a theft. And I think that what Mr. Tiffany is suggesting, where if you've been caught twice and you've been convicted twice, and oftentimes now on minor crimes that the gentlelady from California was describing, those are expunged from someone's record. Those are someone is allowed to plead guilty, and they if they do nothing wrong or are caught doing nothing wrong for a year, they don't get a conviction on that crime. So there's a big difference between the idea that someone is convicted of a crime and that someone commits a crime. And I appreciate what Mr. Tiffany's doing, because I think it is clear that from what we're trying to do is to make sure that good people do come into this country and do help us grow as a country. And those people should be from all corners of the world and should make us a better country and bring great skills to this country. What we don't want are people that burden our system, our criminal justice system, our education system, our healthcare system. We want people that help us and not hurt us. And if you're a victim of a crime, you know exactly what I'm speaking of and what Mr. Tiffany's trying to do here. So I appreciate the gentleman for yielding. And
Would the gentleman yield?
Wholeheartedly this amendment.
But Mr. Buck, Mr. Buck, would you yield for just 1 minute?
I'm Mr. Bence's time.
Oh, well.
Yes, certainly I'll yield.
I just wanted to note, what the amendment does is it changes the 3 to 2 that is inexcusable in terms of misdemeanors, but it also talks about the underlying Section 212 of the Immigration Nationality Act, which says a single, what the amendment would say is a single offense would forever make you inadmissible. And most of the crimes of moral turpitude that we talk about are felonies and would be complete bars anyhow. But there are some petty offenses where the convictions, a single conviction of a misdemeanor that's a moral turpitude misdemeanor. I mean, reasonable people, I guess, can disagree, but it's only those few cases, and there would be no opportunity for redemption in that case. And I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back to the gentleman.
Yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No.
No.
The noes have it. The roll call requested.
We'd like a recorded vote.
Roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? No. Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell, Mr. Liu,
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin,
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no.
Raskin votes no.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal,
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stemmings,
No.
Ms. Stemmings votes no. Mr. Correa,
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon,
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia,
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Nagus, Ms. McBath,
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton,
Nagus votes no.
Mr. Nagus votes no. Mr. Stanton,
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Steen,
No.
Ms. Steen votes no. Ms. Escobar,
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones,
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross,
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush,
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat,
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert,
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa,
Aye.
Mr. Isa votes aye. Mr. Buck,
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates,
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs, Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock,
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe,
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany,
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey,
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy, Mr. Bishop,
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach,
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts,
Yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald,
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Bentz,
Yes.
Mr. Bentz votes yes. Mr. Owens,
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes.
House Swalwell recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
Yeah, Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia, you are recorded as no.
Thank you.
Is anybody, any members who have wished to be recorded who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Biggs.
For what purpose does Mr. Biggs seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Biggs of Arizona. Page 16, insert after line 24 the following. Section 60006, limitation on implementation. No regulation, policy, memoranda, or guidance issued to implement this subtitle or any amendment made by this subtitle may take effect unless a law is enacted.
The amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
I thank the chairman. Earlier today, and I've made this somewhat of a theme of much of what I've talked about today, was I mentioned the waiver clause on page 6. And I talked about the authority given to the Homeland Secretary that was vague and overbroad. In the first amendment I offered, I attempted to remove that clause, that offending clause altogether, but that was rejected by my Democrat colleagues. So next I offered an amendment that would basically rein it in a little bit so there'd be some transparency so that he would have to report when he grants waivers of the grounds of inadmissibility, that would have to be reported on the internet. We could all see that. We would know the extent of what they were doing. That was rejected as well. So I'm left now with dealing with what some people have called over the years the development of the regulatory state or the development of the administrative state, the fourth branch of government. I find it interesting. Just ironic, about an hour ago, I got a text from a constituent just talking about this individual was not watching this hearing, but just said, hey, you know what? One of our biggest problems is the runaway bureaucracy, the authority that's out there underneath the executive branch. And of course that individual is exactly right. And this is a prime example of it. You're giving unbridled authority in many respects to an unelected official, and you're not giving any accountability. The opportunity to have accountability you rejected. So now I'm left saying that we need to bring the Article I powers back. We've got to find some way to constrain the executive branch. So the Homeland Secretary is going to promulgate rules. They're going to issue guidance, policies, and memorandum. And I am seeking oversight. You didn't want to do oversight. I'm seeking clarity and responsibility and the Article I authority be brought back to us. Mercatus Center estimates that the Code of Federal Regulations, for instance, has grown 2.5 times larger over the past 50 years. This is going to happen here, but a lot of it is going to be under the radar. You won't even see it as they promulgate rules and provide what Madison defined as tyranny, which is you're going to see an implementation of a law, you're going to see adjudication of the law, all wrapped up into one entity. In this instance, it's going to be the Homeland Security Secretary. What my amendment does is it says, look, if you promulgate a rule, if you promulgate policy, memoranda, or guidance, before that can take effect, you have to bring it back to the parties who are actually accountable to the people, Congress, and then we would approve or reject that. That seems to me the only place left to go after you rejected my previous two efforts to provide constraint and oversight here. So I'm going to continue pushing this. I think not in just committee, but throughout all committees, we need to be thinking about restoring Article I authority. Now, the other part of it too is, as the administrative state has grown like Topsy, so has the funding to support the administrative state and its many activities. And until we start constraining that, I know a lot of people in this room probably don't even think that's a problem, but until we start constraining their activities and the funding of those activities and hold them accountable, we're going to continue to exacerbate the national debt. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge everyone to support this amendment, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I will recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The amendment states that no regulation, etc., may go into effect unless a law is enacted. That is already the case. A law must be enacted. This would mean the law would have to be enacted twice, which sort of makes no sense, and it is superfluous, and therefore I urge a no vote on the amendment.
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn, and I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? In that case, the clerk will call the roll. In that case, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call.
A roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
Nope.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Bass? Mr. Jeffries?
No. So noted.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Dimmings?
No.
Ms. Dimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Isa? Mr. Isa votes yes. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes
Was
yes.
Swallow recorded?
Mr. Swalwell, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Deutsch, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass? Ms. Bass, you are not recorded.
No.
Ms. Bass
Johnson,
votes no.
Georgia?
Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
Clerk will report. Is there anyone who wishes to vote who hasn't voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 25 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman,
For what purposes, Mr. Bishop, seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina. page 18, insert after line 18.
The amendment shall be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is very simple. It states that none of the provisions of the bill before us may take effect until the Biden administration has fully implemented the migrant protection protocols, otherwise known as Remain in Mexico. Mr. Tiffany made reference to this earlier in his comments, earlier on an earlier amendment. As everyone should know on the committee, but perhaps people at home don't know, the United States Supreme Court on August 24 entered an order denying a stay to the administration on an order by the district court requiring the administration to re-implement the migrant protection protocol, Remain in Mexico. They said, the United States Supreme Court in this order, the applicants, meaning the administration, have failed to show a likelihood of success on the claim that the memorandum rescinding the migrant protection protocols was not arbitrary and capricious. Now, that's a double negative, but what they're saying is that when the administration precipitously ended MPP early this year, shortly after Mr. Biden's inauguration, they acted in a manner that was arbitrary and capricious. They failed to give adequate consideration or to demonstrate adequate consideration to the damage that would be done to border communities and to communities throughout the United States by devastating the control of the border in eliminating migrant protection protocols. And we have seen the results. It is astonishing how out of touch this majority is of Congress, ramming through $3.5 trillion spending bill in record time. I mean, it makes the New Deal look like antiquated, slow-moving government. Ramming through this expenditure, this spending package in 14 days, roughly. And in the meantime, we've utterly lost control of the border, as many have commented. The promises of amnesty by the President and this Congress and congressional Democrats.
The gentleman yield for a moment?
I will.
The New Deal worked pretty well.
Is that it? Reclaiming my time. The promises of amnesty drew an unprecedented surge of illegal migration to the border, flooding our communities with crime, with smuggling, and with drugs. Just last month, 212 illegal migrants were encountered, the highest level in 2 decades, which caps a trend uninterrupted since Mr. Biden's inauguration. Fentanyl seizures have nearly doubled, and we still have 3 months to go in the year. The promises of amnesty are subsidizing the Mexican drug cartels. Violent crime is surging in every major urban area in the United States, and the open borders policy is fueling that. It is difficult to imagine a more reckless and inhumane policy, whether you consider Americans or you consider those migrants. Inflicting misery is a price that Democrats are prepared to pay for the money. That's what they've said. Well, so be it. Let's see the administration first comply with the order of the United States Supreme Court. That's the nature of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I would yield.
Seeks recognition.
Mr. Chairman?
What purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
First, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn.
Second, I urge that the amendment be defeated. We already know that the Biden administration is complying with the court ruling. There was an article just a couple of days ago where Secretary Mayorkas indicated that he's obliged to revive the Trump administration policy due to the court order that was issued in August. He indicated they're planning to implement the program while we litigate the ruling, and that's the point. Many of us, and I include myself, believed that the so-called migrant protection protocol that the Trump administration initiated violated the Immigration and Nationality Act. However, when it was partially relaxed as to adults, so that children could come in. They were brought to court, and a court ruled that the Biden administration was not at leisure to revert to the prior law without engaging in further review. I personally believe that that decision will be overturned, but we shall see what the court does. The point is that the administration is going to comply with whatever the ruling is, but the trial court ruling is just the first stage. So to say that we're going to freeze funds and then we'll unfreeze them, I guess, if we went at the appellate court and then refreeze them, there's no point in doing this, I believe. I think the intent of the amendment is to make sure that the administration complies with court rulings. The administration has indicated it will comply with the court ruling, and just as we would expect, I disagree with the court ruling, but my opinion doesn't matter because we have to comply when the courts rule. Our remedy is to appeal, not to defy, and that's exactly what the Biden administration is doing in this case. So I think we should not accept this amendment, and we have been talking for quite a long time. What time is it now? About 8. We've been going at this since 10 this morning, so I won't further prolong this debate, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The lady yields back. Who seeks recognition? For what purposes Mr. Issa seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
One is recognized.
You know, my colleague from California is absolutely right that the administration says they will comply as though they have a choice. When the court orders something, when you've done something that the court says was arbitrary and capricious, you will comply. But without this legislation, without this amendment, they will comply when they get good and damn ready. They will comply on a slow time frame. The gentlelady knows full well that by January 21st, they had stopped a program immediately that they will restart in their good damn time. So I think that we should be honest and fully honest. Of course they'll comply as slowly as they can. The court has ruled. Did you see the next day that they held even one person in Mexico? Did you see even the Secretary of State or a representative meeting with our friends in Mexico to get this program going again? Did you see any semblance of the reopening? No, you haven't. So I appreciate the gentlelady's statement that this administration will sooner or later comply with court orders, but we know full well that not 40, not 60, not 80, but hundreds of thousands of additional people that should remain in Mexico, 95% of whom will be, if ever adjudicated, denied the status they claim, will instead be allowed in. That is, for each 100,000, 95,000 people who shouldn't be in this country will be in this country. Under President Trump's program, those 95,000 would be properly and appropriately returned to their homes. Well, the 5,000, nominally out of 100,000, would come forward and be admitted to the United States in an orderly fashion. Most of today, we have talked about how to handle tens of thousands of people that are being dumped into our communities without permission or advance notice to the communities. We've talked about all of the negative impacts. The reality is that if we were only dealing with, call it 10 or 20,000 legitimate claims per year, we wouldn't be having this discussion about community impact. We wouldn't be having this discussion about the COVID impact and so on. Because these people, while remaining in Mexico, once their adjudication looked like it was going forward, undoubtedly could easily go to the consulate and begin the process. There's a lot we could do easily if we were using the common sense approach of the last administration. But candidly, this administration was so damn hurried to undo everything of this president, reverse every single policy, including protecting the people of Afghanistan from the tyranny they now live under, that they simply reverse things in an arbitrary and capricious fashion without this sensible amendment, I have no doubt that they will slow walk it in the hopes that perhaps a court decision will save them, but if not, that tens or hundreds of thousands of people will be released for years to come who should not ever enter the United States. I would yield to the gentleman.
I think the gentleman from California and the gentlelady from California, in opposing the amendment, attempted to articulate its purpose, and I don't think she captured it completely. It is not to elicit lip service from the administration, a statement, and in fact, indeed, what is the point, as Mr. Ison noted, of saying that they will comply? Just do it. So the purpose of the amendment, the intent of the amendment, is to make the administration give priority to complying with the order of the United States Supreme Court. And so the question becomes, does the Congress of the United States support the rule of law? Does this committee, does the majority of this committee support the rule of law, the acknowledgement of the requirements by the Supreme Court of the United States, which denied a stay? It made an order immediately effective. It did not make an order for the administration to state anything. It made an order for the administration to act. And the administration hasn't acted. The administration is continuing to bring in migrants every day that are not consistent with the MPP. And so I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back to him.
I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman?
For what purpose is Mr. Buck seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
First, I want to say in the strongest terms that I disagree with the gentlelady from California that her opinion doesn't matter. It matters deeply to me, and I'm sure to my Republican colleagues. We just disagree with the gentlelady's opinion. And in this case, the idea that this amendment is not appropriate because the administration has been ordered by a court to comply with the basis for the amendment, and yet the administration is appealing that decision, means that if the administration wins the appeal, the substance of this amendment will be ignored. I think this amendment would settle the issue and actually save taxpayers some money. An idea that perhaps that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle aren't embracing right now, but save the taxpayers some money and not litigate an issue that doesn't need to be litigated. Let's just all agree that President Trump's policy of remain in Mexico was a great policy. It saved this country hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in having people placed in this country, giving those people assistance while they were in this country, and then having them ruled ineligible for the status that they were seeking, and then have them removed. President Trump understood, as so many Americans understand, that the idea of people coming into this country being coached before they get to this country so that they say the right things to get into the country, to be placed in the city, to wait years before their first hearing and to adjudicate the matter over a number of other years in the hopes that there will be a further amnesty program given down the road is inappropriate. It's wrong. It's not what we stand for. We need to be in control of our immigration system, and we need to have people go through the system in the right way. I absolutely support Mr. Bishop's the intent and the wording of this, and I thank of this amendment, and I thank Mr. Bishop for bringing it forward. I think it is.
Would the gentleman yield?
Oh, I was on a roll. But yes,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to thank you for saying that my opinion matters, even when you disagree with me. And I didn't mean to interrupt your role. What I really had intended to mean by that comment was, you know, if I disagree with the court, you know, that doesn't matter. I mean, it's fine, but it doesn't change the court's decision. Only an appeal changes that. But it was nice of you to say that my opinion mattered. Now I yield back.
And I want to yield now to an individual whose opinion also matters to me a great deal, and he may want to add to some of the points that I made. If Mr. Bishop needs time, I would yield to Mr. Bishop.
I thank the gentleman. I think I've said my piece. I think it still is an open question whether this Congress is going to stand behind the rule of the United States Supreme Court. You know, we've seen, there's something here that's worth noting, I think, and that's the pattern. And again, some reference has been made to this earlier, but it's helpful to connect it, I think, at this time. The question of whether the Biden administration is going to just give a wink and a nod to the United States Supreme Court as to the migrant protection protocols or move with the alacrity that should be required also comes at a time when the president attempted by decree, right after this Congress declined to act on legislation to extend the eviction moratorium. And so the president said he believed that the Supreme Court would not, that he wasn't on firm ground to extend the moratorium, but he purported to do it anyway. And the United States Supreme Court was required to act again to stop that. And of course, what we spoke about in the First Amendment, I think today, first proposed amendment, was on the subject of this unprecedented use of, or purported exercise of authority by the president to require Americans, 100 million Americans, to take a vaccine, whether they wish to or not. And that being beyond his power, something they've also acknowledged, and he's acting anyway. Again, you know, we've had precedent not too long ago about impeaching a president and calling it for abuse of power. The exercise of authority, the repeated exercise of authority a president does not have is an abuse of authority. The disregard of orders, lawful orders of the Supreme Court, is an abuse of authority, and I yield back.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Benz seek recognition?
Strike the last word, Mr.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it was mentioned earlier, I think by the gentlelady from California, that it was 8 o'clock and we had already discussed this issue. She's correct. It is 8 o'clock and we have already discussed this issue. But I caught a plane yesterday late and got in about 1 this morning from Portland. I came here because this is such an incredibly important issue to this country and to all of us here. And this is not to fault anyone who chose to attend otherwise, but to me and to the folks that I represent, I knew I had to be here and be capable of commenting on the sheer importance of what we're about today. And what we're talking about is not just the 8 million people. It's not just the $107.5 billion. It's the fact that there is apparently no immigration policy being created by the Biden administration other than let people come, welcome them in, entice them out of Central America, have these poor kids that I went down to the border, I saw them, hundreds, thousands of young children, basically fodder for the cartels. What kind of immigration policy is this, other than to throw these people to those wolves in the form of cartels? What kind of policy? And so yes, it's worth being here at 8 o'clock tonight. It's worth spending the time to make sure that the people of this United States understand that we have no immigration policy. We have none. And so it's really important we call this out, maybe over and over and over again. What could be more important? And right now, I'm not placing my opinion upon what I saw. I'm placing it upon what the Border Patrol told us. And that is, yes, the Remain in Mexico policy sent a signal to those in Central America. You did not want to come up and stay in Mexico and wait the 3 years. So they didn't come. Now they've been told, hey, soon enough, the Supreme Court will go around it. We'll do the process, whatever it might be, to set the procedure aside of Remain in Mexico, and fine, everybody can come back in. And so I ask someone to tell me, what is the Biden administration policy? What is it? I haven't heard anything today except, you're welcome, come on up. That's what I've heard the policy to be. And I hope someone tells me I'm wrong. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Tiffany.
Who seeks recognition? For what purposes, Mr. Tiffany, seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. So, first of all, before I start in on this, I want to make sure that we cover a little bit of that revisionist history that I heard early on in the debate on this amendment, and that is that the New Deal worked out pretty well. I believe that was a quote from you. It actually prolonged the Depression through the 1930s. And I would commend to all of you out there to read Amity Schle's book that she wrote on the Depression about how the policies that were put in place during that time, which were to a certain extent the precursor of what we're seeing now with inflation and things like that are rearing its head. Same type of things happened in the 1930s. Read Amity Schle's book, and you'll see the prolonging of the Depression. But I would commend someone else to you even more in regards to that. That is just a common person that I knew so well. She's no longer with us. It is my wife's grandmother. She said, and she lived through the Depression, when people were saying, well, when we were having a conversation over the dinner table one night, she said, someone was saying that by the late 1930s, things had gotten much better. And she said, no, they didn't. And this is a woman who was no Republican, but she made it clear by 1938, 1939, things were not getting better. And it wasn't until we reverted to some of those free market principles that Roosevelt was forced to accept in the early 1940s that things turned around. Thank the Lord, though, that FDR at least believed in a strong military, and he never left our troops behind on the field. To this amendment, what we heard here from the gentlewoman from California is that the administration will comply, that they're obliged to do this. Really resounding words that they're going to act on this, isn't it? Places like Shreveport are going to continue to see this mass migration that comes into our country. I mean, do you believe the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security when he says the administration will comply? This is the same secretary that, where do we sit here in September, 6 months ago, said, yeah, we've got a secure border and we will be securing the border. He said terms along those lines. That clearly has not happened. Should we believe him? I think this committee, the Judiciary Committee, should bring that secretary before the committee and ask him point blank, are you going to follow the law? Because that's what is being demanded by the courts at this point, and that's what this amendment could accomplish, is to make sure that the law is being followed. And we've heard a lot of talk tonight about economics. Boy, this is going to be good for the economy and all the rest to continue this mass migration, these open borders that we have here in our country. Go tell that to the poor people, the people in the lower echelons of the wage scale here in America. Between the blue state lockdowns, inflation, and this mass migration that's happening, they are seeing their wages depressed at this point if they have jobs. Contrast that when Remain in Mexico was in place, the wall was being built, and good things like that, wages were going up. The largest increases in 2019, the largest increase in wages for those in the lower wage brackets that they had received in over 2 decades. And why was that? A variety of reasons, but one of them is right here in controlling the flow of the who's coming across the border. Make no doubt about it. It is the rich and wealthy that benefit from lower wages. It is the average person, those in the lower wage brackets, that benefit when we get control of immigration. And all you have to do is look at the data from 2019 to see that. This is a very important amendment that the representative from North Carolina has put before us. I urge everyone to vote for it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Question occurs on the amendment.
I'd like to be heard on this amendment.
For what purpose does Mr. Gomer seek recognition?
Back the last word regarding this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. To follow up on what my friend was saying about the New Deal, you know, it was Secretary Morgenthau of Treasury who had commented in 1939 that we have tried spending money. We're spending more than we've ever spent before. Doesn't work. He said, we have, I want to see people get a job. I want to see people get enough to eat. But we never made good on our promises. I say after 8 years of this administration, we have just as much unemployment and enormous debt to boot. It said other things, but those were key words. And so I just think it's important as that we do try to learn something from history. And I would also remind the majority of what happened after we had our first $1 trillion debt in 1 year during the Obama administration, when Standard & Poor's said, look, if you don't do something about this $1 trillion debt, you may get downgraded. And of course, we know that if our debt gets downgraded by more than one rating agency, interest rates on our debt will go up, and we'll be spending probably a majority of our money on interest in a short amount of time. So Medicare, Social Security, I know President Biden apparently wants to provide Medicare for all the people coming in illegally, which will bankrupt that for seniors a whole lot sooner than it already is going to, with money that's being promised to people coming in illegally to help them get started in this country. That's going to help bring us closer to bankruptcy in a short amount of time. It's also giving our enemies who keep telling the world it's time to drop the dollar as the international currency, that also would cause our interest on our own debt to skyrocket. But we got to get this under control. Fortunately, Standard & Poor's was the only one that downgraded our debt when we hit $1 trillion in a year. But now we're talking about what could be $3 trillion in 1 year, and this bill we're talking about is part of it. And that's why I think my friend's amendment is so important. I appreciate Tiffany bringing this, and I hope that people will get on board and say, you know what, we don't need to be repeating historical mistakes.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will yield.
I thank the gentleman from Texas, and I think it might be appropriate to comment. Speaking about the New Deal, since Mr. Tiffany riffed on that a bit, I hope that we don't see the same exit strategy that was used from the New Deal, the decade-long New Deal. We had to have a world war to follow that for America's economy to be set straight. But the point I was making about the New Deal was what was said by a national newspaper about what is going on in Congress for these 17 days. It described it as a plan to transform America in 17 days. And the comparison was that to put the Blitzkrieg in historic context, FDR's New Deal programs, as gargantuan as they were passed incrementally over 2 presidential terms with overwhelming Democratic majorities. And that what is happening here, by contrast, or even if you just consider Obamacare, that was hashed out over 9 months before the fairly unusual developments at the very end enacted it into law with the 56 votes in the Senate. Of course, the 2017 GOP tax reform was debated for months. This is an entirely different situation with bare majorities and, well, bare majority, evenly split Senate and bare majority here, 5-member majority. The Democrats are rushing a bill through, the biggest tax and spending increase in half a century, and doing it in 17 days. That's the part that ought to give anyone pause, especially when the condition of the border, considering our portion of that, is in such disarray. And so I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The noes have it.
A recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No again.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Stemmings?
No.
Ms. Stemmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
Someone has to mute the, members will mute.
Correa, no.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
Scanlon votes no.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Yes. Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa?
Mr. Issa votes aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
How am I recorded, Mr. Chairman? Jayapal?
Ms. Jayapal, you are not recorded.
Jayapal votes no.
Ms. Jayapal votes no.
Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Jeffries, you are not recorded.
Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Jeffries votes no.
Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin? Ms. Ross? Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 18 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Substitute. For what purposes, Mr. Bishop, seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina. Page 18, insert after line 18 the following. Subtitle C, miscellaneous matters.
The amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman will explain, is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
I thank the chairman. And this proceeding, as has come up a couple of times, seems to have sidestepped the most essential question. Why is there a mass amnesty in this massive spending bill? It has, of course, been explained by the majority that in the nature of Washington, D.C., it's a pay-for money. They say that'll produce money. But again, a number of times we've seen in the course of these amendments we've offered, and they've been defeated, but we've seen that the considerations that are being ignored, overlooked, or disregarded are those concerning the security of Americans, the security of the border, the control of the border. So the funding in this bill that goes to USCIS, U.S. Customs and Immigration Services, to expand immigration in various ways, it will eliminate any meaningful restriction on legal immigration, and it'll pursue a radical open borders policy, which is what the radical left that controls the Democratic Party wants to do, but it's desperately bad for the United States. Like the migrant protection protocols that the Trump administration successfully implemented in the United States Supreme Court has found was precipitously and arbitrarily dispensed by the Biden administration. There's another successful Trump policy that border agents told me when I was down there in April and told us all desperately needs to be completed, and that's the border wall. So this amendment would strike the $2.8 billion in funding for USCIS for the expansion of all manner of amnesty and illegal immigration, to widen immigration, and uses the $2.8 billion in savings to finish building the wall to gain operational control of the border again. And that is my amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The point of order is insisted upon and is well taken. The amendment deals with matters before the Homeland Security Committee and not before this committee. It is beyond the jurisdiction of this committee, and therefore the amendment is out of order.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
The ruling of the chair is
Move to
appealed.
table.
A motion to table is made. A motion to table is not debatable. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee. Ms. Jackson-Lee votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Deutsch.
Aye.
Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Bass?
Aye.
Ms. Bass votes aye. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu?
Aye.
Mr. Liu votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Ms. Jayapal?
Aye.
Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Ms. Stimmings?
Aye.
Ms. Stimmings votes aye. Mr. Correa?
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Ms. Garcia?
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Mr. Stanton?
Aye.
Mr. Stanton votes aye. Ms. Dean?
Aye.
Ms. Dean votes aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar?
Sorry, aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Jones votes aye. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes aye.
Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Shabbat?
No.
Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Gomert?
No.
Mr. Gomert votes no. Mr. Isa?
No.
Mr. Isa votes no. Mr. Buck?
No.
Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates?
No.
Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Stubbe?
No.
Mr. Stubbe votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Fishbach?
Fishback votes no.
Ms. Fishbach votes no. Ms. Sparts?
No.
Ms. Sparts votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald?
No.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz?
No.
Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Owens?
No.
Mr. Owens votes no.
Are there any other members who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Jeffries, you are not recorded.
Mr. Jeffries votes aye.
Mr. Jeffries votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Neguse, you are not recorded. Mr. Neguse, you are not recorded.
Neguse votes aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye.
Mr. Raskin? Are there any other members?
I vote aye, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Raskin is recorded as aye.
Are there any other amendments who wish to be, are there any other members who wish to be recorded but haven't been recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 25 ayes and 18 noes.
The motion to appeal the chair's ruling on the Bishop Amendment is laid on the table. Are there further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Buck from Colorado.
For what purpose does Mr. Buck seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Buck of Colorado. Insert the following after background checks on page 2.
The amendment will be
line 9.
considered as read, and the gentleman will have 5 minutes to explain, is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it bears repeating that what we're debating today is very important. We're talking about a $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill that will bankrupt this country. We're talking about allowing 8 million illegal immigrants amnesty. Serious issues. But yet, Mr. Chairman, I am looking for that rainbow that happens after the rainstorm. I'm looking for that opportunity that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will join us. And I have a very simple amendment, and I think it is a common sense amendment. And the reason I say common sense, because every time we've offered an amendment, that, for example, someone should be barred if they're in a gang. Someone should be barred if they have a sex offense. Someone should be barred for 2 offenses. The response is always the same, and that is, it's in the bill. It's in the bill. It's already been covered. It's in the bill. Well, this amendment's a little bit different. This amendment says that USCIS has access, should have access to the very best criminal databases so that they can make that determination of whether the things that are allegedly covered in the bill can in fact be determined. I had the opportunity a few years ago to have the director of USCIS in my office in Rayburn, and he explained to me that they don't have access to basic criminal databases that gives them the opportunity to make a determination whether someone can enter the country legally or not. That's troubling. It's got to be troubling to all of us, and especially after each one of our amendments has been shot down by the Democrat majority because it's already in the bill. This isn't in the bill. USCIS would not have come into my office to tell me that they don't have access to the very basic criminal databases that they need to make sure that only people who are going to help this country, only people that are going to help grow our economy, only people who are going to contribute to our society will be allowed to enter. So, Mr. Chairman, I ask you, give the nod to your side of the aisle. Give that rainbow a chance to grow in the committee room. And let's agree to something that's common sense. Let's give USCIS the best databases so they can make the best determinations. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The point of order is withdrawn. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, to thank Mr. Buck for offering this amendment, but it is not at all necessary. When crafting the language for this bill, assistance was sought, as is always the case, from the administration for technical matters. And in fact, the fees that are reflected in the bill are those that USCIS calculated they would need to reimburse the FBI and the system that's identified in the amendment to do the checks that they're already doing. I think this amendment is fully encompassed in Section A on line 8 of page 2. It does not need to be delimited, and in fact, I wouldn't want to think that there was some exclusionary matter that preference this source of information from others. But USCIS has access to this information. They didn't ask for this language to make it clear because it's already clear. The fees that are in the amendment were crafted to pay for this and other background checks. And so we don't need to approve
this amendment, but I do agree with you, Mr. Buck. We should have a complete and thorough vetting of applicants, and I'm happy that the underlying bill does provide for that. And with that, I would urge that we reject the amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? And if no one seeks recognition, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No.
No.
The noes have it.
No.
Amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? A roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
Swallows no. Sorry, Swallow no.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demmings?
No.
Ms. Demmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Garcia?
Scanlon votes no.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat? You'll have to unmute yourself.
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
I'm kidding. I'm not going to actually wear this.
Mr. Roy?
We'll be here to guide you through every step of your guitar journey.
Mr. Bishop?
Members to mute.
Mr. Bishop votes yes.
Members should mute.
Remind members to mute.
Artists you love. Fast. Don't believe me? Check this out.
Ms. Fishbach?
Get ready to jam with your
Will all members please mute?
first song. Here we go.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Oh. Okay. So for the
Sparks, yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Owens votes aye.
Are there any other members who haven't voted or wish to vote?
How is Mr. Massey recorded?
Mr. Massey, you are not recorded.
Mr. Massey votes aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does Mr. Fitzgerald seek recognition?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Despite increasing crime rates, we're seeing more liberal cities from New York to San
Does
Francisco.
the gentleman have an amendment? Does the gentleman have an amendment? Does the gentleman have an amendment to the amendment?
At the desk, I'm sorry.
The clerk will report the amendment.
I would, point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Fitzgerald of Wisconsin.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Despite increasing crime rates, we are seeing more liberal cities from New York, San Francisco refuse to prosecute violent felons. Prosecutors dropped charges in 16.9% of over 38,000 felony cases in 2020, more than double the rate of drop charges from 16 to 2019. In San Francisco, residents are growing increasingly frustrated with District Attorney Bowden's refusal to prosecute criminals. Prosecution rates for shoplifting cases, as we spoke of earlier, involving a misdemeanor petty theft charge for loss of $950 or less, fell under Bowden, from 70% under his predecessor in 2019 to 44% in 2020 and 50% as of mid-June in 2021. These policies show that where Democrats can't fully defund the police, they simply stop punishing criminals. My amendment would restrict the Attorney General from awarding a competitive grant or contract to a local government that has a policy against prosecuting any violent offense that affects the health, safety, or economy of the community. I urge my colleagues support this amendment and ensure that our local prosecutors are doing their job to keep their communities safe, and I would yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The underlying measure would provide much-needed funding to reduce violence in our communities. There is no reason to limit or condition this funding, which would undermine this critical investment in our communities, which are in great need of this assistance. Accordingly, I urge my colleagues to join me in opposition to this amendment, and I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? If not, the question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No.
Aye.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further? A roll call vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass?
No.
Ms. Bass votes no. Mr. Jeffries? Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
No.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Demmings?
No.
Ms. Demmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
Scanlon votes no.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
Stanton votes no.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Mr. Owens votes yes.
Madam Clerk, how am I recorded?
Mr. Johnson of Georgia, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no.
How am I recorded? This is Garcia of Texas.
Ms. Garcia, you are not recorded.
I vote no.
Ms. Garcia, you'll have to turn your video on.
Oh, sorry about that. I vote no.
Ms. Garcia votes no.
Do any members wish to record their votes who've not recorded, or any members wish to change their votes? If not, the clerk will report.
Madam Chair, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
And the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments to be offered?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the table.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment. First, the clerk will read the amendment, pardon me.
I have a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin. Page 16, after line 13, insert the following and redesignate the succeeding section accordingly. Section 0005.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment can be waived, and the gentleman will be recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Madam Chair, my amendment would put an end to the executive branch abuse of parole authority, which has gone on for far too long. The issue is being spotlighted once again as tens of thousands of Afghans are being paroled into our country despite holding no valid visa, often with no identity documents and after clearing screening and vetting procedures that normally take months or years in just days or hours. But it is not a new problem. Parole authority has been abused for decades by presidents of both political parties to sidestep our immigration laws, allowing entire classes of foreigners into this country on a permanent basis outside the scope of our immigration laws. The parole process was created to provide the administration with narrow discretion to admit aliens on a temporary, case-by-case, individual basis for things like urgent medical treatment. Instead, it is being used to operate a parallel, extra-legal immigration system that sidesteps the law to allow tens of thousands of migrants to jump the line of millions of people around the world patiently waiting to immigrate here the right way. And it isn't just Afghans. In recent years, we have seen this power abused to admit thousands upon thousands of Central American and Haitian migrants, beneficiaries of the unconstitutional DACA program, and even communist Chinese birth tourists visiting the Northern Mariana Islands. In the case of the Mariana Islands, the parole situation has become so out of control that births to foreigners in Saipan have outnumbered those of U.S. citizens and permanent legal residents in recent years. My amendment would put an end to this practice by expressly prohibiting the administration from using parole authority to admit entire classes of aliens outside of the normal visa process. It would also require that parole decisions be made on a case-by-case basis and only apply to aliens seeking entry in medical emergencies that involve the alien or a close U.S. citizen relative, situations in which an alien assisted in law enforcement, espionage, or national security matters and whose life would be in danger for assisting the United States if he or she were not admitted, or circumstances in which an alien's religious beliefs would put their lives at risk, and only when sufficient time to complete the visa process does not exist. What my amendment would not do is prevent us from helping Afghans or other aliens to get to a safe third country. It simply says that the parole authority cannot be used on a blanket basis to admit thousands of aliens into American communities now and asking questions later. Madam Chair, the pervasive abuse of parole power is not a Democrat or Republican issue. It is about respecting the constitutional separation of powers, upholding the rule of law, and treating legal immigrants with the fairness and respect they deserve. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady withdraws.
I withdraw my
point of order. I would urge that this amendment be rejected. Let me just refer to the Immigration and Nationality Act and what the current law is. The Attorney General may, except as provided in subparagraph B, section 24F, in his discretion, parole into the United States temporarily and under such conditions as he may prescribe only on a case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit any alien applying for admission to the United States, but such parole of such alien should not be regarded as admission, etc. The Attorney General may not parole into the United States an alien who is a refugee unless the AG determines that compelling reasons in the public interest with respect to that alien exists. I just think this, if these rules were in place, a lot of things that have happened would have been precluded. Now, I was very dissatisfied, frankly, that the special immigrant visa process that this Congress crafted on a bipartisan basis basically was ground to a halt in the last administration. Nobody was processed. Would people please mute or will...
Madam Chair, point of order. Could we have order, because I can't hear you right now.
I'm about to ask Tech to mute everybody on Zoom, and they can unmute as if they ask for recognition. I'll just give some examples, and the most recent one, I guess, is the Afghan translators, and other allies of the United States whose applications for special immigrant visa status, a program that was enacted on a bipartisan basis in the Congress, those applications were simply not processed. And so when the government fell, there was one answer, either act on an emergency basis or not. I'll give a more prosaic example. A number of years ago, actually the private bill, first bill I authored that became law, was Major On. Major On was a war hero in Vietnam. He was a helicopter pilot, and he went and he saved an entire unit of American soldiers, and he lost both his arms in the fight. And then he was put in a prisoner of war camp. He wasn't in the prisoner of war camp long enough to qualify for the immigration visa that we had devised for war heroes who helped our guys. So he was out of luck. And the Americans who he saved, they organized and to have a private bill so that he could become a legal resident of the United States. But he wasn't in the U.S., he couldn't get in. And his life was, especially after we introduced the bill, things were pretty dicey for him with the Vietnamese Communist government. And so he was paroled in. And then we passed the bill, and he is now an American citizen. I can think of instances where people were paroled in because their mother was on their deathbed, and the only chance they had to see that mother was to be paroled in. Would people please mute there, or we'll mute everyone again? Just within the last year, we had a situation where an American citizen mother was dying of cancer, and her firmest wish was to see her son from an Asian country, and he wasn't eligible, and he didn't want to become an immigrant, and he was paroled in to see his mother, and then he went home. None of those would be permissible under this. And I understand that the gentleman is unhappy with the use of parole, at least I understand that from his comments, relative to the evacuation from Afghanistan. But the judicious use of humanitarian parole through the years has been good for America, and this would unduly limit it, and I think the amendment should not be adopted, and I yield back. Do other members wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I appreciate that. So the examples that I heard there, when I'm looking at the document here, seeking entry in medical emergencies that involve the alien or a close U.S. citizen relative, situations which an alien assisted in law enforcement, espionage, or national security matters whose life would be in danger for assisting, it sounds like they're covered. What is happening at this point, it is an end around from the special immigrant visa process that's being used in this case in Afghanistan, and it's been used previously. And by the way, I agree that some people should be protected. I have a significant Hmong population in the community of Wausau, the biggest community in my district. And those people, some of them gave their lives and were under great danger if they would have had to stay in their home country, and they came to America, and we should protect people like that. But this whole process is being subverted at this point. The special immigrant visa was working in Afghanistan, where they were being thoroughly vetted. It sometimes took over a year, but you have one of the most sensitive areas in terms of terrorism in the world. Don't you think that you should be careful? And I just received a note from a person that served two tours over in Iraq, and he was commenting about how we always check people's social media when we were over there for those that were choosing to help us, those people that were nationals in Iraq. And he said we oftentimes found things that would be important. We're not even checking that at this point. And all we're asking, all that I've been asking, is that have these people go to a safe third country. Go to Qatar, go to Tajikistan, go to those countries that are neighboring Afghanistan, because many of these people will want to return to Afghanistan at some point when things settle down, when there's a change of regime, that type of thing. That has been happening in Afghanistan for decades, where people will leave for Pakistan, they'll leave for Iran and for other countries until things change, and then they're able to go back to their home country. We're precluding that at this point by just pushing people out. And remember what the State Department said a few weeks ago. They said, get them on the planes, get them out of here, we'll sort out the immigration stuff later. That could be too late if a person has ties to terror. And we know that many of these people, what was the number that we saw today in questioning from Representative Perry? 60,000 people have come in under this parole authority where they have not had a thorough vetting. And make no mistake about it, this is not a thorough vetting that is going on at this point. They'll say, we're taking biometrics, we're taking fingerprints, things like that. But what are they checking it against? Because many of the people that are coming over from Afghanistan don't have those basic records. You don't go down to the local DMV in Kabul and find all kinds of information. They just don't have it. It is not like America. So that's why it has to be a very careful vetting process, and it should be happening in a safe third country. This is a really important amendment, and it is about time, just like so much of our immigration policy. If we only take a little bite out of fixing immigration policy here in the United States tonight with this committee, this is one that we should do. I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
The gentleman yields back.
Yield back.
For what purpose does Mr. Bishop seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I associate myself with the remarks of the gentleman sponsoring the amendment and support the amendment. I noted that the gentlelady from California said that a lot of things would have been precluded if this amendment had been in place, prescribing some guardrails on parole. Indeed, that's probably true. But not so much the example she gave, but the rather widespread abuses of the power of parole. Leaving administrative officials to act on their own without bounding their discretion with appropriate standards is an improper and unconstitutional delegation of legislative authority. Standardless discretion is legislation, and legislation belongs in the Congress. The gentlelady even made reference to something that is certainly true. Mr. Jordan's made reference to it before during the course of this hearing. Private bills are available if Congress wishes to exercise its legislative power in specific cases that are not accommodated by the immigration law. The problem is that in the case of parole, discretion is overly broad, and it has been routinely abused to change policy, or more aptly said, to abrogate policy. And that is wrong. It tends to be abused, especially in cases where administrations have created disasters for themselves. Afghanistan is a classic case of that. The Biden administration, as I said before, catastrophically mismanaged the withdrawal from Afghanistan, and without planning, without preparation, precipitated a crisis. And now we have 60,000 plus parolees not eligible for entry into the United States. That's not what parole should be used for. It should not be available for that. The gentleman's amendment appropriately adds some guardrails. Consequently, I support it. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Yeah, real briefly, thank you for yielding. This is meant to be done on an individual basis, not on a whole class of people like is happening in Afghanistan. And it has happened previously where whole classes of people, that is not what the parole authority is supposed to be about. And that's why this amendment puts some guardrails on it, as there should be, because this should be an individual situation where each one is reviewed to see if it is appropriate that parole be used rather than a whole class of people. I yield back to the gentleman from North Carolina.
With that, I look around to see if anyone else wants the time, and in the absence of any indication, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
The noes have it.
No.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote?
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
No.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson of Georgia?
No.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Deutsch?
No.
Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Bass? Mr. Jeffries?
No.
Mr. Jeffries votes no. Mr. Cicilline?
No.
Mr. Cicilline votes no. Mr. Swalwell?
Nope.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu?
No.
Mr. Liu votes no. Mr. Raskin? Ms. Jayapal?
No.
Ms. Jayapal votes no. Ms. Stimmings?
No.
Ms. Stimmings votes no. Mr. Correa?
Raskin votes no.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Correa?
Correa, no.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon?
Scanlon votes no.
Ms. Scanlon votes no. Ms. Garcia?
No.
Ms. Garcia votes no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath?
No.
Ms. McBath votes no. Mr. Stanton?
No.
Mr. Stanton votes no. Ms. Dean?
No.
Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Jones votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush?
Bush votes no.
Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Shabbat?
Aye.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Issa?
Aye.
Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Buck votes aye. Mr. Gates?
Aye.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock?
Aye.
Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe votes yes. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Aye.
Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Roy?
Aye.
Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms. Fishbach?
Aye.
Ms. Fishbach votes aye. Ms. Sparts?
Yes.
Ms. Sparts votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Aye.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz?
Yes.
Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Owens? Mr. Owens?
Aye.
Mr. Mr. Owens votes yes. 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 Mr
there any other,
Gohmert votes aye.
Mr.
any
Gomer
other
votes
members
aye.
who wish to be recorded who haven't been recorded?
How am I recorded?
Ms. Jackson-Lee, you're recorded as no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 19 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chair,
What
Fishbach
purposes-
has an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I reserve a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
To the committee print offered by Ms. Fishbach of Minnesota. Add at the end of the following. Subtitle C.
That objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and Ms. Fishbach is recognized to explain her amendment for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, my amendment is extremely important to protect the lives of unborn Americans who lack the protections granted to other Americans by Congress. My amendment would add the text of the Pain Capable Unborn Child Protection Act to the bill. The Pain Capable Act makes unlawful abortions performed when the unborn child can feel pain. Modern science has shown us that pain receptors are present throughout the unborn child's entire body at 20 weeks. But some studies have shown that the babies might feel pain as early as 12 weeks. This is why surgeries performed on unborn children after 20 weeks routinely administer fetal anesthesia. It should be the responsibility of Congress to assert a compelling public interest in protecting the lives of unborn children from the stage at which substantial medical evidence indicates they are capable of feeling pain. It is time for our laws to catch up with the science. Furthermore, the amendment requires any healthcare practitioner to work to preserve the life of any child born alive after an attempted abortion. This is a common sense proposal that enjoys support from the public. The reconciliation bill purports to give the government an interest in taking care of Americans from the cradle to the grave. This amendment would ensure that this government interest extends before the cradle to the most vulnerable of Americans. We can build back better by protecting unborn children. I urge the adoption of my amendment. Thank you. And I reserve.
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. I recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. This amendment has nothing to do with our mandate under the budget resolution and is a distraction from this important economic legislation. Therefore, I oppose the amendment. I yield back. Who else seeks recognition? The question then occurs on the amendment. Question occurs. Does Mr. Jordan seek recognition?
Yeah.
Mr. Jordan is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. I support the gentlelady from Minnesota's amendment. It's about protecting unborn life. As the chairman said, this amendment is germane. This is important bill, important amendment, important concept. I appreciate the whistle there. I appreciate that too. But I mostly appreciate the Ms. Fishbach's commitment to protecting the most vulnerable Americans, unborn children, and her lifelong commitment to protecting human life. And hope that the committee can adopt this amendment, and would be happy to yield to the gentlelady from Minnesota if she would like further time. If not, I will yield to the gentleman from Louisiana.
And Mr. Jordan, I appreciate the time, but please yield to the gentleman from Louisiana.
I yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I am delighted that this has been found germane. I'm a little confused as to why my amendment earlier regarding the Hyde Amendment was not germane, but so be it. We are grateful for any opportunity to protect the sanctity of every human life. And I'm grateful the gentlelady from Minnesota for bringing this bill. You know, the Republicans in the House have tried with every effort that we have to get the pain-capable unborn child protection bill, the self-standing bill, on the House floor for a vote, and that has been denied by Speaker Pelosi and the Democrat leadership. Look, this is essential to any piece of legislation, certainly one with such a broad scope as what we have been debating today and marking up today. Look, we all know that our nation's birth certificate, the Declaration of Independence, declared the self-evident truth that all of us are made equal before God. It says that we are created equal. It's a self-evident truth. Not born equal, created equal by someone. The founders understood, it was essential to who we are as Americans, that because we are created by God, it means we're created in His image, and that every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And by the way, your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin or what zip code you live in or how good looking you are or what you can contribute to society. The founders believe that the value of every single person is inherent because it is given to you not by the state, not by the government, but by your Creator Himself. And so because of that, it's part of the DNA of who we are as Americans, to respect and also to protect the sanctity of every single human life. For that reason, that's stated in our nation's birth certificate and has carried us through as a tradition all the way through. I yield back to Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentleman. I couldn't agree more. I just want two quick points. First, to the germaneness decisions made today, I've yet to figure it out myself. A few minutes ago, the majority ruled Mr. Bishop's amendment that would have had $2 billion go for the wall, I believe. So, I mean, we can have a bill that gives amnesty to 8 million people, but we can't have an amendment that would build a wall that would actually stop help us stop the border problem and the chaos on our border. So I've yet to figure out this. I'm glad this amendment is germane. I'm reminded on this amendment of the hearing we had in this room last summer, where George Floyd's brother testified in such a powerful way. And the line that stuck with me from Mr. Floyd's brother's testimony was when he said, "Life is precious." Mm-hmm. Life is precious. So true. Every single life, even the unborn. And that's what this amendment is about. That's what Ms. Fischbach has devoted her life to defending. And I hope this committee will adopt it. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
The last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I think in this late hour, we're all respecting each other's viewpoints and personal standards of belief. We do not challenge that. I think it is important to take note of the work that we're trying to do in the community intervention of violence. It is to save lives. It is to stem the tide of violence. It is a question of whether or not this amendment is germane, but it has been found to be germane. But in the midst of this particular amendment, we should also recognize that the law of Roe v. Wade is still the law of the land, and that women are as well respected and protected by the laws. And so as we look at legislation dealing with the right to choose, dealing with the question of all lives matter and lives are precious, it is everyone that we must take into consideration. I don't know where this legislation may ultimately go, but the community violence prevention provisions of this budget reconciliation are focused on trying to stop violence, to protect victims of crime, and to work with communities to build a better quality of life. I am interested in the thoughts of my colleagues as we go further in our legislative work on this committee in weeks and months to come, how again it is acceptable to put a bounty on a woman who is seeking her right to choose and access to medical care. That befuddles me, it dumbfounds me, so much so that her life may be threatened, not only by what could be called a bounty hunter, but what could be called a vigilante. Although, as I started out, everyone has their beliefs and their rights to that belief, and I respect the gentlelady from Minnesota. But I do agree with the chairman that this is not pertinent to the questions of community violence that we're now trying to stem the tide of through a reconciliation process. I hope as we go further, we'll all have an opportunity to present our positions on something as sacred and important as the issues that are being raised at this point. With that, I ask for a no vote on the underlying amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I apologize to my colleagues for being absent for the last hour and a half or so. I'm sure that my colleague, the gentlelady from Texas, is most distraught about my lack of participating in this. I say with a smile if I were in the same room, but I'm not. But what I would like to say is that I do, well, I don't rise, but I join here in support of the amendment offered by my colleague, and would just point out that, you know, we're talking about, when you ever just kind of think about what we're talking about, and respecting, as my colleague from Texas said, our reasonable differences of views on matters, we're talking about a bill that would say, or an amendment in this case, that would say we should not have abortion when the baby can feel pain. Whenever you just kind of think about these things, you say it out loud. You say, this is what we're talking about, right? And in Texas, right, the allegedly controversial position of the state of Texas through the legislative process, not by judicial fiat, saying, we think that perhaps a human life, when the heart is beating, should be due a level of protection and deference, that is in fact a life worth protecting. And I'm always entertained by my colleagues. For example, earlier there was a comparison of saying, why would I be so adamant in my objection to the federal government, what President Biden is doing, what I believe to be unconstitutionally and unlawfully, and saying that, well, you're so adamant there in terms of a mandated vaccine, but you're all too quick to say it's totally fine to have the Texas law. I don't accept the framing of my colleague from Texas in terms of calling it a bounty, as much as saying that these are Texans who are saying, hey, under this law, we can go forth without the power of the state, by the way, and say that we want to stand up to try to protect innocent life from not the mother, by the way, they're not the target of this, but from someone who by law is supposed to detect if there's a heartbeat. That's what this does. Now, we can not, you don't have to like it. You can disagree with the policy, but the motives of the policy is to say, hey, is there a heartbeat? Great. If there's a heartbeat, maybe, just maybe, we should take a step back and not just say we should automatically extinguish that life, as is too often done 1 million times a year in this country. And so I support this amendment. I believe it's critically important. I do believe that is a night and day difference from the power of the state being brought in on a vaccine when 75% of adults have had one-shot vaccine, 65% have had 2 shots, millions of Americans with natural immunity. We're seeing where this is going, and then saying the state can come in and say, you must take this vaccine, irrespective of your natural immunity and irrespective of any evidence that may or may not cause issues, because we know best. There's a distinct difference between that and saying that we want to start with the heartbeat of a living human being and protect it. I'm glad to stand alongside my colleague, and I support her amendment. I would yield to her if she wants any time. Otherwise, I will yield my time back.
And thank you, Mr. Roy. I would appreciate the time. I just want to add, this amendment provides protection for the unborn child who is capable of feeling pain beginning at 20 weeks. All the physical structures necessary to experience pain have been developed. Unborn children at 20 weeks react to painful stimulus, and their hormonal reactions are consistent with pain that can be measured. And this is about protecting these and all children. They deserve our protection, and for this reason,